It was another off day. I was dying over and over again. And with every death, I miss old Erangel and its gunplay. When suddenly, something strange happened.
Hello? Who's this?
I'm Shroud. Who are you?
No, I'm Shroud.
I came in contact with a familiar face.
Who are you? Wait a minute. That's my old room. You're me from the past?
Wait. You're future me?
Oh my god. Yeah. Listen, I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great. I have an idea and you could help me with it.
We're going to bring old Erangel back to the present. Okay, so first, you're going to join PUBG Corporation as a developer. Bring Wacky Jacky 101 along. It's always good to have more help. Job interviews are difficult, but don't worry. You'll have an upper hand because I know the future. And once you're part of the team, you'll need to get close to the main developer and insert the Easter egg.
What is with this window glitch? They're going through the window like that?
You should share this idea with the devs. We should introduce vaulting into the game. I'm sure this will be a game changer, as it'll enhance the quality of life and strategic aspects of PUBG.
Yes!
The developer's now part of the team.
Wow.
And now our main mission's about to start. Bring back Erangel. Just let me know when it's done. And I'll be waiting for your signal.
Hey guys! We did it! We did it! Look at this car. Look at it,
bro.
We did it, dude. This is
That's
crazy.
insane, bro. That's insane.
Get over here, man. Guys.
It's done. I can't wait to show you this next
Okay,
part. It's gonna be
all I need to do now is enter the code pass me, gave me. I really hope this works.
The OG gunplay is back. Let's go. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I don't know how this happened, but this is actually so great. I forgot to. I didn't know what to do. I was like, whoa.
They're still singing. Amazing. I found many people only here at 8 a.m. like in the park. Oh. Grandpas, grandmothers singing for like 2 hours in a row. It's like literally amazing. Yeah, I feel like definitely it's a vibe. China feels great. It's very interesting. It's absolutely different. I was checking the population of the city and I was like, oh well, there are gonna be like thousands of people everywhere, anytime.
How is it playing with Longska? He's a good teammate?
他是一个很好的队友，也是一个很有趣的队友。
I remember at PGS 1, I met Longska, and he goes, Tuguton, and he flexes his pecs. Strong.
Em thấy rất là kiểu là một người rất là vẫn rất là hay, rất là tốt á. Người đấy còn hơi yếu đối với em thôi. Team châu Á thì em nghĩ có team KDF, Quang Đông Fit á. Team họ khá là mạnh tại vì team họ là nhà vô địch của Hàn Quốc.
Wow. What is this?
这个是中国的粽子，
Oh, it tastes like tea.
包子。
Ah, Belgium.
I just know
大包。
打包.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why? Like cold?
可以给你们一些中国的
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh
中国
wow.
的干毛笔。
See.
My girlfriend will like this.
这就是他们3个的。
Oh no. Cannot.
He'll do that with it.
Thanks, bro.
代表中国文化吧。我给你们3个一个东西。
What is this? Not now. I mean, painting.
Em nghĩ trong đây sẽ là một bức ảnh của idol của em, tên tên.
No.
I mean, it's China. Like, how could I know? Like, everything possible.
很有趣。
What is this? What does it mean? Like waiting? What is this?
欲进父母与爱相约。自己的身高、年纪、体重，
Của em
然后还有工作这些。
PUBG.
có gì nữa?
Ask him when the last time he held a pen was.
等一下会带你们去一个很有意思的地方，你们猜猜那边会做什么？会有很多人聚在一起。
Oh, like Tai Chi, yeah. Okay, woman's off. I am looking for a girlfriend. Pass myself right here.
他要走啊，他走。
Good. Okay, nice.
You're pretty.
Let's go. I like this one.
这些人就是在这里寻找自己的爱情吧，你们自己来找。随便问一个吗？随便问一个我会害羞的呀。好好找对象吧。哦，
Good. It's good.
喂，哎，怎么办？喂，你给我打。Yes。他好在我们国内找对象吗？哦，好。腔调不要好。啥没有？腔调好的，身材好，有精神啊。
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay. 漂亮. Okay,
漂亮,
is that beautiful? Okay.
I would say, I mean, I'm very happy to stay here because it feels like amazing to talk to the best players around, like from other different regions. Amazing. Thank you for organizers to like invite us here.
No, it might be friendly now, but once the game starts, oh yo.
PGS 3，一起加油吧！
Fighting!
Yeah, fighting.
Fighting. 加油！
오! 형님! 안녕하세요,兄弟!
兄弟们，兄弟。
My friend. Oh, yo, hey, good to see you. Hello, yo, good to see you. Hey, James, let's go. I don't know. Okay, guys, welcome to Shanghai. Okay, let's go, guys. 冲！ Oh yeah. Beautiful. Go! Oh, hop up, давай. Hey, look who's at that UAC. I see someone landing at that UAC empty compound. Bye, guys. Hey, Ah, no. Thank you. Whoa. I'm sorry, everyone. 9. Oh. All right. Push up.
Here?
Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hoppa, bro. Easy, bro.
Easy.
Whoosh. I'm gonna run. I'm gonna win, guys. Chum. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna win with the car. Oh.
One grenade. Oh, 2 grenades. I'm ready to go.
We're gonna win, Star-Lord. Yeah. Wait, let me check for grenade. Nice, I found 2 grenades.
Okay.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Big teammate. Yeah.
GG, bro. Good karma.
2-on-1 everyone.
We're going together. I got. Let's go. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Yeah. Let's go, Star-Lord.
GG, my friend.
Go into the plyo. Let's go. Let's go, Star-Lord. Let's go.
We go to finish line.
Let's go. Hey, congrats, bro. Let's go.
For me, I like the Erangel Classic better because of all the houses are cleaner. I like the way the grass and the trees look and the way the guns feel.
우선 저는 5년 전으로 돌아간 느낌이 좀 있었던 것 같아요. 살짝. 왜냐면 너무 오랜만에 봤던 것들이기도 하고 하니까 좀 추억을 되새김할 수 있었던 그런 경험이었던 것 같아요.
It gives me like a really good vibe, and it's just really fun to play again.
对于我来说的话，其实就是特别怀念，然后在进入某些特定的一些房型的时候，真的是让我感觉到满满都是回忆。
우선 저의 첫 이 배그의 어떻게 에란겔 클래식 이 맵에서의 첫 느낌이 저는 좀 이제 흔히 말하는 캠핑러, 좀 이제 쫄아 있는 플레이어에서 시작을 했었고 이 재미를
My first day of PUBG was playing with a friend of mine, and we won our first game in duos. We got an 8-kill chicken dinner.
我第一次玩 PUBG， 其实就是感觉这个游戏非常的紧张刺激，让我充满了那种赢得这场游戏的那种快感啊！所以说我感觉当时真的是也是玩得非常开心，就是紧张刺激。
I like the old one more, just because of the bridges. I really miss like the old bridges, and yeah, that's it.
Yeah, to the new players, have fun, and to the old players, good luck.
환영합니다. 뭐라고 해야 할까요? 뉴비분들을 들어오면서 무서워하지 말았으면 좋겠어요. 아직 착한 사람들도 많고 무서운 사람도 있긴 있는데 최대한 도망가면서 게임을 클린하게 좀 즐겼으면 좋겠습니다.
我想对新玩家说一句话：趁现在赶紧回来玩 PUBG， 可以让你回到17年的夏天。
Yeah, lots of studying, lots of watching games of really good teams, like PCL teams. They're really good. So watched heaps of those games. Had some team talks. We'll probably do more review as a team. I think that we have a really good roster, and like we've been working really hard. I think we can win, but our goal is to just be competitive, make sure that we solidify ourselves as the best American.
感觉看待自己国家就很开心吧，还好在哪打都一样，就进决赛就是胜利。
Yeah, it's first time in China. It feels pretty good. I like to always visit new countries, and China was always in my bucket list because it's pretty important in PUBG. Finally I'm here in Shanghai. I'm glad to be here. We did a lot of team preparation. We studied a lot of teams, practiced as a team. Always ready, boys.
我是觉得这么多些年能在 中国办一场 PUBG 的比赛还是挺不容易的。
然后你这种老将重回赛场有什么感觉吗？
确实会感觉心里边会有点不一样，因为真的我也是有个一年多没打了吧，算是啊，突然一下上场还是感觉会有那种紧张刺激的感觉。
네, 이번에 상하이에 처음 오기도 하고 상하이에서 경기를 처음 하는 거예요.
서울님 생각하면 한국에는 가장 중요한 자질은 무엇인가요?
승부욕이라고 생각해요. 그냥 승부욕이 없으면 아무래도 경쟁을 하는 그 직업이다 보니까 승부욕이 없으면 제대로 할 수 없다고 생각을 해서.
ครั้งแรกครับก็ได้เปิดหูเปิดตาดีครับก็อากาศที่นี่เย็นด้วยครับกำลังพอดีเลยครับก็รู้สึกเฉยๆครับเพราะว่าแต่ละรอบก็เหมือนกันหมดครับก็แต่ชอบสนามที่นี่สวยดีครับผมคิดว่านักกีฬาอีสปอร์ตควรมีสภาพจิตใจกับสภาพร่างกายที่เข้มแข็งแล้วก็ฝีมือของตัวเองครับทำให้มีเพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ที่ดีครับก็ไม่ได้หวังแชมป์ครับแต่ขอ MVP ครับ
İlk kez Çayır'a geldik. Çok farklı bir ülke. Ülkemize göre garip hissediyoruz yani buradaki. Yani e-sporcular için de en önemli özellik çalışkan olması ve kendini geliştirmeye açık olması. Bu iki özellik varsa zaten oyuncu kendini geliştirerek üst seviyeye çıkacaktır.
You got to do something. Here is Sonic's blue is on them. Wait to try to see that. Now you might deny. Okay, they're not going to deny anything.
And even Daytrade, they at least have some sort of a position in the circle. Sonic's still searching for that, and even Daytrade has a set of crates to play. Yeah. Guangdong is just trying to get rid of Heaven.
Blink and you miss it. How demolished.
The only two up here for Twisted Minds. Ike's left making sure that those two knocks get flushed out. The Molotovs come through as they are just pressuring once again. One knock, two knocks, Petrichor Road, and Ike's left is the last one alive. I passed 4 a.m., but they're going to run right into FaZe. Zepion going to spot Longskirt, and Vex is just in perfect position. We'll find one, and we'll one-shot the one-tap dirt nap onto December 12th. Goodbye, New Happy.
Onto a 3v1, Himaz, can he do something special here?
Yes, he can. He's proven it time and time.
So exposed.
Looking the other direction, spots the first one, takes down, kicks them in this game now, swaps on over to the MK, peeks on board, can't connect it, but he wins it! In the end, Himaz reigns supreme! 2 more days for challengers and champions alike to be able to accrue as many points as possible, claim themselves a trophy here at PGS 3, and make their name solid in legacy. We have got ourselves an opportunity to watch some of the very best play PUBG Esports once again. It was awesome yesterday. It's going to be awesome today. I'm ready to go. My microphone's moving.
You're extremely excited.
Yes.
I love it. You're almost vibrating in the chair. But yeah, we got 2 more days to go here. We got 16 teams trying to prove themselves the champion. But I gotta say, yesterday, you would think if you had 2 wins with 14 kills each and some other top 5, top 8 places that you'd be far and ahead. No. Twisted Minds were just better. Too good, too consistent, too many top 4s overall. Just one bad game for them, and they're sitting at the very top.
Yeah, if you were to ask me, like when it comes to the approach that teams are taking to the top, who's going to win out? Is it going to be unbelievably consistency? Oh, that's not a sentence. Unbelievably consistent, or is it going to be high-octane, insane games when you're able to produce something like the 20-kill win or something like that? We'll see which style is going to be winning things out, but who is always winning, of course, is the people joining us here for PGS3 as well. A huge thank you to Crafton for firstly joining us for all of the road that goes on along for PUBG Esports as a whole. We have VSPO also on that road as well with us here, as we've got PGS3 and PGS4 coming to you live here from the PCL studios. We also have Andersey giving us all the support that we need here at the desk, they need over there in the player booths to make sure they're good to go as always. And finally, we have Zowie as well with the 2546X gaming monitors for all of these players to get good scope on their opponents wherever they may be.
And all the hurts in the world.
All the hurts indeed. So, first things first, let's talk about those teams towards the top, of course. Yes, we've kind of mentioned that Twisted Mind's unbelievably consistent. I spoke to Example.
What did you say?
I said, feeling good. He says, feeling great. So that means...
that's insane.
That's a difference.
Insane.
That's it.
He always feels so laser focused, right?
Yeah.
Like it's always just, even when they're winning games, not celebrating enough. But I guess it's because they just expect so much of themselves, right?
Oh,
that
they're
putting themselves to such a high standard. Of course, we've been all through the group stage here, James. And we are now on the second day, on the Saturday of the final stage with just 2 days to go.
Yeah, I'm going to breeze over these. You guys know the schedule. You know that we're in the 3 days of the final as well. I want to talk about the teams more importantly, honestly, because Twisted Minds obviously looking unbelievably consistent.
Yeah.
Let's talk about second place as well. Currently, New Happy, 63 points. They have found themselves with 2 first places yesterday, and quite honestly, it was kind of scary, especially when you look at that Erangel that they finished things off on. They know exactly where to stay, they know exactly which ways to clear out, and then from there on, they're able to solidify themselves a spot.
Yeah, exactly. Looking extremely strong here, and if there's anyone to kind of put a leash on to the Twisted Minds point, it could very much be them. If you're able to take 2 wins in just 6 games, and also 4th place with 6, it's looking very strong here. And of course, as you see here, the participating teams, we're going to be talking a little bit about them overall. Also, Cerberus, again, another impressive game for them, but for them to hold on to Twisted Minds and potential New Happy not running away, they need 2 really good games a day, not just one. Of course, they're always going to be having kind of these consistent games, but some of them felt a little bit far and away. We are playing for $300,000 though, James, and $100,000 first prize here for PGS3.
It's a lot of moolah, and another one of the teams that's going to be looking to take a big portion of that moolah, of course, is Sonics. Currently in 3rd place, 57 points again. If you think about their campaign throughout the group stage, they were also 4th there as well. So we're constantly speaking about the consistency of Twisted Minds. If it wasn't for them looking so unbelievable throughout the group stage and things like that, as well as the finals, I think we'd be looking at your New Happy and your Sonics as being unbelievably consistent as well. So we really can't take anything away from Sonics.
100% not. And even with a good game here for them to start with, they could easily be in first place. Like a win with double digit, they could be in first place. It's not done. Twisted Minds is looking good. They have a little bit of a lead to it, but if they continue to be this consistent, continue to get like 4 out of 6 per day games in top 4, top 5, and they get the kills as well, it's going to be absolutely insane.
It definitely will. And the cool thing about Sonics right now is it does feel like any of their players can pop off at any moment.
For sure.
So there is a potential where, okay, yeah, they might be down to 1, they might be down to 2 in the later stages of the game, but you still feel like they've got a chance. There were moments, of course, where they're going up against only Himas, and then all of a sudden it becomes a bit of a problem because it's Himas, who seems to be like a god right now.
Yeah, absolutely insane. I gotta say, though, I do love that our top 5 with KDF, the Kwangdong Freak, joining us for 5th place. We have a lot of representation across the board here for our top 5. 5 regions. Every single region is represented there.
Yeah.
And they're also actually looking really good. They need a 13-kill win to catch up to Twisted Minds. But here you have the head-to-head for the final stage so far. 73 points with Twisted Minds and 63 for New Happy Esports. With 2 wins and 14 kills in each. Extremely impressive. But they need the consistency in the other games to not let Twisted Minds run away with everything.
The current major contenders. So let's deep dive into these two teams because they're extremely consistent with what they're doing so far. Firstly, Twisted Minds. Every single facet of this roster right now is popping, and we were mentioning we have to kind of, wow, example, he's amazing, he's a cyborg. But Batulin's, the progression that this man has had, from being the mastermind of PUBG in terms of in-game leading, but also being able to be just super consistent in terms of fragging power as well. That puts him, in my opinion, in contention for one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, if you're both able to in-game lead, micromanage, and also frag out at the same time, that's such a all-around player that you just can't deny how good he is right now. And that is, he could, leading from the front, leading the charge with the guys in the front here. And if they're able to continue to do that, then he could very well be in contention for the top.
Are you ready?
What's going to happen?
Are you ready for the best thing I'm ever going to say on broadcast?
Tell us first.
Batulin's leads by example.
Oh my god.
Oh my.
Oh, you just dropped a bomb on me. I hope you guys are playing Fantasy League because I have to endure this guy's fantasies every day. All the things.
You mean mine?
Yeah, not like in any way or shape or form, but all what you're dreaming of, hoping to get for PUBG, to real life stuff, to anything, You're sharing everything, and I love to see that. But you could win a chair. I would like to win a chair with a Twire logo. It would put you as the champion of the Twire. It's hard though. Some teams are doing extremely well, and the picks have not changed too much. I will say though, I have put Nan in instead of Sparking. New Happy was looking too strong, and I could actually swap that and still keep the rest of my players for Himas and, for example, and for Fairest, of course.
Yeah, now that I've made my change as well, I did remove a New Happy player, but then I got Example in, and then I was able to wrangle things around a little bit, and then I was
wrangle things a little bit?
Wrangle things around a little bit, and then I only had a little bit of money left, so I was like, let's go for Kiss. Valley Tie, they were consistent through the group stage. They've been a little bit middling here in the final so far, so it's a bit of a gamble for me, removing a New Happy player, to be honest.
9.9% though here for Example. That
went up
crazy. But yeah, he did pop off yesterday. Him is still expensive, but he was still the highest performing player. I'm not sure if it's fully counted with everything because we had a problem with the API for the 6th game for Twire Fantasy. But
I do want to know where I am.
I'm pretty sure Example got more points than him as in the last game of yesterday because Swiss Minds had a good one. They crashed the Prior on the Snake. They took out.
I had December 12th, and I have not got the points for it yet. Can I please get the points?
Didn't he get flushed?
Yes, but he got himself he got 5 kills as well as a lot of damage, so
200 points so far for the entire thing here for him. That's just insane. Example in second. Really good to see Longsker. He was a little bit too cheap for in group stage, so anyone that managed to scoop him up there, they were able to garner a lot of points from that.
I think Shrimsy as well for Sonic so far.
You can't deny it.
A boatload of points coming from him here when it comes to the American region. And I mean, look, if you compare him to the next player from America, that was Alo with 105 points. So a 30-point difference seems like, well, again, I'm going to
Wait, you got your time here. Just talk.
I'm going to address this.
What are you saying here? What are you saying? What do you want to say?
I'm supposed to be in first place, but I'm not. Bella's still in first place, I think. So, that's what it is.
I'm not sure if this is with the numbers after that, but yeah, she's 30 points ahead. But Godspeed on 490, he's like two centuries behind the rest of us. What do you think about that?
He's still at Dubai 2022, just chilling, doing whatever he can. We've got ourselves the matches for today. He's looking over this way. He's not pleased. He's displeased. I'm displeased the Dapper Dothraki. He's going to attack me.
I just got a Dothraki death stare, and I'm scared.
He's going to protect Khaleesi, and I'm going to be in danger. But danger. He's even doing the throat cut. Oh no, this is scary. I'm worried for my life. But yes, we've got 6 more matches today here to get us all rolling. We do start on Arangel today, so that tomorrow we can finish on Arangel. And again, when it comes to the fact that we are switching battlegrounds so quickly, so rapidly, there are technically checkpoints where you could have a mental reset if you don't do that well. But the reset had to happen last night. For some teams, like FaZe, even though they did a little bit better towards some of the last games, not
That's
by much.
icing on the cake right
not
there.
By much.
That's icing on the cake. They had a really, really hard day yesterday, and they need to absolute bang it out of the park today for them to even have a chance of getting into the top 4, top 5 even.
I mean,
I would say this.
And also, teams like 17 Gaming, right? They are a previous PGS champion. They've come here with Show. we're still of the opinion you probably should have had a little ghost in if you could.
Right.
If you could, we don't know the full extent around it and
Sure.
things like that. But it definitely is, on a stage like this, 17 gaming pops.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Little Ghost is insane.
He's pretty good.
He's very good at the
good
game.
at the video game.
You saw that at PGS last year.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm a little bit sad that we don't see the full potential, the full show of 17 gaming.
You're trying to
You
follow
like that, you
the
like that.
Batulin's Linsberg example.
I like that. You like
Yeah.
that. I know it was great. that I cannot take that away from you. That was fantastic.
All right, well, thank you very much, Avenger. Thank you very much to everybody tuning in around the world. It is day number 2 of PGS3. We are ready and raring to go. These 16 teams looking to gain as many points as possible for day number 2.
Thời điểm đã thay đổi rồi. Các bạn muốn thành công tại PGS lần này, các bạn không nên phạm sai lầm và chúng tôi cũng không phạm sai lầm.
The one shot, the one tap, dirt nap.
Our goals for PGS3 is first to make the final and then win the final. At every event last year, we got closer and closer to the trophy, so I believe this year it's going to be just within our grasp to take home the trophy.
Here is Sonic's blue is on them.
ผมจะตอบแบบรวบรัดเลยคือผมรู้สึกดีกับทีมนี้มากแล้วค่อนข้างมั่นใจว่าทีมผมเป็นทีมที่เก่งมาก
We're back. We're back, baby.
Do not give that man 1v1. Hey, local fight.
저희가 한국 대회 예선에서 잘했던 만큼
不管在心理上还是游戏内，我们都做了许多准备，就是很想把这个奖杯留在中国。
一鸣，他抓起来了。
技术打稳，直接提前抢打。
对于这次世界赛呢，我们队伍是非常有信心来争夺第2个 PGS 冠军。
这次我们也会全力以赴，请大家拭目以待。
我觉得在决赛中，对我们最有威胁的队伍是我们自己。我们只有战胜了自己，才可以击败敌人。
Ming will find Liu on the low side.
从去年 PGC 到现在的改变，就是整体的配合方面吧，然后还有枪法这一方面的提升吧。我很期待谁敢和我们对枪。
New Happy, they are on an absolute tear during these group stages.
Continues to stay alive, and him and Bean work together to take out Faceland.
Honestly, I feel like we just became the most powerful team and we can smash any other team so fast, so that's amazing.
I don't believe in the winner's curse specifically though. People have done it before, Gen G, Loki, so just looking to mimic their performance really. When we step on the stage, it's with the intention of taking home the trophy.
Him as reigns supreme, the absolute beast of what is competitive PUBG Esports.
Tôi không quan tâm đối thủ có bao nhiêu người, mà nếu phải đưa vào một tình huống một cái lớp 1v3, 1v4 thì tôi sẽ cố gắng thành công.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise, not a threat.
Still young spits, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee mine, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chops. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Shot go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
All right, which threats are going to present themselves here for PGS3 day number 2 of the grand final is the question. So far, I mean, up to the top, these teams have looked strong. But again, I'm thinking about those teams towards the bottom. How are they going to perform? TSM right now, only 20 points on the board. If I'm correct, it's only 1 placement point, but 19 kills. It shows that they're able to convert on some of those battles, but they've not been able to get to the prio locations they want here, Avenger.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit with some of the rotations, some of the pathings, also the timings and how late they were. We saw them a few times where they're like crossing some bridges very, very late compared to all the other teams, especially the takeout game. But then again, it comes down to also priorities, decision making, where the circle's going to go, or even sometimes we don't know. They might have an E-pickup in their inventory and they're trying to see, okay, if the circle goes here, we're going to pop an E-pickup. If not, we're going to drive in and maybe pop it later. And then there's so many things that we don't know. We see the map, but we don't see their full, like, to the extent of the inventories, decision making, the information that they have scouted.
Correct.
But yeah, for TSM, for some of the guys down here how. I would say though, GNL and E-Arena, they have surprised me quite nicely. I wouldn't expect them to be both above, you know, Petrichor Road, FaZe Clan, Gen G, 17 Gaming. They're kind of middle of the pack right now. We have a lot of big names, a lot of big expectation names in our bottom 6-8 now. With a few good games, they could put themselves in there. Again, we have to remember there is a lot of PGS points on the line along with the prize pool. And you have to start securing them now because we have 4 events for the year.
Bizarrely, for me, one of the teams that I want to talk about when it comes to Erangel, we only have a few seconds before we do, is KDF.
Yeah.
Kwangdong Freaks, because actually they did really well yesterday, apart from on Erangel. So let's see if they're able to shape up and ship out as we move on to Erangel to start things off. The grassy pastures on the way. Godspeed and Toby, take it away. You hear the cheers and the chants in the stadium. These players are ready to get going here for day 2 in the grand finals. I'm Toby, joined by Godspeed. And Godspeed, we are in for yet another fantastic day of global PUBG esports.
Yesterday's games were very exciting, and sitting here today makes me so thankful and blessed to have this job to talk about some of the best teams in the world as we head into it. And speaking of best teams in the world, Twisted Minds, what a day they had yesterday.
Phenomenal start to the grand finals, a team that we've oftentimes seen come off to great starts to the grand finals, but as the story would have it, it's always in the final couple of matches of the tournament itself that another team has leapt up and surpassed them. So we'll see if this is the time for Twisted Minds to maintain that first place spot all the way through to claim the trophy in the end tomorrow.
Yeah, and to even bounce off of James and Avenger, right? When we talk about the Freaks, they actually have their best games on Miramar, whereas we know they're a really strong Erangel team. So start off on Erangel today, can they make adjustments and actually salvage some of the points that they lost yesterday?
Yep. It's all going to be to play full playing path as we've seen in the past. This tournament, very, very pleasant. Everyone will go exactly where they want. E-Arena opting to alt drop, not wanting to go all the way down to Primorsk. And you know what? I fully understand. That would be a stretch. There's not really a whole lot to come for, and there's a very big chance the circle won't go down there anyway.
Right. I mean, we saw many military circles in the group stages, and so it was nice yesterday for these boys to actually get a little bit of a break for that as we see all these teams starting to set up.
As we see this first circle pop as well, a very simple and nice one at that. Quick shout out to our dear observers who of course not only bring us all the action, but we've also gotten the reins on the drawing tool. We'll draw some lines for us and showcase some of the rotations that these teams have available to them. As we see here, military will have to be left by Gen G and Howl. And, well, I mean, they highlight FaZe there for a second. And while I don't think FaZe is going to get in trouble down here, I will say we've seen FaZe Clan in this exact circle, both in the EMEA and in this tournament here, try and make their way up on the northern side of Potato Mountain and get demolished on approach.
Also, maybe there's a chance for a FaZe bridge camp, you know? Maybe, who knows? Maybe that's what that indicates.
There very well could be. You can see Howl already now setting up the E-pickup. Not sure if that's something they're actually going to commit to. It could be. I mean, we've seen it before as well, where they opt to go all the way on the northern side. They know that with this playing path in particular, there should be no good reason for a team to be installed. But there should be no reason for a team to have opted to go all the way Kamechki, because the playing path just doesn't allow for you to get there easily. So why not hop up there? You know there's hard spawns guaranteed. You know there's loot for days. And you're going to be pretty much guaranteedly coming in from the quiet side of the circle.
Exactly. And if there is a shift, you know that that's going to be the weakest side of the circles. Therefore, rotating in from the northeast would make the most sense. And also just make sure, if you guys aren't, follow the multi-stream. You can also follow some of your favorite players' perspectives as well. So check that out. MapStream is always a fun tool to use, especially if you're just watching along or you want to learn.
You say fun tool. I say essential tool.
I mean,
and I know you mean essential as well. It's just, guys, get the map up. Get the map up, and while we're getting the map up, and we already do, let's take a listen in with Miming and hear what he has to say coming into day 2.
一天中位状态稍微不好一点吧，然后其实也正常吧，但是第二天就想打那些黑子的脸吧。我们的准备可能就是沟通上面吧，然后还有一些协同上面吧。我觉得成功的关键因素，团队配合吧。我们就缺一个 PGS 的冠军吧。
Yeah, to say that New Happy wasn't working together well in the group stages would be a gross misstatement, because they were firing on all cylinders and they looked incredible in the groups. And even still now, second place currently coming into day 2.
I just want to go back and say, we know that these players put themselves on to very, very high standards.
Yes.
To say that we weren't satisfied with yesterday, they had 2 wins yesterday with a combined 28 kills. It's not like they didn't play well, but sure, I mean, you did also have a 13th place and a 6th place with no kills, so I'm sure 2 games could have been done better. But again, these guys know what they're up against, because even with those 2
wins and all those kills to follow, they're still not sat in first place.
Underneath Twisted Minds, as we saw Kiss actually from Valley Tide taking shots at Purdy. I was not sure what to expect with Valley Tide coming to this event. I will just be honest about it, but Kiss specifically and this team have really impressed me with the way that they have set, talked about it all event, traps, the way that they've been able to take engagements and fights with these teams that you would think somewhat are they're punching above their weight class, and they have absolutely thrived. And, you know, coming into the second day in Grand Finals with 24 points is really not bad. It's a midfield position, sure, but it's not a bad start for a team that expectations weren't really there.
And to go off of what you're saying, I think the way that they've been playing, understanding what they're able to do, because no, they probably won't go out and take head-on fights with KMS, for example, but they know where their space is to go out and make plays. They know to go edge. They know to take control. Them and Na'Vi have been doing the exact same thing, and it's been working really well, because when you're at an edge, when you're only fighting teams that are 400 or 500 meters away from you, it doesn't require the same individual mechanical flair as if when you're in a really close quarter combat and you have to headshot everything or you go down. So Valentine understanding this, making space for themselves on the edge of circles to then maneuver in, is what's gotten them their points, because they don't get a ton of kill points, but they're pretty much always guaranteed to be in placement.
They've been consistent, and even to bounce off what you were saying yesterday in the cast, I believe it was on Vikendi, they had a really ambitious split, and they held that split for a long time. You thought they were going to get punished. Myself watching thought that they were going to get punished. They managed to hold that split and reconsolidate. So it's been very impressive to actually watch this team, and they're turning me into a fan.
Yep, Wise playing, no doubt. Love the fact that we're seeing some of these, let's call them globally inexperienced, because obviously in their regions and in their total playing careers, they've been around for a long time. But in a global, in global viewing ship, they haven't been around for all that long. So for them to come in and just put down their foot from day one, not allow for other teams to push them around as they see fit. Great to see as we now hop on over to FaZe, and this time around FaZe actually opting to wrap East again, something that's a bit unusual for FaZe. Normally they would really like to go up towards Potato, but I feel like 3 of the last 4 times they've gone that route, they've been punished for doing so, so it makes good sense they're opting to audible this one.
Right, and FaZe, I mean, let's just, you know, they just didn't have a good day yesterday, and
Not
so
at all.
at this point trying something new, or just maybe not necessarily reinventing the wheel, but giving themselves more of an opportunity to get more points today is definitely going to be the play they're going to want to attack.
I mean, the fact that, I'm just going to say it as it is, the fact that we have 3 global partner teams currently set 14th, 15th, and 16th is not a good look on them. And we talk about the pressure that builds from just being in the arena. These guys know we're global partners. We're part of an organization that is like one of the flagships of this tournament, which is even more pressure on you, because if you don't perform, you'd imagine those orcs are maybe more tempted, I would say, to go out and try and find replacements for you, because they know we're going to be around. We want to have the best team possible. So for Gen G, for FaZe, for 17 as well, they got to step up today.
And there's a reason they're GPT teams. I mean, those are some of the best rosters that we have on the field. So it's not as if a lack of skill is the issue.
Nope, definitely not. NH Esports coming up over the hills here will be happy to see that they're somewhat alone up on Potato. They do have Cerberus coming in from the southeast of them, as we now hop further up towards the north with Irina running over Nyong. Tried to get the knock onto Sissy as he peeked on over, but it's going to fall down as took those shots. Now Stella in trouble too.
I think Irina, again, is another one of those teams that somewhat lower expectations as Jacob will find Stella. But they have, I mean, sitting in 7th place, they have been the most consistent I think we've seen them on a global stage possibly ever.
2 young teams. I think actually the 2 youngest teams in this tournament, Irina and GNL, squaring off early on. And we saw how from all the way down in Novo, taking the E-pick up earlier, they came all the way up towards the north. They split 2-2. And now Quidpa here trying to fend off, but he is all on his own. He needs to get the hell out of here.
Yeah, they will reposition here, and even just looking at the circle, as we said, it's a fairly normal circle, but I still worry about that river getting cut off. Let's wait. Oh, they're not even... Oh, that's 2 down. Hal quickly responds here.
Nice bait, nice setup. Tried to lure them into the trap, and it sprung to perfection because the Hal members up on the north were in position now. With the Matt and Marco there, you can see perfect lines of sight down towards the players down below. A little dangerous if you're Quidpa to be the one that kind of has to function as bait, but you know what? When you get a double like that, you'll take it.
And it worked out for them. Now, Irina at least will be able to get one of their members there. Tigger will fall, but they will get one out in the vehicle, so they should at least have 3 up this early. Still want to make sure you have those numbers. As back to the circle, it is normal now, but it could have some wonky shifts, especially with that Yas Lake still in. We can go either north or south. It seems like most of the teams have opted actually set up on the south side with just a few, say, mainly 4 or 5 on the north.
I mean, we already hear, of course, the superstitions from the players, the mumbles of, wait, is there a thing now where the circles in phase 2 always go towards water? You know, like, just because you see things a couple of times, players think they've figured out the algorithm altogether, and there is, as you say, a ton of that river still in this one. So if we keep going down that direction, that's going to prove to be a very difficult circle to play, especially for teams like Gen G we're seeing here that are coming into it late.
Yeah, and normally, I mean, there is some merit, though. The group stages was wild.
They were
actively going towards water every single time, as most of the teams now are comfortable. As we watch Gen G here, just on Death Road, and they're just going to sit on the south side, and this is good for them. They're going to be able to scout ahead. They can rotate at any point, whether they want to go west to the east side, have more of a safe rotation around all the chaos that will be happening inevitably in the center of the circle.
It's actually kind of interesting because normally when you see Gen G down here, they would spread out wider. Like, they would leave a guy behind every kilometer or so to kind of put up a whole chain, set up a highway from where you can rotate on the southern side. This time around, as you see towards the southeast, they're opting to stick together. They're looking to make that wide eastern wrap, but perhaps you should go west instead. Down towards the river we go, and there's nobody on the western half of this circle. Every single team will try and maneuver in from the east, as we see here as well. Plenty of space to be found out towards the west.
Yeah, and as we can see these arrows, the west is completely open. There's a lot of playable space as well where Valley Tai is. They have a decision to make here, whether they want to just take the center here or even go off center towards the west, maybe take control of one of those bridges. Cube actually very much still a strong position here in the circle.
Where does Cerberus go off of this? Keep in mind, they popped their e-pick up before the new circle was shown, so they're not going to the center of the new circle.
No, they're going to the center
of the previous one, so they're far out on the edge, and they're coming into what is pretty much guaranteed to be an open field circle with no cars. It's going to be a hard transition for them. We'll see what they come up with, as we also see Twisted Minds running into Kwangdong Freaks up and around Rosok. Batulin's already taken out. Human down on his knees as well, but he should be able to get back on his feet.
Yeah, I don't believe Twisted would be able to punish that, and if you're any other team in the lobby, seeing Batulin's fall early is exactly what you'd like, as Petrichord now getting in a little scuffle. Hammer will fall, and as will parachutes from the sky.
Yep, trying to come in, trying to help on out as Roy is on his feet in the building. He's a great player and already able to take down one, but let's see if there's a response coming through, and indeed there is. Chewy finds Roy, and that is GNL out in 16th.
It was a valiant effort. Roy, I mean, was on fire yesterday. But
oh yeah.
As good as you are, taking out a full Petrichor road is a challenge for any player, regardless of skill level. Is FaZe now, as we thought, rotating in on the north and just really taking their time. But they are kind of running into Na'Vi and Cerberus as well, set up just there at Crossroads.
Yeah, it's kind of running straight through the middle of their split. Curious to see when FaZe are opting to kind of cross straight south. You think they just start cutting literally directly south once they pass shooting range. Soset still far out towards the western side. You can see two of the other Na'Vi players here now as well. They have heard the vehicles from FaZe. They've seen them as well, so they're going to feed the info across to their teammates on the other side of this split that either set up camp, try and see if you can get some of them taken down, or just back off, guys, back off. The entirety of this team is coming through.
And, I mean, if you are Na'Vi and you are split off, you can always just take the very far north rotation around Sverdi, and you should be fine there. Is Weibo as well, rotating right in the middle of this, threading the needle just barely. So Ozzy now taking shots. Shen, the boys should be okay, though.
You can see FaZe, they're just following Mamu. They do not want to let him get around again. Keep in mind, FaZe are not inside the circle yet either, so every single player they allow to wrap around them is potentially a player set in a good position, waiting for them as Shen pops out the window. Double headshot connected. Gustav falls, and now they're going to pull up on this.
Absolutely. I mean, this is still very early phase here, so the blue not going to do too much damage as Trays will go back and forth. But Weibo and Shen getting the better of this exchange.
This is the Chinese Weibo I was hoping to see. This is the former DD team, the team that plays with no fear, jumps out of their cars, and just takes a fight head on. James not in a position to help, and now Na'Vi wrapping around here as well, trying to engage in this.
Unfortunately, just another struggle game here as Cheem's the last one alive for FaZe. They just cannot get their feet under them in this grand finals.
Again, it's once Mamu makes his way on the other side and have to focus in two directions, it becomes tricky. But straight from one fight to another as Petrichor tries to make their way further towards the circle with commotion going on in the north. They thought they had the space further towards the south, but here's Howl ready and waiting as the circles continue to go down towards the water.
And Howl have effectively done very well taking early game fights to teams, especially in rotations. They've been picking off multiple members. We saw it earlier as well against Valley Tai and E-Arena, so they will take control at least of this position for now.
Yep, see Twisted Minds in the middle of everything, doing an E-pick-up, trying to get down on the ground themselves, but they have TSM, Valtai, and Quantum Freaks. It's a dangerous play to make if you're trying to E-pick-up and catch teams off guard. Here they come flying on forward. Purdy is already on the ground. All of TSM knows they're here. Perfectix taking out mid-air. Example will make landfall, but only to die. I would imagine, yes, there he goes. Just one more player now left alive.
TSM should know that they're already down one player, but look at this! Petrichor, as you said, Chewy now just on the back of the shack. And chaos all around. Ixlef looking for any sort of knock so he can find some safety and slow this down, but no, Luke with the nade.
3 teams on top of each other, and Valtai on the other side with a perfect angle to try and third-party this. You can see Petrichor trying to slow things down, applying some smokes, realizing now, oh my lord, we went in for much harder of a fight than we thought we were going to get as Lou gets on his feet and takes down Summer.
Just now, Ixlef, the last member alive, TSM now realizing that there are 2 very hurt teams in this ice cream shack, and Purdy with the nade will finish off Twisted.
17 is coming in here as well. Everyone is eyeing this position. 4 guys mid-air sending it in, hoping to be able to engage this one at a good time, but they're meeting the exact same fate as everyone else. Woo, down, Sushu down. Just 2 more players left alive.
Oh, Cho will at least find somewhat of a knock, a little reprieve there to help as Sparking overwatches this Halo, starting to get those flushes as well. Xiaobei, and no, they won't get it either. TSM will hold the line.
TSM stands strong. All 4 still alive. Ixlef, the only one who could change that. Lops a nade on out. No helmet to work with. Will take down Purdy. But the fact that TSM has been able to weather this onslaught of teams that has come in and only take 1 casualty is incredibly impressive.
They have to know that he's still in here,
right?
They know. They must know. And so
you can't peek it though, because you have like Weibo holding the angle on one side, E-Arena on the other. They can't engage on him properly.
At the very least, they can hold his backside. They still do have Sparking in that 2-story, so that or 3-story, so he can just sit there, somewhat cover as we now move back to Weibo.
For how long are they going to be left alone with Weibo now, encroaching from the north? We still have Cerberus outside the circle as well. One good thing for, I guess, TSM right now is that these 2 teams are starting to fight each other, so the info will be fed across as Mamu tries to get his teammate back on his feet. Quite profound, that's further up towards the north as Howl now from the far northern position is starting to encroach as well.
Although Cerberus is on the downward slope there, they do have quite a lot of room to work with, especially as they move up, and TSM still back to this fight, just want to get rid of Ixlef.
They can't get proper angles. With that nade coming in, they should have confirmed that this is not the room he's going to be in. And, I mean, 1 well-placed flash, and that should be Ixlef down. But again, we've seen this man do absolutely amazing things in the past. They're trying to lob nades through the double windows to see if they can get them on the other side. And Ixlef doing everything he can to stay alive here. But with 40 players still alive, 13 teams up, I don't see how placement points are to be given for Petrichor. Quantum Freaks, literally the only team, I say, sorry, with New Heavy as well, that would have to make their way into this circle, but should be doable at least for Freaks.
And they can play that south side slope as well. They don't necessarily need to go too far, as the Freaks do have a foothold there at the bottom of that hillside. As Luke still just trying to get rid of Ixlef. Meanwhile, Cerberus now starting to make their push, and that's going to be right onto Weibo.
Yeah, Tycon with a nade lopped on over. First knock of 2 you would imagine to come. As Cold should be the second one. Taken down as high. Saki, nice headshot connected, forcing Cold back over the ridge.
Although Weibo had a good rotation earlier, they were able to get rid of FaZe. Finally, Ixlef would fall. That is going to be it for Weibo as well. They will fall to Cerberus as they continue to make their way up that hill, and look at the amount of space that they have taken.
Oh yeah, full control up towards the north. The issue is, again, keep in mind, they came in without vehicles, and the few cars that were here, they've just blown up. They need to try and play into this open field with no cars to use. Tycon does have 4 smokes. We'll probably get some more. Oh, look at that. Good gracious. A US.
Oh, would you look at
Maybe they're saving grace, trying to make a rotation out of here.
The question is where do they go, though? If they this road is sandwiched just between where Gen G, as you said, who love to spread out, has started to make that known. But Sonics as well on that bottom side can pretty much dictate what New Happy does here. So they're still very much stuck in a hard place, even with those vehicles.
New Happy was sat here for a while, hoping they could get a knock, because we do know that New Happy likes to go as 4, just push on forward as a group and take the fight head on, but didn't find the knock, and now kind of forced to make an aggressive move.
They're going right to Gen G.
Full speed forward they go. They're playing below the ridge line, so they can't get eyes on. As long as they are where they are here, they should be able to get out of the cars and take the fight, but if Gen G knows exactly where this push is coming from.
This is so smart from New Happy. They realize that they need to take a fight with 1 team, but 1 team only. They cannot get third-partied.
dangerous situation to whiff all these bullets, and they're allowing a foothold. They're giving New Happy space to make their way forward. The good thing is they're playing around these smokes exceptionally well. Rex able to find them first, finds the second as well. Nan does get a trade in return, but let's see if they can stand their ground. Here's Nan! Finds Rex through the smoke.
And a beautiful double, but no, just like that, as you said, Nan getting the trade, and this has turned this into a 2-on-2 as Barpo and Tosi now starting to get a wrap here, trying to go around. He lands a headshot, but can he finish it off as December 12th comes to support?
Yep, need to make the play, need to make it happen right now. Nan is able to get Tosi down. You can see Na'Vi now from the northeast engaging with this as well. As Nan gets a vehicle thrown straight to his face, fall out into the blue. There's no way he's going to get back on his feet now.
It's just down to Barpo. Can he save this game? And December 12th still pushing forward. Flash is out, but no, he doesn't!
The nade does come through though in the end, so we'll be able to stay put, but I have to say that Na'Vi now starting to look down in this direction, and so is Sonics.
That's going to be a free kill there for Kickstart. He will take that. Win getting the knock in the finish, and that's it. New Happy. Absolutely. One member left. I love the attempt. Yeah. They knew that they had to take a fight without being third party, so they just went straight for the hillside with Gen.G, but it didn't work out.
Nope. How does Longsker get into this? He is going to hope. He is going to big time hope that with all the commotion that was in the kill features then, that they've lost track, that they haven't seen that there's one player left, because Na'Vi is up there to look back towards the east. So has Sonics. Maybe Longsker can sneak further forward as we hop towards the north once more.
Still, you see in that kill feed, TSM is continuing to rack up points. Don't forget about James. He's still alive, and he'll get at least another point for his team. FaZe desperately need as many as they can get.
And again, I mean, with FaZe losing all their teammates early on in the game, now teams not only getting points, but also getting close to placements as well off of it. So a solid salvage situation here from James as he finds one more. Code Marco spotted in the open and taken down from the north.
At this point, anything he get is it's going to be money in the bag.
It could be game-changing, definitely.
And really, the only team that can stop him right now is Hal, right? Cerberus getting shot in the back by Hal themselves, and E-Arena just holding the line. If James can take out the Mad, there's a very real possibility that he finds his way in the circle and continues to snake.
See now, one bush for cover is what the Mad has tried to crawl up with. It spots James through the smoke as well, but doesn't have to go for the shot.
Smoke may have covered that angle now, and James wisely repositioning here, going for a wrap.
It's phase 5, it hurts, he has to stop, get some boosts going, get something going as TSM now, trying to make their way further towards the east, are sat in the exact same place they took out 3 teams in, but now it's Kwangdong Freaks on the push, finding Sparking to begin things.
The Freaks with, again, such a strong foothold on that south side, able to take a position and just slowly constrict control around the team of TSM in this little ice cream shack as nades and utility going in. Sparking did get knocked to a Molotov, and Heaven will find the headshot on Alo. 1 member left for TSM.
Super smart on their approach here, not taking any chances, always having a player able to trade for. You can see Guman right now just baiting the attention, smoking off the window as well, isolating the angle, and allowing his 3-man strong teammates to do the wraparound for him while he heals. Very, very clean-cut play style here we're seeing from Kwangdong Freaks.
This is very impressive from Kwangdong. They are just absolutely turning the vice and slowly just putting the screws to TSM, but wait a second, Luke will find one, but no, a clean up and trade. James, meanwhile, has taken care of Hal, it seems.
Not only does he find the Mad, he gets points, kills with it, and makes his way into placement points. So again, James from a 0-point game, now they're guaranteed to get 4. 4 might not sound like a lot, but if you're looking into what the averages are for teams in tournaments like these, 4 is a very, very good point score for a game that could have otherwise been a 0 point.
Especially for FaZe right now. Now he only has bandages left, I believe, and so he will go out, but a valiant effort and a good salvage coming out from...
Longsker! Longsker accidentally pops the first. It does get the knock regardless, though.
Oh, he still survives, so he'll get one more. But can he get the other kill? Can he get the flush? No, Hakatori will shut that down.
Feels bad for Longsker. Accidentally fat fingers his health, whatever he has at keybound to. Stops the spray, because had he gone for the first one, instantly traded to the second, there's a good chance he could have had them both. And now, with that knock coming through, Sonic says, well, you're giving us an open chance to the circle. We will take it any day of the week.
As you said, that window is wide open. The Sonics are kicking the rest of it down as they realize only 1 member or 2 left for Na'Vi. And whoever takes control of this west side is going to have a very nice position there, especially overlooking the rest of the circle.
Yep. It's a very narrow window to try and push through, though, and as long as Hakatori can lob nades in that direction, the push through is not guaranteed. I like the fact that he's trying to isolate here, throw as many smokes as you possibly can. Divix is on his first knock, so there's not really a stress in terms of getting him back on his feet. And now, because of the smokes deployed, The Sonics boys will do the exact same thing as now. Tiger and Haisagi trying to deny Freaks to push around. You do not give these guys a chance to take shots at you as the open. As Tiger, now 13 bullets left, will find the last player of KDF and take him down.
Absolutely disgusting. What Cerberus has been able to do right here as a duo, impressive as hell.
Oh yeah.
As Sonic still trying to just get rid of Na'Vi, who have been a thorn in their side.
Here comes Stifix wrapping around the side, trying to use the edge of the blue to his advantage. Only one smoke left to work with. Don't think he has any lethal utility or any flashes either. Used all of it to try and fend them off earlier, so now fully aware that he's gonna have to take this fight 1v4.
This whole time, both Irina... Oh, he gets him when he's trying to get him up.
Stifix goes for yet another one, catches Shrimsy down to low HP, now the push comes through. No, Shrimsy is going to be able to take him down, but a lot of damage done. Sonics, I don't think they're going to have time to get both players up.
No, and this whole time that these fights have happening, both Irina and Valitai have basically had to do nothing.
Yeah.
They've just maintained control of the north and south sides of this circle.
And that's the thing, right? Because we oftentimes talk about how much do teams do. One thing is, yes, we can just thrive, but we could turn a win and 5 kills into a win and 12 kills. Here, I feel like, as you said, both Irina and Valitai had great opportunities to go out and punish these teams in third-party situations. Now, with the Reses come through, that's a much harder situation. Valitai currently sat at 0 kills in a situation from where they should, in my opinion, have had at least like 3 or 4.
At least 3 or 4 as we see Irina, but even Irina, Kiss is so deadly with the DMR. I mean, he has found just an ungodly amount of kills in this event.
There's a backpack.
But
unfortunately,
will he get this
don't
one?
tank bullets.
No, but again, even Irina, those 4 kills were obtained very early, so they themselves could have also spread out just a little bit, maybe even third-party that fight between Na'Vi, while James was causing a ruckus.
In Irina's defense, it's very hard to try and make a play from that compound, especially when you know there's a team sat down south just looking your way. Had Valitai done more to try and engage, they too could have said, great, if they're moving, we'll move as well. And that would have left Sonics in a whole lot of trouble. Now, though, able to reset, get 2 of their players back on their feet. Sonics will play with 3 alive, but look at the util. They have nothing. They used every single piece of util they had available to try and take the fights earlier, which made perfect sense because that granted them the spot that they now have in the circle. But this is not going to be an easy play. Good thing for them is they just got arguably the best circle they could hope for, as both Valitai and Irina will have to leave their cover.
Yeah, what's really going to dictate the game here for Sonics is how Irina decides to move. If they do crest over, they're going to be able to see all those Sonics members just huddled behind a single tree, at least 2 of them. And then Valitai is also going to dictate this as they realize they need to move south. Kiss will once again find another member. Kickstart will fall.
Yeah, phenomenal start here for Sonics, despite them being in trouble. Hard-fought fights on the western side, coming off of a strong finish to yesterday as well, with a 3rd place and back-to-back 2nd places. Now on a rankle again here, looking, or guaranteed to be, top 3 once more.
Kiss is just devastating with any DMR he picks up. And so finally, Irina will make their play, and it's going to be vehicles. Jacob is sending it right towards Valitai, so he will find a tree for now, but...
Ridgeline prone down, chill out. I mean, that should be top 2 guaranteed. We'll see if they can... I like the fact that he's trying to get up close to Valitai, because they saw them being split, and if you can get a player caught in the open taken down, there's a good chance there's no way they rest that player. And speaking thereof, Jacob able to find him with the Orc in hand, but he's just behind the ridgeline. Might get safe. As I say that, no. Shouldn't happen. Shrimsy able to find him.
And so if Jacob can just stay alive, the amount of control he actually is going to give Irina is fairly huge, as the rest of them also started to make this crash, and now the window is opening for the Sonics.
I mean, Irina has given Sonics not just a window, but an entire hallway to enter. They're saying, you want in? Well, here's the space that you needed. They want to take the fight to the east. That makes sense if you're picking your poison. Take the fight to Valitai. Instead, it's Lyrics. Peeks on over, finds one, will get the flush on him as well. But now, as you said before, that just opens up a perfect winning opportunity for Sonics.
This is APAC on APAC action that benefits the Americas, as again, it's going to be Huynh and Trimsy just looking for kills. They've already claimed a few, and now Valitai is much weaker than they were at the start of this circle shift.
Definitely. Arguably, Sonics are in the best position now to win this game, even if they don't have any util. Depending on this final circle, which will shift east, there's still a crate which has not been looted yet, so I'm sure H1 will be happy when he sees a level 3 helmet in there. There's level 3 gear. And still, I mean, cover inside the next circle, trees to play around. Irina need to find their way back inside this circle. They need to go back up towards the north with the vehicles that they currently have before H1 and Sonics get into a prime position. But the issue is, he's kind of already there.
Yeah, and so at this point, Shrimzy is just probably going to hold up the last memory there of Valley Tide. He sees that, he sees the building. He knows that there's one left. That's not in the circle. Shrimzy has a path in, so yeah, he'll hold this, and really it's going to be up to Huynh to see what the rest of E-Arena does.
Shrimzy with 5 nades to use, so maybe, as we can see, it doesn't quite show up on the top.
Oh, that was a big knock.
On point, but that, my friends, is a Dragunov. Full HP, I don't care. You're within 100 meters. I'm going to take you out. And now H-Win, with just 6 HP, will get the first aid off, but has a tough fight on his hands. You know he can't peek too far off of this crate, as he's been shot at. You can see in the bottom right corner, as soon as he leaves that crate, he is instantly shot at. So Zizzy trying to get the off angle. Cannot get knocked here, though.
Huynh doing everything that he can. Shrimzy most likely will bleed out here. There's no chance that he can get him up.
UNQ needs to make a play here, or try to. I think he's just trying to, again, prone it for second place, but I feel like you have a good chance to at least say, you know what, H1, I'm going to help you. Let's get top 2 guaranteed, both of us, in trying to take out this giant that is currently Arena.
Yeah, Huynh just needs to get rid of Zizzy. That would open up the door for him to actually win this game, as well as team up with the last member of Valley Tide there. But Zizzy, realizing this, yeah, he's going to reposition here. Oh, he's just driving backwards, actually.
You see, now is the time. Now is the time for him to try and make a play. It's not going to happen, though. At least not fast enough. Lyric's able to get the Valtai player down, and that's the final kill coming through as Jacob finds one as well. And E-Arena out victorious in match 1 of day 2.
And it seemed as though they had maybe opened the door too much for Sonics, but they shut it real quick. A nice readjustment, and then the way that they were able to dispatch Valley Tai so quickly also helped with a little bit of assistance from the Sonics.
Solid play from Sonics all the way through there. They came in somewhat early on that southern ridgeline, started to wrap around. Nice timing on their engage when New Heavy made their way up towards the north to then collapse out east. But in the end, E-Arena able to get the better positions and come out victorious.
I think most importantly, Toby, is Twisted Minds went out early. So that opens the door for a lot of the teams as we end game 1 and head to the highlights at the desk.
There we are, a frantic start to day number 2 here for PGS 3 as we have got ourselves E-Arena being able to get the victory from all of this. I was somewhat surprised. I mean, E-Arena and Valley Thai both had themselves pretty decent compounds for a long time.
They did, yeah.
I didn't know whether or not E-Arena's send towards the other side of the circle was going to work out, but, you know, they proved me wrong.
It was not that was the most surprising to me. It was the 40 kills or something like that at the ice cream shop where everyone hot dogged. He picked up everything, and it was just an absolute mayhem. TSM actually managed to pick up quite a lot of kills in that one, so that was nice. But yeah, E-Arena proving us good here. I gotta say, Sonics being able to get 3 second places back-to-back and a third before that. That's an insane consistency here. If they're able to continue that maybe in a wrangle, also another map sort of cool. But nice to see Jacob with 549 damage. He's probably going to have the man of match here.
No.
I think so.
No, well.
What do you think?
We're about to find out in a few moments' time. Yeah, it's probably.
Are you excited?
Yeah, it will be him.
Ecstatic.
There we go. Whoa, it's Jacob.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, you're right. When it comes to E-Arena holding that down, I like that they kind of brought the fight to Valley Thai, knowing that they might be vulnerable at the north, especially with Sonics being so, again, not only consistent relative to what you were saying about the results that they were able to put up, but the fact that even in these later game scenarios where Sonics is being consistent to the second place, where they may only be 2 alive when they have to make these a bit of mad dashes and stuff like that, they're still an ultra threat to the lobby. Shrimzy's playing insane. H-Win's able to back him up. The 1-1 positioning that they had with the rocks that they had really caused a lot of problems for the teams in the middle.
It did, yeah, but there was a Dragonov on the other side that
Which is
put
scary.
the hopes to an end. Here, though, 17 total points for E-Arena. And I gotta say a big congratulations for Shrimzy to be the second player ever to get 150 kills across all PGSs. So that's very impressive. Him on second place. He's only something like 50 points or 50 kills or so behind, or I think it's 40.
Is he second or is Example second? I can check it afterwards.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Yeah. Anyway.
Pretty sure Shrimzy's second because he was ahead.
No, Example was second. Or like when we first got given those numbers. And
yeah, but then yesterday he was second.
Was he second
Yeah,
yesterday?
yeah.
Oh, you might be
check,
right.
we can
Then.
check.
Sorry.
Only 1 point for Twisted Minds. That makes it a little bit more interesting. We have now 3 teams joining the fray in the 60s. 63 for Cerberus, New Happy, and 67 and Sonics because of this good game for them as well. They're going to be only 5 points behind Twisted Minds. I don't know, James. This is their worst game of Twisted Minds. Only 1 point. They had one before that where they got a 15 with 3 kills. So this is the worst game, and it's at a very convenient time here. Do you think they're intentionally slowing down to make things interesting?
Yes, you've hit it on the head. No, I think that, you get a circle like this, right? Once again, it's like that.
Right.
No, it wasn't really a 50-50 river circle, but it's a circle to the point where we know it's very likely to shift north, and because of that, chaos ensues, right? Everybody wants 1, 2, 3 locations, and that's what we saw at the ice cream shop, right? What are you supposed to do when you've got 3 or 4 teams crashing into you? Even if you come out of that as a victor, you're almost certainly going to lose 1 or 2 players.
And also this hard shift on the western side, we did not have that many teams. Valley Thai, where you can hear the coaches, they're sitting very close to us, and they were screaming for happiness here. They got a center west, like a hard shift west, and they're quite center in that one. So that was a hard one. We got 2 or 3 or 4 teams kind of on the eastern side of that. Everyone else has to migrate in kind of on the southern side, the northern side. We had a lot of weird kind of off fights on the edge, or on our ice cream shop where you had 4 or 5 teams ending up kind of crashing into, hot dropping into, or getting held out there.
Do you know one of my favorite things so far actually about the tournament, and I don't know if it's actually coming through on the broadcast because maybe we don't have like stage miking and things like that, but before every match, the teams are shouting, screaming and things like that, and then there's a silent period for a second, and then you hear 4 people go, oh, like, oh, it's Howl, okay. They wait for a little while and then they give it a little cheeky howl.
Yeah, I like it.
I like it. Any thoughts before we go into Erangel?
Now, overall here, Erangel, of course, this is the last one for today here. I want to see some interesting things in terms of their rotations and how they position themselves. There's a lot of just edge, like lazy edge fights. I want to see more clever rotations and kind of more deep plays to try to get some of the other sides. There's a lot of unnecessary edge fights for the teams, and they're a little bit lazy, I feel like. They don't take too much chances.
Your last Erangel for the day. Let's get some points on the board for all of these teams looking to be the champion. Take it away, Godspeed and Toby.
Thank you so much, Desk, as we vibe our way onto the shores of Erangel for a final time here today with arguably the worst play path we've had in this tournament so far. Now, it does go all the way across, as it has to, but look at how far northern we're going. Even Pochinki is a bit of a stretch, and that's when you know you might be in tricky territory, because there are a lot of teams that loot on that southern belt, southern shoreline from Primorsk over towards Milta here, Godspeed. So maybe some early game commotion.
Possibly, maybe some commotion mainly around those vehicles, and some of these teams are going to try to get on their way to their loot spots if we don't see too many alternates, but I do like seeing someone looting Zarki. A dope city, as we see GNL going comfortably where they want to go, is so far so stretch, I guess.
Yeah, so far so stretch. Not too much commotion happening early here as we see the Erankle stats for these people, averaging 4 kills per game and over 500 damage. Himas is him.
He is truly indeed him. Just Cerberus, 14 average points.
No, it's insane. And this last game pulled them down a bit too. They were probably higher than they were coming into this match, so that's absolutely insane. Of course, doesn't really matter what map they're on. Cerberus will be up there on the top. And then Alo up there with the damage as well. I feel like Alo, while we all know how capable he is, has gone under the radar with highlights from each game coming out. And this, something interesting to talk about here. We never really mentioned it too much, and I actually like this idea because Circle 1 oftentimes, if not always, touches the plane path. This is as edge of the plane path as you can get. Look at how much space there's available inside this circle, and if we know it, you can be damn sure that all the players are aware of it as well.
And that was, I mean, our observer drawn line was actually good.
It made perfect sense. I mean, there's no reason for Genji here not to go military to then just continue. You know what? You probably don't even want to loot military here. Just continue.
Just go on through.
The issue is you could get beat to the jump by New Happy, who we see here with shotguns, with vectors, with whatever they could scramble together before they all got into this car. You'd imagine they stop here for another car? Yes, thank you.
Yeah, and it looks like teams like New Happy, also Sonic's not far behind, are rotating early because they realize that this is going to be the most empty center circle probably of the event so far, just because of the way that, as you said, just barely touching that plane path right next to where Hammer is looting.
Very rare. Now, it might not, just because it's rare, doesn't necessarily mean that it translates into, oh my god, it's an island ending, you know, kind of chaos situation. It's just always fun to see when we cast thousands and thousands of games of PUBG that we get something we don't oftentimes see. So, I guess one thing that you should be looking out for here as a wise Twitch chat or whatever platform you're watching this tournament on viewer is how some of these teams, especially out east, are planning on getting towards this area. Because since they had to drop in this late, they're also going to be taking more time. But as we break that down further, before that, let's listen in with Typix.
I think we should play like we was playing, like keep going, but not be like more like scary to fight someone in mid game. Yeah. And that's all. Like you should play like you're playing, but not scared to fight. I think we playing more free, but we had like pressure on the start of the when Navi singed us. We had a lot of pressure because we are like not experienced players, and everyone was like hating us that we are like not gonna show results. But after the third place on the pack, everyone was like expecting us to play good on this tourney, and we have no pressure. I think we're playing more good, like free. I mean.
Really good point. I'll get to that in a second as Tycon is going to find Nan. So that will be a very easy kill and flush there for Cerberus. But back to Diffix, I mean, it's a really good point, especially when you're a young team coming in. There's a lot of pressure on you. You perform really well in your regional. Sometimes that pressure of land gets to you, and then you don't play like you normally do. You're more hesitant to take fights. We've seen it in teams where one team that we normally would say is, oh, they're really aggressive, they're really good, is actually super hesitant. Their rotations, they're just playing super reactive, and so that's really good that they realize that. Look, we just need to be more confident, play more free, play like us. Ultimately, if it's meant to be and we have a good tournament, at least we played the way that we were supposed to and the way that we were expected to from ourselves, not anyone else.
Couldn't have put it any better myself. That's my view here, Godspeed. Hey, the absolute genius with the insights of how these player mentalities function.
Rather dumb.
I will bring up, though, one thing that just happened, which is quite unusual, is that NH Esports / New Happy just lost a player before the 5-minute mark. NH Esports is arguably one of the, I don't want to say most passive, but one of the wisest teams when it comes to staying alive as 4. So seeing them take a casualty this early on here is a head scratcher, you would think, but having just explained the whole situation with the plane path, with the circle down here as well, the reason they run into issues is because everyone was gunning for early positions. Therefore, they're sprinting forward. They're not taking the time they usually would to get into the positions. Therefore, they ran into the same compound as Cerberus. It kind of happened while the interview was going on, but ran into the same compound as Cerberus. Nant got kind of caught in a weird situation where Cerberus had gotten there just a couple of seconds before,
and the rest
seen in the open, taken out. Nothing more you can do about it.
As we talked about, you know, NH Esports, they love fighting as 4. That is their strength. They generally don't go for crazy splits. They are willing to just take those 4, which is why they're so difficult to get rid of early game, right? Because they're always together. But as we look now at a nice little crate, looks like a Groza off to the side. Will the Sonics go for a little peek?
There was a time where a lot of people tried to convince me to say Grasa instead of Groza, and I never doubled down on it. So now it's Groza.
Proud of you for standing your ground.
Well. Yeah, exactly.
Live your life.
I do what I want. That's just how it's gonna be. We see Valtai there now joining forces with Sonics in and around Gatkan Chopsticks as they set up shop in what is currently the Circle Center. In the meantime, some of these teams that we talked about before, Na'Vi, FaZe, Weibo, trying to make their way in from the far eastern side. Howl, I love what they're doing here. They knew there's going to be a lot of traffic on that southern side trying to go west. Let's do the opposite. Let's go north. Let's avoid confrontations early on. Let all these guys get into the complete cluster that is going to be the eastern side of this circle. And if, God forbid, this next circle hard shifts to the west once more, Howl is going to have the easiest rotation path ever, whereas if you're on the eastern side here, you are going to be in so much trouble.
Especially because you have to figure a lot of these teams are going to think like, oh, everyone's going to go to the south, right? Or the south is going to be the most occupied. And so, yeah, very good adaptation there from the team of Howl. As we see Na'Vi now right behind FaZe as they're going to get very close up on their doorstep. And that's going to be trades back and forth. Corexy and Sosid will fall.
No, Sosid ran over Favors. That is not the way you want to be engaging a fight here. Hagatori trying to now defend from behind. The vehicle will be able to take down Fex, but they are far from safe yet. Gustav turning around, trying to get back, and FaZe just continues to run into these awkward early game situations. And look at this now, Vaibu coming over here to clean up what's left remaining as well.
Oh, it's, oh my goodness. Looks like Gustav almost went over the edge, but Na'Vi will fall. James.
He doesn't get away from here.
He just wants to get his teammates up, but there's no way at this point. He cannot stop Weibo and now just make FaZe hate this day, this event so far. Their grand finals has been so miserable. I feel so bad for them.
When you have to yeet your car off a cliff in phase 1, that's when you know you're in trouble. And I'm worried. I was just going to say, yeah, Weibo knew. I was going to say maybe they didn't realize that all the players weren't flushed and there's a weird world where teams can get back up and save them. But this
is just
early game shenanigans. But early game shenanigans we warned you about with the Eastern Circle, with how many teams that were on the southern side that would all have to take more time to loot. There was a very good chance that they would run into each other. The thing is, had just one more team gone north, had Weibo gone north, Na'Vi, any of them up to say, you know what, let's not go down there.
Yeah,
this would never have happened to begin with.
Which is what we were just talking about. A majority of the teams were going to go for that southern rep.
Yep.
Therefore, that's why we were praising Hal. And so it's getting to a point where I just feel bad for FaZe because I feel like no matter what they try, it just isn't working.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, but it goes to show that even some of the best regional teams can struggle when it comes to these globals.
They're just setting us up for an exciting FaZe Sunday.
Oh, that's what it is. Of course. It's now again. I mean, we all know the FaZe boys. They're phenomenal players. They're great minds of PUBG, but so is everyone else at this tournament. And right now,
sometimes
it ain't working.
You just have a bad series of days. I mean, it's not uncommon. We've seen some of the best teams in the world. Right now, FaZe is one of the best teams. Just struggle along. As now we move over to Petrichor. The team currently finds themselves in 10th place. Not necessarily as much of a struggle, but still, we expect a lot from Petrichor.
Yeah, definitely do. Yesterday, I feel like Petrichor were they were on the struggle bus too, and in very similar situations as FaZe. I mean, the whole losing players early, unless if you're a really aggressive center pushing team, it's kind of unforgivable to lose players early on, unless if, as we see here, it's just kind of cluster situations where there's not a lot to do about it. But I feel like when it happens 8 games in a row, a pattern starts to emerge. Yesterday, we saw Ikesleft go down before the 5-minute mark in, I believe, 3 games. For the most part, you can avoid a lot of these early game confrontations, but of course, when you're fighting for center positions in the early parts of the game, it can be that much more difficult. Now, speaking of fighting in the early game, here comes Tosi straight up towards Jacob.
So Tosi now is going to very cautiously and wisely check this compound because there is someone in it, or maybe he thinks it's actually clean, shooting at another member of E Arena. Jacob could be springing the perfect trap right here, and I don't think Tosi saw him.
No idea. Or as I say that, he's waiting for teammates to come up, but he doesn't have a gun out, which scares me a bit. Now, whoop. Nope, still didn't see him. You had 3 chances to get your eyes out that window. Didn't happen, but somehow he lives with the scan. You know what? I love the fact that Jacob didn't overcommit. He knew he had the upper hand. He knew he had the angle, but he also knew he was alone. E Arena is in a wide 4-way split right now, so for Jacob to stand his ground and not say, boys, I got this, with the risk of going down, that's a big part of the reason why E Arena is where they are in 6th place right now. They don't take early game chances. They play smart. They'll take fights when they know they have the upper hand and when they know there's little to no risk involved in them being taken out. And, well, here they do the exact same thing again. No, they didn't get the kill, sure, but they forced Gen G to rotate away and setting themselves up for a better mid-game situation.
I like the fact that Jacob even waited to see if he can get more than one. He's like, you know what, I see a free knock. Let's see if I can get another one. I whiffed, as you said. You know what, not worth it.
Just leave.
Yeah.
So you still.
E Arena has been very impressive. Very impressive.
They are playing very smart PUBGs. Playing to they're playing a style that like caters to their advantages or their better playstyles too. And now, well, out in the middle of the open, this is not where you want to be as a massive traffic jam takes place, with the result of him as Naisaki going down.
Again, for the rest of the lobby, these teams currently sat at the top. Cerberus, Twisted in the last game, New Happy losing one early. This is exactly what you want to see if you're currently one of the teams struggling in this lobby, is these teams going down and losing members early.
It's Shin. I'm hearing Shin.
My favorite thing about these lands is just hearing these players go absolutely haywire, where whenever a knock or something happens as Aexlef, we'll find Tosi to start off this fight between Petrichor and Gen G.
Speaking of going absolute haywire, we want to see Aexlef do just that. One of the best mechanical players, but if you didn't duck, you have no reflexes, because that nade was straight in the face of Aexlef, taken down 100-0. Barpo on point.
Landed right down his collar. That nade beautifully placed there by Barpo, as now Rex trying to get some utility, maybe some smokes there to push up on this building. And this is the tough situation if you're Petrichor, because you're sat on this plateau and you could be surrounded very quickly from all sides from either one or multiple teams.
Definitely could. We'll see how much they commit to it. Can they get Aexlef up and get out of here? At least they're picking up, but now that's a blue zone. Nate lopped on over, and I don't think you will have enough, but you got to get out of there as fast as you possibly can. Able to do so now as well, as they're trying to get Aexlef back to safety.
I like the way that Gen G has approached this. They're not overcommitting to this, and they're still pushing back Petrichor, funneling them essentially into the Prio building there.
This is really, they didn't hear him jump out. He broke out of the window right as the nade exploded, so they think, maybe think that he's still up there. You can see the way they're holding this right now. Still nading into the back room. As I say that, no, they're probably looking to nade outside now. Yeah, okay, they did realize that jumped out.
Nade there again, Gen G just taking their time. They have had not the greatest day at all, as they currently sat in 15th, so they can clean up this fight with Petrichor. It's going to be, first and foremost, a nice confidence booster for them.
Rex now pops up and joins the party, as well as Chewy. Spots him out there on the fence line. Able to get back into safety once again, as again, the more tangled up these players get, the harder it becomes from either of the two to disengage. Let's see if the circle favors their position. It does not. So this fight, while he might get a couple of kills off of it, is really not going to be worthwhile in terms of the position.
See if any of the teams decide to pull off first, but Adder will find a knock onto Ming, and so that will once again open up the fight for Gen G, as Util going out. Aexlef getting with some smokes here. If he can find a knock first, that would be fairly huge, but Barpo on the roof will trade out another one. Summer will fall.
Yep, rooftop battle engages, and Barpo comes out victorious, at least initially. Rex is down on his knees, but should be able to get picked up and taken away. As I say that, no, they're committing to the rest on the spot. And you can see Chewy here well aware of what's taking place outside, but the two guys on the roof are still containing him, still preventing him from making a move, as Aexlef finds Adder.
Nice little DPS there, knock, and wait a second, sparking now.
What? That's
distance.
700 meters away.
What is that knock? As he will fight Aexlef, he will go down. Tosi now will take Chewy, and all of a sudden, it's just down to Ming.
Yep, in the meantime, towards the east, towards Chopsticks, Twisted Minds take out Wape, with Cerberus are taken out as well. There's lots of fights are happening in what is the new Circle Center, but we stay around here for a little while longer. Adder down, Rex on his feet, able to get the heal on up as Ixlef now swings the corner, taken down initially. Tozy comes around, but Ming is instantly there to trade. Finds the second as well. Ming finds the third, and Gen G are eliminated.
Ming, are you serious? What a play! He will single-handedly save the team of Petrichor, and he will be able to recover them. My word, what a clutch!
What a hold. And you can tell, I mean, these guys are on point. The fact that he gets out of that fight with 53 health still, he hit headshots on every single entry in that fight. What a spray. We always talk Ixlef, for Ming is up there with some of the best mechanical players in the world. He proves it time and time again, and this is just yet another example.
Meanwhile, as Hal did dispatch of Cerberus, it's now going to be Twisted Minds jumping in that chopsticks with them. Roarin will fall. They managed to at least recover a few members, as I believe Hal is still 3 up. So they're just going to retreat back towards Valley Tai as well, who's in that current compound. And so much control now given as Twisted Minds. This is the last place you want to see them if you're on this field against, is just center circle, all the control in the chopstick. All 4 members up.
Yeah, to finish off that Petrichor fight as well, the fact that they, I mean, for fights that last so long, you never get out of there with more than like 1 or 2 alive, but they actually get like 3 of the 4 out, which is completely insane.
Right. That was, again, that was a huge moment there from Ming. Yeah. 17 now on the east side. Comfortable, actually, just kind of maintaining stock of what's been going on in the circle. They do see the Freaks, I'm sure, just off to their west, as well as know that Twisted has a chopstick, but let's look at this clutch real quick.
First one falls back to safety. Ixlef then with the nade. So he literally just jumped to catch it. Was taken down. Chewy, solid knock. Again, the mechanical skills in these guys. They know exactly how to lean, how to peek. And here we get it. 1, swings, second. Boom, there's the third.
Man. Wow. As clean as you like.
You can hear them. And when we can hear it like that, the guys in the booth right next door can as well.
That's kind of send chills down your spine, especially for one of the receiving teams of that. That's a little demoralizing, as the circle is a little demoralizing. Look how many teams we have left out on the south side. New Happy, TSM, Sonics now will have to make a move into the chopstick there with Valley Tai. And now 17 has managed to make a move onto the team of Guangdong Freaks, and they'll find one to start it off. Suju will take Bean.
Good start here for 17, who desperately need to get things going their way. We saw coming into the state, they seemed a bit demoralized, which of course makes sense based on the performance yesterday. But a team who, while they haven't been performing that well this tournament overall, still make grand finals and are still very capable of going out and dishing out a ton of damage.
So Salute will find a nice little knock there. That might actually open up the door here for E-Arena as they're starting to make their way towards the back of this chopstick tracked area. Yeah, and they're actually going to stop right here, which is fine. This is a good spot to play for now. There's no one on their west, at least in the circle, but they will have to worry about GNL at some point.
1 mortar is all it would take for E-Arena to go kaboom.
Look at this wrap as well. Look at Petrichor has come all the way from that fight at the God compound all the way to North Gatka.
Petrichor is playing pedal to the metal PUBG right now. Kind of like what we're seeing from Weibo, the way that they were just engaged on fight after fight after fight. I know they went out, but they got 8 kills before doing so. If Petrichor reads that this is a GNL 2-2 split, they will punish one of them and use that position to leapfrog into the circle. So for GNL, you better keep shooting, you better keep sounding loud, or these remaining 3 Petrichor players will pull up on you.
The question is do they go, which split do they go for, the west side and Gakka or the north? So still, either position is going to be rough, as they're actually going ahead of both splits right now. They're heading straight towards 17.
Yep, trying to kind of dodge and weave through the middle. You can see the car with Ixlef in. It's already down to low HP, but they're going to play the far northern side. You know what? I don't fault it. They were scouting it. That's really all they could get proper eyes on.
This is the best,
You can play behind your vehicles as long as you're like 3, 4, maybe even 500 meters away from your opponents. You should be all right. Of course, tires are going to get popped, but you're not going to be in a great position regardless. So Petrichor kind of exploring uncharted territory, at least for this game, trying to figure out where the hell can we play from here, but there just really ain't a whole lot available.
So they can play that hill there just to the northwest of Pachinki. It's
chill.
Okay for now, but the biggest problem, as you stated, is they will lose tires and cover eventually, and that is putting them in a situation where they might just have to prone it out. I mean, that open field, there's nothing really that's going to give them any cover, as now Sonics starting to move up to Valley Tai again. We said that they're going to have to make this play at some point towards the chopstick and this compound.
UNQ trying to get the off-angle position, but you can see Sonic's aware of this as well, smoking off the left side approach. They don't want to allow him to get the angle now. H-Win with the Panzerfaust in hand has gotten all the way up to the front of the building, as both the Valentine players are currently playing outside. H-Win straight to the dome, takes down Ladder. We'll see if he can find more fit.
And Unk is not in any position to kind of help out this duo of Valley Tai, so they will lose one. Kiss still remaining. The circle will shift, and this isn't even in as Kiss will find win.
Yep, they've lured them inside. The issue is they don't have any utils to try and take them down inside set building as Kiss peeks over. Does damage to the second, but can't quite find the knock on him. Had they had any lethal util here, they would be in a great position to do a lot of damage towards the Sonics, but it's the Sonics who are pushing forward. Shrimsy finds the first one. Will take down Kiss. We'll see if they can get the second as well. No, now it's Marco. Howl from a distance down in the gutter below, able to get down Tiggleton.
Hal realizes the points here on the table with Valley Tai now going out. Unk still the last member up, but 2 members have fallen for the Sonics as GNL is actually taking care of Petrichor off screen, so they will take over their position now as TSM just in a wooden shack, Toby. That is all the cover they have right now, and it is rough.
It ain't much, but that's what we got. That's what we work with. Play the shack. And we play the other shack. Unluckily for them, one of the shacks are not inside the circle, but will do as much damage as they possibly can from here before having to make that move, because they know that New Happy has to make a play as well. They want to force New Happy north. They say we don't leave this position until we're sure that we at least get to keep it for ourselves, and it's already worked out for them because New Happy are opting to go north, straight up towards GNL.
If they can get around Freaks and actually take the most west part of that compound, they might be able to get something, but that's just so risky. December the 12th actually realizing the right
they're pulling
now.
up compound.
Yeah, they're just trying to get around, but none of them will make it. It's just down to December 12th.
Xiaobei able to get the double on approach. Solid shots coming through. Found them pretty much back-to-back shots. As now, it's just December 12th, as you say, left alive. He did manage to make his way in here. And if he can stay alive for at least a little while longer, placement points might be about. But it's not looking easy for him at all. In the meantime, 17. That wasn't even a flare. That's just
as
the
if they
PUBG
needed
gods.
it.
The PUBG gods saying, oh, guys, you're in last place. You know what? Here's a crate for you.
Just a nice little crate at the center of the compound, which is super easy to loot. But
oh yeah,
by the way, in that chaos of New Happy and the Freaks, TSM have decided to move up a little bit and have taken a decent position, but they did just lose Purdy.
Yeah. Now Luke falls down
And
as well. It's not an easy play to make in the open, especially with Quantum Freaks in a position as good as they're currently sat in. Xiaobei looking for more damage towards the north, but it's actually Taker with the off angle towards the western side, able to do the damage. You can see Arena, the position they're currently playing out on the western side of the circle, holding off against the boys from GNL, and they will take all of them out. Arena yet again successful off of their slow play style. They're finding these kills coming towards them again. They have had little to no risk in any of the kills they've gotten so far. They just play, let's prioritize good position over good kills. The kills will come if we're set up well enough, and well, here they do once more.
Exactly, reaping the rewards of that early transition there into the tractor is now, as we head over. Speaking of transition, Sonic struggling very much so to try to get out of this blue zone situation. Back to the wall. They will lose Hwin as well as Tiggleton, but still Shrimsy and Kickstart will make their way up this chopstick, but it is notoriously difficult to push up, especially when a team is already established.
I feel like that blue zone, it landed up on the
bridge,
like up on the bridge.
Like a one-way almost.
That's why it didn't go all the way down there. A one-way blue smoke. That's not something we've seen. Maybe that's a new meta in the making. As now Circle shifts west once more. Quantum Freaks have to make a play. TSM has to as well. Twisted Minds already sat inside, and then we have Sonics and Howl fighting for the western gutter here, the trench. Try and see who come up victorious. Rimsey can't quite get the ankle on him there. But, I mean, for both Quetpa and the Mat, they need to just full focus the south side.
I will say the caveat here and the upside for how the quite massive upside is that Sonics are completely out of util. They don't have really anything other than smokes. There's no lethal util in order to get them forward, and so they're just going to have to do this the old-fashioned way. Just get some headshots.
I kind of feel like a smoke would be smart to deploy it just to get further back. Just to, I mean, if you know they're low on util, smoke them off, regroup further towards the north, and play safe from there, because they know they have E-Arena right over the top of them. If they aren't wise about that, if they aren't in a position to withstand that, then E-Arena should be able to claim that dip pretty freely. In the meantime, now Alo tries to become as small as he possibly can with Spark and tries to come up and fortify, but these guys just have nowhere to go.
Oh, they are stuck, and they've been stuck on this southeast side of the circle for quite a while. Hal just trying to find angles here to get rid of the Sonics and then start to focus their attention towards Twisted, but
kill.
It's being much more difficult to deal with than expected. Guman now from the Freaks just trying to get rid of Alo. The vehicle's
What are you made of?
And he takes some shots afterwards as well, sparking the last member of TSM. And they will fall. Smart to deny.
Alo playing in a titanium suit. Just unkillable, but in the end will fall. Took a lot more util though than I think that Freaks would have wanted to expend on it.
Now the challenge really comes to the Freaks. How are they going to rotate into this? Is either rotating straight into 17 or having to deal with Twisted Minds?
I think for Sonics right now, mission accomplished, right? They got inside the circle.
Right.
They were able to creep, continuously creep further forward and are now sat inside it. This circle swings south, you're pretty much in top 3 territory guaranteed. They're going to be waiting as best as they can as Xiao Wu now peeks on out. Xiao Bei finds one as well. This is the 17 we've come to know and love over the years. These are the mechanical gods of China. And now they're showing up finally. A day late, sure, but here they are.
Too late. Still not too late, though. Many games to be played here as 17 abusing their superior position against the Freaks and holding them really far back. It's just going to be Salute now at this point. Human trying to make this push, don't get this knocked.
It's not going to be an easy crossover here for Salute. If there's a player to do it from Guangdong Freaks, it would be this man right here. Former world champion trying to cross into a 4-man strong 17 game, and that's a tall order for anyone. We'll see, though, if he can somehow make this cross happen. Already on the other side of the street, finds one, but instantly taken down by Xiao Wu.
Trying to take something with him, but only a knock. They will recover that quite easily. And now, once again, what I do like what Hell did, though, they took a page out of Earbeck. Actually, they smoked off the Sonics and decided to just back off. But now the threat is going to be for Hal coming in, and that's going to be E-Arena still moving in. But they even have Jacob. They don't even necessarily have to go to the chopstick. They can just watch that north side, smoke off 17, and then start to use that angle to push forward.
I was just going to say, I think there's a likelier chance that E-Arena are going to try and play the north side of this than try and collapse down into the gutter itself, because getting out of there again is going to be very hard, especially with Twisted Minds out east, able to currently just lay low and grind placement points.
And kills. I mean, the very possible there is Tigger will go down, so that's going to be a flush and another point. Shrimzy.
Slim.
Oh, he's just not slim enough to hide behind that little block there. The chopstick smokes now going in very wise, blocking off the angles, but kickstart will find Quetpa.
Crucial knock to try and push yourself further forward. They have managed to smoke off, and I think this is, exactly, this is halftime. Guys, reset.
Whoa,
the bell has been rung. They're both going back to their corner. Their corner of the ring is where they're sat, getting rest up, getting ready for round number, well, I feel like 7 at this point.
And at this point, even though Twisted, have been safe, they have not really had the opportunity to poke out and really get that many kills. So they've only sat here with 4 kills this game.
I think, being already in first place, having seen New Happy and Cerberus fall early, they are very, very pleased with being able to just lean back. Twisted Minds as a team, for the most part, will gladly take a 4-kill win over the risk of potentially getting a 5-kill 5th place. So they'll lean back, they'll take whatever they can get. And then we'll take out teams when they have to. Matt finally dialed on in, finds both Shrimzy and Kick. That's going to be Sonics out in 6th.
And Unk finally strikes. He has been a solo for so long, but they will find him as 17 now. Once again, starting to put even more pressure on the rest of the lobby from that position. So strong to get there that early.
You can see how they were just waiting for the opportunity to finally look towards the north. With Sonics down, they know they're the only team down here. They can take full attention up in that northern direction, but it's really on E-Arena to figure, do we want to try and contest them on the southern side, or do we want to hold out 17? Because 17, only 4-man roster still alive here. They, I feel like, sit with the mayor's key. They're the ones to make the decision that everyone will have to adapt to.
I actually love this aggression. Those 17 realize no smokes, just running straight across. They know that the teams are going to be hesitant to peek those angles, and so now they're just pushing it raw.
How? How are they just fully committing to the sprint up? There should be no reason to expect Jacob sat down in this position. They're both looking north. Where is Jacob? There he is. Finds the first, finds the second as well. Springs the trap and takes down them both.
And a little bit of a misplay cost them huge. Xiao and Xiao Bei will fall. Jacob goes massive with that spray.
I know for a fact they're sitting, why did he not peek us earlier? We were running with no smokes. Why does he not shoot? Well, that's why right there the mental games are on here at PGS 3.
My question is, what were Xiao Wu and Suju doing? Were they keeping tabs on Twisted?
No. They couldn't see him at all. He was sat down behind that place the whole time, so as soon as they shoot, he peeks on over, takes him out. There was no angle from where they could protect against that Hapo. That's just perfect placement, and in all fairness, a misplay from the guys pushing up. They're aggressive, they do what they have to do, but they both go for the shot on the guy up on the top side rather than having one guy go for the top, another guy clearing the bottom. Yes, you always got to clear what's next to you. Like they effectively peeked 3 steps too far. They should have cleared the bottom, then peek over the top. But once they saw him on the top, they committed to it too hard, and they got taken down because of it. Not only did Jacob manage to get both of those players down, he also got Stacey back on his feet. That is huge.
So all of a sudden, this is now a 2v2 v 2v3 as the numbers much more even. 17
This is huge for Arena. Coming off of a win in the previous game to now be in the top 4 again in what should be a guaranteed 17 win, but now looking to be more of a twisted win, or maybe even one of the duos left alive here.
Just depends on how these teams move through the smoke. We are in phase 8, and so the next circle will center up.
It's going to go right in between all of them. Everyone sat hunkering down on their edge. Matt, glad to find a helmet, I'm sure, in that crate. Not sure what gun he got with it. A Groza as well. Wouldn't have it any other way, as now Twisted Minds are looking to go towards the west.
Groza absolutely devastating, especially in these close-range fights. The time to kill is so fast, and now these smokes are going to come out. Still 17 with a small advantage here on the rooftop. We'll be able to see...
Yeah. Oh! There's no way he didn't see them both there.
Sees one. I mean, this is the thing. 17 know where the other teams are. It's not as if it's a secret. It's just... they don't really have the means or the angles to put that much damage on, especially with the smoke wall is now Twisted, aiming a lot of their utility at Howl. They realize if they get rid of the south side, they can sweep much more effectively, but damage will still come out. The challenge is there.
I think 17 just wants to third-party Twisted Minds. They know they're the bigger threat right now. They're looking towards E-Arena just to kind of keep them in check, but they actually want E-Arena to engage in the south too. I think they're just wanting to say, guys, can we please just both focus south, because we want to take out these guys who are currently sat in first place before we do anything else. But now, forced to shoot the other direction, will take shots over towards E-Arena, but it's going to be firstly Quetpa, then Matt to fall as Twisted Minds finally clear the south.
Coming alive, 6 kills now, and they're starting to move up even more as that smoke will help perfect this move towards the hill. And now the sandwich is coming, but a knock will help out E-Arena. As Suju has fallen, it's just down to Zhao Wu now.
Yep, trying to push further forward. Well, they're going to have to, at least in a second, with Blue closing in. Twisted Minds, they're just waiting this one out. They finished their semifinals. Now Zhao Wu finds one, finds the second as well. As he should be soon to be getting back up on his feet. Push further forward, not going to happen. Example sees him, takes him out, and yet another win for Twisted Minds as they continue to dish damage out on the top of the leaderboard.
And as you said, just taking their time, knowing that a lot of the teams around them in the top of the leaderboard had fallen. There was no reason to get too aggressive, and because of that, 17 with a misplay opened the door, and Twisted Minds capitalized with just
I feel like it's back-to-back misplays, because not only do they lose 2 on Jacob, but when you then see Twisted Minds go for the play, they should just actively go out and say, great, they're fighting now, this is our chance to take out E-Arena. Had they finished that fight with E-Arena before Twisted Minds take out Howl, there's some more even fight coming. But now, Twisted Minds could reset, focus full north, and they're in for the win.
The roof is, we also have to give some credit, yes, to E-Arena. But I'm sure the desk will do that as well as we hit the highlights, and we head to them in just a moment.
Can they stop winning? This is ridiculous. Twisted Minds with another one on the board here. Terrifying to go up against. They had a chopstick. They were able to play from there quite strongly against all of the teams that were trying to encroach on their location a little bit, but all of the teams realizing if you're fighting down a chopstick, that's a pain in the bum, and then from there on, holding them there is going to be difficult as well. Twisted Minds is on the warpath.
Yeah, and, you know, I think me saying, you know, they're setting it up to make it interesting, and now it's just like, no, we need that extra padding here.
It's your fault.
Yeah, and also I think they've become specialists fighting out of the chopsticks now they're in Shanghai with the amount of food they're eating with chopsticks.
Wow.
What do you think?
Yeah, that must be the reason.
It has to be, right? No, but one of their lower kill wins here, 17 is going to put them in there, and I'm really happy and excited to see 17 gaming up here, though. The amount of kills that they're able to, it's good to see Shavudi D again. We know what he's capable of, but still, it's a little too late, I feel like. Unless they do this every single game, maybe except for one, I don't really see them still getting into the top 4, top 5, being one of those contenders we are used to having them at. We used to having them at the PGS, the PGCs, where we know, okay, it's a potential contender for the whole championship here.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit like that. I mean, obviously they came in with 20-some points. That's not exactly the best of situations. But we do have Perfectix probably maybe taking. It depends on Example's damage if he was going to take the MVP here, all things considered, because he did quite a bit more damage than Perfectix. We'll see how the algorithm works it out. Although 6 knockouts on the side of Perfectix, so maybe that factors in as well.
Yeah. It's actually crazy if you think just a year and a half ago, go back, right? Perfectix was always the guy top fragging. It was always... It was always Batulin setting him up, making sure that he was coming in there. But it's good to see him back here, man of the match. And he's just such a versatile player that he's capable of course, still fracking, but they will do anything together. And you can see how kind of tight they are together in everything, because they want to make sure they stay as many players alive, because they know just having 4 versus 3 or being anything where you outnumber anyone, there's just such a higher chance of you winning that fight or the whole game for that.
The progression of Twisted Minds is interesting.
It is.
Because if you think about it, it feels like you were saying Perfectix was the guy that was usually popping up, blah, blah, blah. There were moments where Spiro, when he was on the team, would have some of those moments. Lou as well would have some of those moments. But it did feel like there were some instances where, say for example, Spiro was the setup guy. Now with him not there, an example there, it makes me feel like this team has been together, like the hive mind of Twisted Minds has been together for so long, they almost don't need setup guys, right? They can just have a continual barrage of assault and constant play, and 91 points on the side of Twisted Minds. If they continue like this, they will win PGS 3 and arguably win PGS 4. If they're looking like
5.
this.
And Esports World Cup and 6. And
PGC. That's a lot of tournaments.
Yeah, they're looking extremely strong right now. Happy to see Yarina also jumping into our 60s club here. We now have 6 of them in there, and all of them are quite close together here. 13 points, share them, and there's a huge change in the chunk of change that you're going to be getting if you're winning, and also the PGS points from 6th up to 2nd tier. But yeah, it could be very well that we're sitting here tomorrow with 4 games to go. It's like there's no one catching Twisted Minds.
And just to drive this home just a little bit more, I know that we've kind of beaten
drilled
it to
a little
death.
bit more in there.
We have spoken to some of the players at the hotel between days while sitting down, talking to them at breakfast, just, you know, being able to talk to them anywhere, even here at the venue. And they're saying Twisted Minds is on another level right now. Look at what they're doing. How do you catch up to something like this? And this is the players. This isn't us kind of just thinking to ourselves, wow, they look really cool. No, exactly. It's the other guys that are on the battlefield with them.
Yeah, and they're asking us, who do you think is going to win? We're like, who do you think is going to win? All of them, every single one of them has Twisted Minds in that top 2, top 3 that they're talking about. They're looking extremely strong now. And yeah, the question is really, can we get someone to stop them? Can someone put a leash on them? Otherwise, they're going to run away with things before it's too late.
We'll see. Only 2 games down today. We've got 4 more on the way. Time for a break. When we return, more PGS 3.
got to do something here. Is Sonic's
Blue is on them.
Wait to try to see that. Now you might deny. Okay, they're not going to deny anything.
And even Daytrade, they at least have some sort of a position in the circle. Sonic's still searching for that, and even Daytrade has a set of crates to play.
Yeah.
Guangdong is just trying to get rid of heaven.
Blink and you miss it. How demolished.
The only two up here for Twisted Minds. Ike's left, making sure that those 2 knocks get flushed out. The Molotovs come through as they are just pressuring once again. 1 knock, 2 knocks, Petrichor Road, and Ike's left is the last one alive. Past 4 a.m., but they're going to run right into phase. Zepion going to spot Longsker, and Bex is just in perfect position. We'll find one, and we'll one-shot the one-tap dirt nap onto December 12th. Goodbye, New Happy.
Down to a 3v1. Himas, can he do something special here?
Yes, he can. He's proven it time and time and time.
So exposed.
Looking the other direction. Spots the first one. Takes down, kicks them in this game now. Swaps on over to the MK. Peaks on board. Can't connect it, but he wins it in the end. Himas reigns supreme.
Gamble with your life, cause you know that it's a bet. You know I ain't letting up, my foot is on your neck. Take my word for it, this a promise, not a threat.
Still young scripts, but you call me young boss. Eating real good, so a man's gon' floss. Got my weight up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. But a new clip, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when you do it in the raps like try go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I butt them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
We are closing in on the halfway mark here of the PGS 3 Grand Finals as my Dapper Dothrakian, sitting over there on my right side, your left side, Mr. Godspeed himself, you know him, is getting ready for yet another brawl of PUBG Esports Mechanical God Master classes, which we're being presented all the way through these last week and a half. It's been phenomenal for start to finish.
Yeah, this has been, the group stages was incredible. Obviously, yesterday was fun, and today has been shaping up to be just as fun, but the problem is that Twisted Minds just keeps winning.
It's insane. I mean, I like to think of Twisted Minds being able to do what the Arena did as well. We talked about the Arena, how they do it. The thing is, they just come in with that much more firepower because they play the passive play style. They don't aggro teams, but they know how to force other teams to adapt to them and not the other way around.
It's like you were saying, they know their strengths, they know their weaknesses, they know that they may not be able to compete mechanically with some of the higher echelon of the lobby, like your examples, like your Himasses, like your Shrimsies, right? But they're still very good, and they know how to leverage that in a way that makes sense to them, especially with the way that they've been taking positions and taking those positions early, Toby.
I oftentimes like to use the analogy of either you're the boxing bag or you're the boxer. And I feel like Twisted Minds is one of the best teams in the world when it comes to maintaining the role as boxers. Because when they set up a game plan, when they say, we're going to take this compound, we're going to go there, we're going to play this, if there's a team there, well, they take them out. If there's not a team, then other teams come in and approach them early on. They will force them off. They will not allow for neighbors to just kind of linger in the nearby area. No, they will force you away. They will come out very early from the compounds, lob nades forward before you're even on their building. So they just do everything they possibly can to always keep 4 up at least halfway through phase 5.
And I think a big part of that is not only the way that they use their utility, but the just supreme confidence in their mechanics, right? I mean, Batulins just knows that Example or himself or Perfectus or Lou will find the knock that they need to. And so as we head now to Vikendi and we hear the roars of the players, this is, again, so Plane Path is a little bit on the eastern side, not as friendly to some of the other teams, which most of the tournament we've seen fairly even flights.
You know what? Over the course of today, it's been evil plane paths but nice circles, and I much prefer that outcome to what we had in the last day of the group stage. We all know what's about to happen here, though. Everyone in chat, it is Vikendi time, aka Dancing Dinosaur time, as we do give a little bit of a shout out over towards Dino Land. And get ready for what is pretty much guaranteed to, unfortunately, not be a Dino Land ending, but a potential Cosmodrome finish. Now, how cool would that be?
I don't think I've seen a game end there in quite a while. I mean, yesterday's ending on Vikendi was super cool. On Castle, that was a really neat little, and pretty much right on top of Castle as well, as we saw a lot of teams, Sonics, as well as Cerberus around there fighting towards the end of that game. And super exciting is TSM now obviously will not be going Dino Land, as they have all, opted for their alternate drop, and that's going to be just on the south side.
Yeah, a lot of alt drops being utilized here, of course, by these teams when we have plane paths as rough as this one. A lot of teams forced to kind of fly over the head of one another. See here, Weibo and Ike's left out towards I should say the very center of the map, really. Trying to get vehicles, trying to get going, and if you're Petrichor Rogue, you might want to get down on the ground quickly, because Shen, I think, already has a gun in hand. And luckily for them, I believe that was a Psyker in their hands, as the circle hard shifts towards the south. I'm not gonna lie, I don't think I've casted a single game of this tournament yet where Cerberus has not been circle center on Vikendi come first shift. So maybe for everyone out here, just look where Cerberus are, because they have had those first circles pretty much every single time.
Yeah, and still, there's so much water currently in the circle right now that a lot of this playable space, although there is good terrain for these teams to navigate through and even set up shop at, still cuts off quite a bit of playable space.
I love how Kiss kind of invited the opportunity for a bumper car situation. The thing is, neither of them had guns, so they're just going like boink boink for the next 5 minutes with nothing happening off of it. But well, this is the lay of the land. Out towards the east, circle is down here as well, so players won't have to transition too far. But we can use yesterday's Castle game, as you briefly brought up there, Godspeed, as a perfect intro to what we're probably bound to see come the beginning of this game. Because as we can see on the map, Cerberus are in the exact same 2-1-1 split that we saw them in yesterday, taking a lot of center control, but teams like New Happy were very, very quick to come in and steal a lot of those spots away. And New Happy, well, they came out victorious in said game. I would be surprised if they don't opt to do something similar, if not literally copy what they did yesterday, to try and win this game as well.
It's even copy what they've been doing today, right, Toby? I mean, even the last game, it didn't work out for them, but they did rotate very early in that last game as well. They want to get as close to center as possible. That way they either can hold the position or just hold out rotations or just rotate themselves. Is still the majority of these teams, though, not in the circle at all. In fact, Valley Tai is going to have Valley Tai as well as E-Arena are going to have some interesting decisions to make as they make it into the circle, because they probably will come right off of the circle one shift.
But I mean, you mentioned those two teams, and probably the two teams that are the most comfortable with not really being in a hurry to get to the circle. I'm all look to the sides of maybe Sonics and Howl, who, while not being full on center teams, do prefer being there a little bit earlier. Curious to see when they're going to start making their way towards the circle, as we saw there on our screens for a second. I love the fact that we're getting these overall. Like, now that we have enough PGS events under our belt, that we can't go throughout all the events. Oh, it's just one event. Okay, well, maybe it doesn't sound as cool as now that we're in a third. And we yet again just see him as, I mean, the fact that he's been able to separate himself with over 40 kills down to the player below him is...
He's a monster.
I mean, it's insane.
There's really no other way to say it. He is
it's
a monster.
check him PC, you know. It's just he's insane. But now
literally him PC.
Yeah, literally him as PC. Arena, let's listen in to what they have to say after 2 good games to start things off.
Welcome back to the post-match interviews with your host Bella. Next to me we have E-Arena's Sissy with us. Good to see another E-Arena team again, and you've taken the first chicken dinner of the day. How are you feeling?
วันนี้เริ่มต้นวันได้ดีมากด้วยการกินไก่ตัวแรกรู้สึกยังไงคะก็รู้สึกว่าเป็นวันที่ดีเลยครับเพราะว่าเราเปิดเกมแรกได้ดีด้วย He feel extremely great because considered eating the chicken dinner first one super happy.
Yeah, you're off to a good start. Keep up the good work, okay? Kokoka. We'll be back with match 3.
Love the fact that we're getting some insights there from the E-Arena boys. One of many Thai teams who I feel like have really risen to the occasion of these global tournaments. We've seen it time and time again where a team comes into a global tournament, doesn't really do anything, gets completely demolished, and we never see them again. Yeah. I feel like E-Arena, having now been here a couple of times, have, while not gone out and show the world they're the best, have with every single tournament improved and now sitting top 5 in the grand finals. Not saying this is where they're going to end, but let alone the fact that they're up here off of the playstyle they're playing is incredibly impressive.
Yeah, I was about to say it either ends one of 2 ways. Either we never see them again or they return and they usually just kind of end up flopping on the bottom of the leaderboard again. But not the case. E-Arena has proven time and time again as they make it to each one of these events and they start to get that experience. Yes, they may not have started off great, but they manage to kind of circumvent a lot of the issues that they have early, and they adapt really well. And it's actually a pleasure to see E-Arena currently sitting in 5th place, playing really well. And then even going back to our earlier point about these teams rotating in, you know, you have to make a decision. If you're already late to the circle, like E-Arena, like Valley Thai, I mean, even like Sonics or some of the teams like the Freaks, sometimes it's better to just wait it out and rotate in late. Wait for the first circle to shift. That way you're already on your way as it shifts, and you can continue that momentum with rotation moving forward.
Definitely. Definitely. Sonics on their rotation, trying to make their way further towards the south. Also have a pretty good track record on Vikendi overall. Playing phenomenally on this map. It's always interesting because we've heard... Oh, you know what? Let me hold that thought for a second, because Gen G are currently setting up what looks to be a camp, but a 2-person camp against Na'Vi, and I'm worried that if they execute on this and don't get immediate knocks, they could get in trouble.
Especially if Na'Vi realizes it's only 2, but they're just going to cruise on by. A headshot first will land, a second one. No, the Hakatori immediately turns it around.
You just, I mean, the Na'Vi boys, they will respond. If you sit here in the open, just 2 people shooting, they will say, oh, you're about to take a 2v4. Yeah, we're all about that. Let's pull up on it. Now you have Tosi in the open, Adder far off on the southern side. Very limited what they can do. Tosi would need a hell of a great grenade here in order to make this 2v4 push possible.
He's a knock. He's got a G36. It's not even really the weapon of choice you'd want in a situation like this. The rate of fire is... still continues to be rough sledding for Gen G, but Tosi at least finds a nade knock there on a Hakatori.
Get away, Tosi. This knock is your chance to leave. This knock is your chance to leave, and he reads it too. Thank you so much, my friend. And again, I mean, I don't fault Gen G for trying to pull up on this, for trying to take the fight. But again, they're just you have to know when is the time to do it and when it's not. The idea of the pull up there was great. Na'Vi had no clue what they were running into. But you also have to go, it's a great plan, but guys, we aren't ready for it. We can't execute on this. We have to just back off. And in their case, a little bit too stubborn, I suppose, that it was going to work out, and then it didn't.
Meanwhile, Sonics have found themselves a nice little foothold into this circle here, coming in off the northeast side. This Twisted Minds actually in a very strong position, Toby. They can just control the west side completely from this hill, and they can dictate all the teams in front of them as well if they do want to rotate further in. And so that's going to be Weibo and GNL.
Twisted Minds just got to live unknowingly with literally all of Weibo's crosshairs on him. They were set up here. They were scouting. You could see Weibo. They were setting up for potential breach. Like, they were waiting for Twisted Minds to pull up on their compound and take them out on approach, but seemingly didn't really have a plan on how to engage in case they didn't. We had 2 of the players with lines of sight of Twisted Minds players, but they opted not to shoot. Very unlike the tempo we've seen from Weibo over the course of today's games. They've been very pedal to the metal, but this time around, they opt to hold back, but maybe, maybe it was worthwhile.
Not example, no.
Not example. Everyone in the world losing their potential in-game captain as Shen at a distance finds Batulins as well. So, okay, fair enough. I called you out, said that you should maybe have engaged earlier, but little did I know, Twisted Minds was going to come right back to you.
I guess there's a reason they're playing and we're sitting. Fair. Trap was beautifully set as Shen lands 2 absolutely monstrous sprays. Takes out not only Example, but Tulins as well. Lou will go for it, but not even close.
Not gonna happen. Lou went for the rest in the IGL. Not to be, as he's forced to 180 and get back into the other directions. And again, a situation very unlike Twisted Minds to lose players, but as you could see with how they were rotating in, they had no clue.
Yeah.
No clue whatsoever that they were anywhere near opponents.
Not to be sound like a broken record, but if you see Twisted fall early, you are very happy if you're in this lobby.
Not just the other teams, the viewers, us as casters, like, hey, we want an exciting
I'm not rooting
tomorrow.
against them, don't get me wrong. But yeah, no, that's that's great for the lobby.
The excitement of the tournament.
It's great for the lobby now as we head to our first shift. Most teams have actually now made it in, and okay, not too much water, so it will go a little bit to the west side, and GNL and Weibo in a fantastic position. Petrichor as well on that north side can dictate quite a bit of these other rotations coming in.
A situation now where you see these guys, the arrows on the map rotating you in towards the circle. I want to go even further than that. If I'm Quantum Freaks, I'm coming in on the mountain over the Camesto. We know the circle's going to go offshore, but that's not with the next shift. That's the one after. You know how many teams are currently towards the east of this circle. You want to come in from the west. You're going to have a mountain from where you can scout forward. There really is no better spot from where you can get into this next circle.
FaZe actually have had some pretty decent games here on Vikendi so far. I'm hoping this is another one of them for them.
Don't jinx him.
Oh, I shouldn't have said. I should have opened my stupid mouth as teams will go down. And still, though, 3 members of FaZe. Please survive.
Please survive. Don't make me the villain. Well, you already are, Godspeed. It's on you. They went a hill further over, scouted forward.
Look,
Here we
at
see
this
Shen yet
spray.
again. Double headshot as well, I believe.
Bow,
Let's see.
bow, bow.
Body shot, body shot, body shot. Headshot. Okay, fair enough. 4 bullets is what it took, but he pretty much hit every single one of them. What do we get the comms?
Comms is like, yeah, what do you do?
It's like, yeah, you know what, better gamer. Shen, beast of a player, as now Tiggleton and Himas take on one another. Tig will come up victorious in that fight, as yet again we see Cerberus in trouble here in the early game. It's been a couple of games now where Himas has fallen early, but that knock, the flush I should say, ain't gonna come around for free, so Lolsey is there to try and scare Sonics off, but I think once you knock Himas, you want to make real sure that you take him all the way down.
It's one of the most dangerous players in the lobby. Is Tig doing a great job to smoke himself off, and Tycon says, no thank you, sir. I'm going to push right in, and Himas will at least fall, but now Sonics in a fight for their lives against Cerberus.
Oh, so ESM forced to kind of go back towards this compound as well. Not sure they're fully aware that Luke is set up here on the roof, peeking on down. Tycon will get flushed. That's elsewhere on the map. The battle that we followed just before is now Na'Vi and TSM on the very southern shoreline here. Both tried to make southern wraps. TSM has had to kind of come back and fortify this position. I'm a little worried that Luke is still up here. At least for them, Alo has gained full hillside control. So maybe it's not the worst place to be, but that nade!
That was a huge nade coming out from Hakatori, slowing things down considerably as it's just him and Diffex left standing. But here comes the push. Sparking, bottom of the building, smoke out. Smart from Hakatori, block off the angles.
Say here comes the push, but I feel like you rather want to isolate and have him exactly where they want. Like, this is where you let the utility do the work for you. Multiple fights taking place here, and so for a brief moment, I hope, hop over to Gen G and 17 Gaming. Joe peeking on forward, taking down to low HP. Adder knows he hit some good damage, but it's Tozy with the nade to take down them both.
Big nade to stop throwing up just down to Xiao Bei now. As Adder still inside that building will be safe. They got a point though. Xiao Bei will at least get a flush, and he might be able to recover Show here.
You know all the teams are going to pull up on this. Yeah, I mean, FaZe are coming in to say hello, and it makes perfect sense. They need points, and what better points than getting them for free here. Gustav already with one teammate falling down. If you see there's so many knocks on the other side, go claim what you can. Free points are the best points you could possibly get.
Free 99 is better than almost anything else. No, it's going to be 17 falling to mainly Gen G with a little bit of assistance there from Gustav and FaZe. As now Adder needs to just back off.
Yep, he saw Gustav in the kill feed as well. He knows there's another team around us. This circle goes full shoreline. Okay. Not something we see too often, but an area of the map we were in the group stages as well. And I think this arrow, yeah, it makes sense. You want to go south, but for FaZe right now, they need to deal with Adder first.
I thought we were done with these circles, Toby, but I guess not.
We're right back there.
Right back south now. We do see Twisted actually in this position in a 1-1 split. There's only 2 of them left, but that is a very ambitious hold if they can actually make it work.
Definitely is. Definitely is. Both these teams have a whole lot to play for in the circle, but again, this knot is kind of tied so hard that they can't just disengage if they wanted to. Purdy lops the nade on over, but goes down on the wrong side of the wall.
So far, TSM have only lost one here. Trying to dispatch that of Na'Vi. Hakatori and Diffix, again, the last ones standing for the team. A nice push. A little bit of damage onto Purdy. I believe he saw him there in that.
He must have.
Yeah,
he thinks he's further outside on the other side.
Good
and
vault.
now Purdy jumps on in. Nice timing on it too, but it's Diffix to come out victorious. I thought Purdy had him dead to rights.
I did as well, and maybe a little bit of the damage there helped out Diffix get that. Hakatori still holding the stairs with that DBS smoke as well, making it very difficult for anyone to push up, and Sparking and Alo now kind of in this awkward position.
Oh, Sonic's
get cut off.
Pull up as well. Again, all these fights taking place outside the circle. These teams just need more space because they weren't able to force teams away earlier in the game. They have to do it now. Ming Ming, not sure what that was all about, my friend, but able to knock himself with the nade. Worst timing possible as well as they're now taking on Sonics.
Okay, you're not kidding. That nade self-knock could not have come at a worse time. Tig
Trying to
there.
knock it out the window? I'm not
maybe
sure.
Maybe tried to throw it out the window and it hit him, but Chewy in a position here to get an angle onto Tig. That would be a big knock to give the rest of Petrichor a little bit of a reprieve.
No idea where Chewy is.
Yeah, I don't think Tig knows.
Nope, no clue at all. If you can time this right, peek on over, that's going to be great. The issue is Chewy has a whole other set of issue on his hand as Kickstart falls, instantly traded by H-Win. A little help coming through there from Tickleton as they finally find out where Chewy was hiding.
I really like actually this patience here from Sonics. They realized one member was knocked, but they didn't push the pace too far. They didn't go too fast, and they made sure that they just slowed things down in a way that would make sense for them, and the positioning was good as well from both splits there, so like it from Sonics.
You see the issue here again, what I was saying before, there's so much more to play for in the fight they're finding themselves in. TSM had all the room in the world to wrap further towards the west, but because they were kind of held back from moving, stumbling over Na'Vi, now Quantum Freaks are in the perfect position to third-party this fight and hold both these teams out.
Would think TSM had the advantage here, but beautiful defense from the duo here of Na'Vi, Hakatori, and Diffix in order to slow that down and actually turn this into a 2v1. Now Alo taking damage, and he's going to have to back off.
Yeah, just got to leave in 10 seconds time. You won't even be able to get your teammate up anyway because you'll be miles out in the blue. Just got to dip, call it what it is, a defeat in a situation they really would have wanted to come out victorious in.
Especially, yeah, when the fight started in their favor, Luke on that rooftop, but finally we will get that shift, and it will have to get off of water, and so Cerberus and Perfectus in a good position. Sonics will get rid of the rest of Petrichor as Twisted's Lou will finally as well consolidate with Perfectix.
Yep, a lot of solos being eliminated here. We are only down 22 players, which honestly with how brutal these circles have been,
there's so many players left alive.
As I thought it was going to be. But most teams have managed to weather this pretty tricky map that is Vikendi and all the circles it has sprung us. As I now say that, we are seeing New Happy up against Sonics, and there is the nade we saw before. He was down to low HP already, tried to heal on through, didn't work out, and he goes down and actually ended up taking himself down.
Did he think that was a smoke maybe?
I have mistakes for me.
Yeah.
Yep, heat of the moment. Even the best players in the world makes mistakes like that every now and again.
Yep, it happens. No big. I mean, it's kind of a big deal in that fight, but yeah, you just move on. It is what it is.
Even the best NFL players can fumble a ball. Even the best football players can kick a ball way off the goal. It happens to the best of them.
So now New Happy starting to speak the best of this fight is going to dictate quite a bit of what happens to the rest of this circle now. As Sonics setting up to receive NH Esports coming up this hill, and Sonics with the advantage, but the amount of smokes here creating a little bit of a wall. What is New Happy going to do? They actually lose Longskirt to Gustav.
I was just going to say, Sonics is being massively helped by the pressure that FaZe is currently applying to New Happy here, forcing them in that direction. In the meantime, now over towards the southeast side, we said it before, Quantum Freaks are set up in a position from where they should be able to hold out Na'Vi. Adder, the solo player left alive, wanting to find more points for Gen G, should be able to do so as No gets into the car but can't connect the shots. Come on, Adder. One more bullet and that point is yours.
They need these points. Currently sat in 16th place, as you said. On the day, Gen G, just their struggles continue. It's just down to one member still. I mean, the circle not exactly helping out, but G have had their own issues regardless of circle problems. And now Salute has to be a little careful here as taking shots from E-Arena.
Yeah, who else than E-Arena trying to come out and make space for himself on the edge of the circle. It's GNL now take on Valatai. Or I should say Valatai pushing up on GNL. They were sat in a position waiting for the push to come through. Hammer spots one. takes the weapon pretty much straight into his chest and take down Kiss, and that is all of Valatai eliminated.
Nicely done. Roy once again stepping up. Hammer, I will say, also has been stepping up for GNL.
Definitely.
There's now nades coming out. Kwangdong Freaks taking a fight over here to E-Arena. E-Arena trying to play things a little bit slower, but not being afforded that as the Freaks are right on their tails.
And that's what you get for spreading out wide. It gives you more space to fall back when you have to. I love the fact that the Arena is aware of this.
So well.
We don't have to hold this position. We can fall back and play where we were before, allow them into the circle, but still have us be in the better position.
Especially because they're basically funneling the Freaks into this position. Yes, you'll be in circle. Yes, we know that, but they're sitting in a dip. And look at Jacob. He's set up right underneath the Freak's nose.
If he flanks around every time his peak, right, that's 2 kills in the making for him. He's still behind him. They still have no clue where he is, but he's taking blue. And it's phase 5. It's starting to hurt quite a bit. He will find the first, though. Bean goes down to Adder as well.
Beautiful play. Immediately takes out the blue zone. That will buy him time to heal, as well as multiple teams are taking angles on this, and that's it. The Freaks will fall. Super clean from EA.
Yep, able to hold off, able to take them out as well, but now a tough rotation in the making. Circle has swung north back towards the road. You have Twisted Minds and Cerberus holding down the compound because who else? Trying to set Titus now. Adder yet again on solo duty, trying to stay put, but Gustav should know exactly where he is, down to 1 HP. Shots fired, jumps over, and it's Corexi with the MK in hand that takes him down.
It's a big position here for FaZe to take, as the only threat they really would have had was to their east, and guess what? Corexi is already there, and so they'll take control of this circle quite effectively. So we now see GNL's Hammer looking for Hwyn, looking for the Sonics pushed up right on the edge of their actually on their compound. It's really just Hwyn who's on the outside, and a headshot will land for Kickstart.
Yeah, solid damage coming through, and an annoying position for GNL to have to deal with. The issue is if Hwyn falls here, there's no one picking him up. He has to be very, very wise about when he peaks in this position. Finally, Diffix will fall, but getting 5 kills off of that position that Diffix found himself in, I think is as good a salvage game as you could hope for when you're Na'Vi.
Especially considering how that started. There's just 2 of them left, as Hwyn will go down to the blue zone. Still 3 members up. Sonic's in a position here to take over this compound and really have a bigger impact on this game, but first, it needs to get rid of GNL.
Yep, the young gun team out of Korea. I don't think a lot of people had expectations for them, especially, I mean, not even making it to the grand finals, but here they are, able to fend off against a lot of teams this time around against Sonics, and I don't count them out in a potential win in this battle. And if they claim the compound in the circle favors them with the next shift, potentially winning the game too.
The only team in front of both the Sonics and GNL is going to be Weibo, so that position isn't the strongest.
They're chilling. 1 nade.
But it's okay for now.
1 nade to doom them all would be the case of Weibo, as they're sat with their deployable shields for cover, hoping that the next circle is going to go straight down on top of them. But, well, there's the tires.
The story really is, though, the 2 duos here of Twisted as well as Cerberus, right? They both lost members quite early. They got to this position very early, and Circle has just been fortunately favoring them throughout the shifts, and now they're just reaping the rewards. What kills can they get out of it as we now go back?
Roy is the kryptonite of Sonics. He took them on his own in Miramar yesterday and took down all of them. This time around, the rest of the team is there to join him. 2 players down already. It's just 1 left alive. Tick peeks forward, finds the double. Down to 18 health. Now with the flash coming through. Will he get the final one as well? No, not going to happen. Stella is there to save the day, and luckily for them, they lose just 1. But what an attempt by Tickleton.
And they're still in, so valiant effort, but still GNL will take that as Circle has shifted. And now E-Arena have to make a push into FaZe.
Yep, they got the knock on to Corexi. The timing could not be any better. Now they still have a rotation to make, though. Vehicle on fire. Gotta get out, gotta get away from the car explosion, as well as Fex is able to find Lyrics. It's just 1 left on this northern side in Jacob, but then Tigger on the southern side, who now has to make a play. Fex is running in the open. I'm not sure they're aware, though, that they left 1 on the southern side.
I would love to see Fex actually go for this and maybe get Corexi up, but the nades now knocking him low. That's the knock.
Where's Ticker in this? Now finally peeks on over, takes down Fex. He needs to get up there and save his teammates. Gustav in the car, sprays on forward with the P90 in hand. They want to claim the kills, though. He wants to confirm points because FaZe desperately needs them.
Gustav with the P90 there, so this will be a trade of players, realizing this is going to be just a one-on-one mutually assured destruction. But as Tigger will go for a reset behind the crate, yep, and that's going to be an easy flush for Gustav.
Points.
7 kills.
Yep. Points is what's in the minds of FaZe Clan right now, crawling their way slowly forward. And again, I mean, the 15th place on the leaderboard, don't think of it as too much because they're just 11 points out of 9th.
Right.
So if they might not in this game, but one good game, and they're sat pretty comfortably up towards the top 8. So yes, 15 doesn't sound good, but all these teams, because the top of the leaderboard is so incredibly, far off, with Twisted Minds and Sonics being in the 80s and 90s, all the rest of the teams are sat pretty close to one another.
Yeah, even only being 39 points off of third with the arena is quite good, as Shen will continue to find.
They came, they saw, they died.
Yeah.
Oh, well, they didn't even get to see anything other than bullets going their way, and there's the car. Imagine if it runs over. Oh, no. That would be a fun elimination on Taker. Just a casual car rolling out of nowhere, taking him out. But it's not to be, as Taker now knows exactly where Gustav is. Has a blue zone nade, double nades, and more util to boot. But again, how much do you commit to it here?
The Howl, actually the Mad from the Howl, have found a nice little position to play here for the time being. A dip that will allow them some room, Toby, but they will have to move again.
Do they know of Cerberus? Cerberus has been prone here in the last 4 circles.
They have
Very
to, right?
unlike Cerberus playstyle, but they haven't really had anywhere to go or anything to play, especially not after Twisted Minds comes in. I don't think Twisted Minds or Howl are aware that Cerberus has been here before any of the 2 teams came to this area.
And look at the way that Twisted Minds is currently flexing out as we're still on this fight between Gustav and Haisaki. Or not Haisaki, Tigger.
One well-placed nade towards that vehicle. It could be then down now. Finally, Cerberus springs the trap. Sololsi will take down the first. Tigger falls as well. That's to the hands of Shen from afar. Able to find him with the MG3 as Haisaki now tries to disengage and get further back into cover.
Weiss smokes Sololsi as well. Give him a chance to retreat if he needs to, but a nade, 2 nades will come down, and all of a sudden Hal is down to just 1 member. The Mad, what can you do?
Well, that is what he's doing right now. As Gustav falls as well, we make our way into the top 4. Weibo with a good chance of bringing home a win here, especially off of a swing like that.
And they need it. 37 points, a big opportunity, a big game to have. This is just out of Sololsi, and there's nothing but duos in front of them.
Not at all, and half these teams, if not all of them, are fighting one another. It could not be any better. As Perfectix tries to force him off, Lou currently down to heal, so has to apply some suppressive fire to allow for his teammate to get back to cover as well. You can see them now. They want to get back to the houses. They've done the damage they think they could do from that position, and now they need to get to cover to make a play potentially towards Weibo.
But the resilience of Hal has to be commended. They managed to get almost all 3 members back up and in a position you would think they
should be dead.
They should be dead, exactly. But still, Sololsi holding and Lu the issue. But now look at the circle shift. It is all onto Weibo. They have complete control of the zone.
That hill was the winning position for them to try and claim. They aggressed to try and take it. I love the fact that we're seeing a whole new gear of Weibo coming into today. They knew yesterday wasn't optimal. They were taking casualties too early on. Now they're saying, you know what? We have to take matters into our own hands. We have to play the style that got us successful in China, the style that can get us successful on the global scale. We have to be the bosses of the server and fight any team we see worthy.
It was all kicked off by Shen with some beautiful sprays to start off in this game, but now Sololsi doing the best that he can as a solo to try to stave off this push here from Hal. Smoke still coming out, dodging util as he does.
I mean, touching WeFlame Bumperman against all these guys is not an easy task, but Sololsi is making it happen, and while trying to dodge the bullets, trying to dodge the util, also dodging nades from behind.
Still, how is he
Lewis
alive?
crossed.
Yeah,
Lewis managed to cross.
They've actually, Twisted Minds have opted to disengage completely and go towards the east side and make a play for the. This is a game-winning play because if they can get rid of these 2 members on the east side, in Shen and Spaceman, there's a very real chance that they can win this. Meanwhile, Sololsi still holding the line somehow as Mamu has found the rest of Hal.
Lineup could not be any better. Mamu able to get the kill, but he has to help out his teammates real soon. And you said it perfectly. Twisted Minds doesn't play for the fight on the west, and it seems like fair with the last place or second place there. They want the win. The issue is Shen is well aware of what's going on down below him as he finds his kill number 5. Should be 6 spots. Perfectix over the top, and that is Twisted Minds down.
What a hold there from Weibo, and they're going to find Sololsi just quite. No, it ends, but Weibo, what a game. The patience, the adaptation, beautiful stuff, and the shots from Shen, and oh my goodness.
Again, I had Weibo all the way up in my 8 tier coming into this tournament. I knew what the former DD team roster was able to do in China. We haven't seen much of it in this tournament, but I feel like this match right here was the perfect example of Shen and Mamu taking control, forcing fights with opposing teams, and then you have Spaceman and Colt on the flanks able to do so much to help them out. They've seen a little lost in fights disconnected, but this time around, they knew exactly where they had each other.
Also credit to Hal for surviving the way that they did, going for that recovery, but Sololsi just a huge thorn in their side, could not let them get anything started as we end this game. head to the highlights and head to the desk.
Nice try, bro. Good job. Good kill. Good job, everybody. One of the players with a lot of expectations coming into the tournament finally gets the step up as Weibo getting themselves a win on the board, and we get to finally see the Shen pop off. I feel like it's been a long time coming, Avenger.
Yeah. If I think back, it's like the biggest pop off he kind of had was PGC 2022 in
POC
Dubai. The POC off. Wow. But also, of course, PCL regionally, he did dominate quite a lot. He's doing very, very top damage and top kills quite often there. And he's kind of a superstar and carrying DD team, now Weibo Gaming, into this here. But yeah, it's so to me it was a surprise that they even made it into our finals here, to be honest. Like, they were struggling in the group stage. Only the last game kind of carried them to it here. But yeah, happy to see Shen and the boys here. 856 damage for them. And before coming into this here, they had 27 points. So there was well-needed points coming into this game here.
I was surprised when this picture popped up, because I'm going to be honest, I barely even recognized him with that hair after he changed it.
Right.
There you go, I guess. Yeah, we've got Shen here looking fantastic with the damage that he was able to put out. And again, you know, it felt like it was only a matter of time before they eventually got the ball rolling. I do feel like maybe we're getting the ball rolling a little bit too late, but we've just hit the 50% mark of this tournament, of this grand finals. Yeah. Technically speaking, they could catch up. It's just going to be a bit of a mammoth effort, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, our mid pack is extremely close still.
Yeah,
if
true.
They have one more kind of good game there, then they just need consistency, but we've really been missing that from them. And 27 points before this, and now a 21-point game, like, if a little bit less of half your points is coming from one game, and we're halfway done with the 9th game here, and we have 9 more to go. But yeah, it is tight, and they're going to push themselves quite far, quite deep into our top 10 with that. Also, FaZe getting 10. I'm happy to see them get started here. They have struggled a lot coming in to the finals here. They have had some really rough games, but due to the back of them coming in and having, you know, good kills, good placement here, and overall, yeah, or positioning in the circle overall kind of put them in there. But here now, halfway done, James. 96 games is a trajectory that would put them far and ahead anything we've seen in PGS before. Sonic's also 84. It would also be a trajectory that we see before. None of the PGS winners had more than 160 points. It was 153 and 157, I believe, for the two winners. We had PGS 1 and 2. Yeah, so that's a quite insane trajectory. And we still have two teams also in our 70-point mark with eArena and Cerberus on 70 and 71. So it's quite high numbers. and still some potential to kind of catch up. But it's looking insane. Like Sonics is looking to be on speed of what they were at PGS 2 in terms of their performance. And Twisted Minds is still quite far ahead of that. Is just mind-blowing and really talks to the levels of how far and how much they've been able to take here so far in halfway through our grand finals for PGS 3.
Well, it was smiles for Cerberus, even though Himas is unfortunately kind of falling early. For Cerberus, as well as Twisted Minds, these circles were a bit of a blessing. Considering that they had lost people early here.
It was a very hard circle.
Yeah, well, for all of the other teams trying to come in on these kind of angles, but for Sonics, if there is going to be a repeat PGS champion from our previous year, it will be them. It will not be 17 at this rate.
No.
Like, the only one that will
they're written off. They're written off.
All things, considering the way that they're performing, we've spoken ad nauseum now at this desk about how we would rather have Little Ghost in here. But anyway, time to Tago. Let's do it. We have got game number 4 on the way. We are rapid fire in these matches as we have Godspeed and Toby to bring you all the action.
The halfway point is upon us as match 10 unfolds here on Tago. Welcome back, everyone, from what was a phenomenal Vikendi finish. We're starting to see Godspeed some of these teams that are in desperate need of points climbing back up. And fortunately, it's also starting to see that some of these teams at the current top are actually able to be taken down.
Which is exactly what you wanted. Is shaping up to be a very exciting grand finals as we head into Tago. This map is... When it was first introduced in the comp play, I wasn't quite sure how I'd feel about it. There's a lot of open space, and the rivers kind of make it awkward, the bridges, but it's been so fun to watch Tago evolve and to see the fights and the amount of rotational expertise we've seen as these teams start to kind of navigate through this map and really get used to all the areas. I really actually love Tago now, watching it at least, and casting.
Adding Tago and Mortis around the same time was definitely a big pill to swallow for a lot of these players, but they got around it. They have now figured it out, and we'll see who comes out victorious here in just about 30 minutes time. I will go back to the previous game though and mention, because we talked about how teams that get out on the top, one thing is, yes, you need to get your wins with 15 kills and all that, but it's mainly to me about your bad teams. It's about converting a 0-point game into a 2-3, maybe even 4-point game. Twisted Minds was one of the first teams that lost players in the previous game, still ended up in 3rd place, as we now, once again for the 3rd time, takes our eyes to Buksansa with Petrichor Road and FaZe Clan.
FaZe have, I will say, for the most part, gotten the better of Petrichor here, and as I say that, Vex will start it off with a knock on to Summer. But still, I mean, at what point do you realize, or do you feel like disengaging is the play if you're a Petrichor and you're losing, or if you're even FaZe currently sat towards the bottom of the leaderboard?
And for both these teams as well, yesterday we saw Twisted Minds come up here and say hello. We saw Weibo come over here, and, oh sorry, not Twisted Minds, TSM come up here and say hello, and Weibo did the exact same thing. So these two teams now know full well that they gotta be fast about this fight if they want to commit to it, because if they don't, other teams are gonna come and see if there are points up for grabs.
And I really liked TSM making that play yesterday. They came in, they got a quick kill, they like, hey, you know what? If you guys are going to fight here, just realize that we are coming. So, yeah, that puts extra pressure, as you were saying, onto both of these teams, because they know that the third party is almost imminent at this point, as Dave's coming out still and finding nothing for the team of FaZe. I believe they were even able to recover a member there. Yes, I believe Petrichor did get their 4th up, and so this is just going to be a stalemate now.
A full-on reset, and this is where you gotta, again, as you're saying, in value, do we stay now and fight, or do we try and leave? The issue is there isn't really a good, let's just go there instead, position from Buksansa to go loot. You won't get a lot of vehicles to leap with either. So I feel like once you're in here, you kind of just have to commit. And well, we see one player go down on the side of FaZe. Gustav down to half HP as Chewy with the 2x AK makes it sing. But he needs a little bit of help for himself here. He's kind of isolated in this position.
We did see FaZe actually pull off of this fight early yesterday as Gustav will find Chewy. So now a 1-to-1 trade, 3 members up for each team. But yes, FaZe pulled off after TSM came in and shot Petrichor in the back. And so they are willing to just leave. But as you said, there's really not much to loot around here at all. And so even if you do pull off, if you don't get as much loot as you need, you struggle there. And look at, as we say that, TSM is starting to make their way around and start to surround Buksansa.
Yep, you see the names in the minimap on your bottom right-hand side. Purdy is making his way up here. James trying to cross on the open, dangerous place to be in Summer. It's going to take him down. It's now Gustav isolated towards the south. Him and Fex need to get something going. They still haven't been able to get Fex back up on his feet, and now here comes Purdy. Purdy has been the kryptonite for FaZe Clan for a big portion of this tournament. Saw him get a 3-piece with a single nade on McKendy yesterday. Let's see if he can do something again as Summer with just 8 bullets left remaining. We'll try and see if he can locate Gustav.
Normally this would be a really good position for Summer to take on the roof, high ground, but with Purdy and the rest of TSM kind of surrounding this, they're wide open in their back.
Yeah. Gustav, one tap with the Dragunov in hand. Should be enough to get a knock here, but you need quite a few of them, and you need them fast. They are all now aware of exactly where you are. Ixlift in this exact position. Got a double knock yesterday. Let's see if he can locate Gustav fast enough and take him down. Not going to happen. Gustav able to get the knock first. The rest should be possible, though. But no, Ming peeks on over instead.
Okay, Ming will go for it, but look at this. TSM getting closer and closer to these two teams, as it is only 2 members up in Petrichor. Corexi will fall, so FaZe will lose 1. Gustav now in a position to push here on the west side. Needs to, again, as you said, Toby, end this fight as soon as possible.
Oh, there's no way he gets out of here alive. The issue is, while he gets the knock, Purdy from the other side gets one of his own as Summer falls down. Both these teams now taking casualties, and really the only team happy with what's going on. TSM able to claim a lot of points off of what's happening. They're all now fully engaged in Buksansa themselves.
It's almost as if, though, with the way that these teams are playing, that they're throwing away 1 map a day, both Petrichor and FaZe.
Wait, are you telling me that hot dropping is a bad idea?
No, it's a great idea. What are you talking about? Look at all the fun they're having. It's now it's just
look at how much they're all laughing right now.
The last one alive. I mean, if you're TSM, you are actually having a good time right now.
Definitely. They're probably the only team to laugh, and for good reason as well, as Purdy once again connects shot to Ming, who's forced to prone down on the southern side of Buksansa, trying to wrap further away out of this position. Cold, in the meantime, elsewhere on the map, finds a flush onto one of the 17 players, as they seem to be getting, once again, unfortunately, in trouble early on.
Now, we didn't really talk too much about the circle, fortunately for these teams, I guess. I mean, if there is a caveat for FaZe or Petrichor, that they're inside the circle, quite healthily so as well. So, I mean, sitting on the southeast side, I mean, TSM is obviously going to rotate it and take a little bit of control, but you see HAL as well as other teams as well.
Not anyone like in an immediate forward party position. Let's see Ming able to find the first with a drop shot. Finds Sparking as well. And off of this position should be able to flush them both. What was looking to be such a phenomenal start from TSM. It's just them torn apart moments later. What a spray from Ming.
That second drop. The fact that he was ready for that as well. It wasn't just one. He was ready for the trade. He was able to get it is very impressive as TSM now. Ayla will find Fex. That is...
But the damage is already done.
16th. But yeah, that's 2 members down. 2 very strong members of TSM out. And so with 2 kills, they're going to retreat. No vehicles as well.
Oh, the danger of every single fight you take, especially here in the early game, because it might be a solo, but it also might be a Ming solo waiting for you on the other side with 1 bullet. Let him get that first spray in, and there's no saying how many players you can lose up against a single opponent.
And look at Irina. They've actually come to... Oh, gatekeep this as well. Zizzy will find Ayla with a shot to his mouth.
They're dialed in. Arena is playing this so wisely. Again, not overcommitting, not over-engaging, staying out on the hills. Again, look at this. They know what they are to gain. They come in and say, we only got 1, but you know what?
That's
fair.
okay.
We were halfway on a rotation. We get a free point off of it. Hell yeah, let's continue going and do what we do best. Just chill, spread out, take control on the edge of the circle, and take things as they come.
This is the most comfortable I've seen E-Arena, and
it's
they
phenomenal.
are very dangerous. Absolutely. They are so dangerous playing this well. But speaking of another team that started off dangerous, we are going to go to an interview with Kwangdong Freaks Heaven.
저희가 그룹 스테이지에서 안 됐던 킬로그랑 고도 파악을 피드백을 해서 이렇게 좋은 출발을 했던 것 같습니다. 저는 1등으로 달리는 것보다 상위권에서 1등을 쫓아가는 게 더 유리하다고 생각하기 때문에 이 페이스 유지하면은 저희가 넘길 수 있을 것 같습니다. 지금 5위권까지 전부 잘하는 팀이고 선수인데 저희도 좋은 팀원으로 구성되어 있기 때문에 경쟁은 충분히 할 만하다고 봅니다.
I do really like that he said, you know what, instead of focusing on the first place team, let's just focus on ourselves.
1 at a time.
1 at a time. We'll get those positions as long as we're focused on keeping our fundamental. And they currently find themselves in 6th. It's a very strong position.
Yep, splitting very wide up on the northern side is Quantum Freaks. Heaven on an island right now, quite literally, but also by himself, as he looks for... I mean, I was just going to say looks for Gen G players. Initially, it didn't seem like he knew, but now, for sure, the spider senses are tingling as he's realizing, wait a minute, I'm not alone up here anymore. Maybe either I get a teammate down here or I get the hell out of Dodge.
Still, this is happening on the north side. I mean, we're still in phase 1, Toby.
Yeah, we lost 11 players. What is this?
Phase 1 lost 11 players, and definitely not as Heaven. Yeah, he smells something.
I'm actually a bit surprised that he sticks around, and not only that, but the fact that no one has opted to come in this direction and try and help him out. Now shots being fired, but where's your car, my friend? How do you get out of this position? He's running, shadowboxing, as we see some highlights from that Buksan-Sa fight. He needs to get the hell out of this position, but as you can see, like, how did you get here, Heaven? Did you sprint all the way from Godok? Where's your car? It's way down there.
I think he actually did. I think he took quite a bit of a space here. And
maybe his car drifted, like maybe he forgot to hit the parking brake and it rolled off the hill. I'm not sure, because Heaven, let alone the fact that he opted to stay up there. Of course, maybe at the time didn't know if it was 1 or 2 opponents, but that's, to me, was what I'd consider unnecessary risk. Have your car closer or have a teammate closer in order to be able to play that one safely.
Yeah, because although he got out, you're absolutely right. Had he been spotted, if he had got knocked,
there were many ways that go wrong.
Yep. And so we see Ferris now just taking a nice, peaceful cruise.
I mean, look at Navi's control on the west now here as well.
And they've done this multiple times.
Oh yeah, this is how they play. They spread out on the edge. You can see it on the bottom left side of your map. Na'Vi, guys in yellow, spreading out to try and take control. And now, because they already have set on that southern side, when you're split thin, you set up these highways with checkpoints among your players between you. Sotik now goes, boys, I've already checked this out. We're good to go. Just come down to me and we can play from there.
Yeah, there's some, as you said, right there is amazing terrain on that southwest side for Na'Vi to play, and so they will take complete control. Also, Sonics as well as Cerberus, very comfortable, and GNL in Hosan. It's actually a very large city, though, and I imagine there will be at least one other team that tries to come in and take some space there.
Oh yeah, we saw E-Arena jump into, or well, take E-pick up all of them, actually. But in the end, all of them up to fly straight back towards their guards. Come on, Perfectex, push! Put your legs into it! And, well, oh, no, don't run between it's over. That'd be an awkward reward for having finally flipped that vehicle.
Guys, I did it. He just smacks his
Oh, wait, you're there. Sorry, bruh. So Twisted Minds now get going on their rotation. Opting to go south on this one. A little dangerous the way I see it, because we do have quite a few players down and around here. Having said that, E-Arena would be one of set teams, and they're actually split pretty thinly right now, so Twisted Minds might just time this perfectly.
Right, indeed. Looking at 17... losing a member here early. They at least have 3, and they're in a strong position. 17 need to have a good game here. They need a big game here, and they're in the position to do so as long as the shift is somewhat favorable. Is now Himas. And Cerberus taking shots on Gen G, just trying to rotate past here on the north side.
Yeah, while Gen G's making their rotation, Quantum Freaks and Valtai were doing it on the western bridge as well. Rex down to low HP. Needs to go down all the way towards the water issues. You can't really drive properly down there, and has been forced to get out of the car. Makes perfect sense. Just disengage, get out there. You know what? Honestly, I was just going to say, pop that first aid before you keep on going. There's no reason to try and just bandage your way into a new fight.
That would be an unnecessary risk indeed, as Gen G continues to struggle here, but they do find a decent position here on the north side. But sandwich between Cerberus and New Happy is definitely still not out of the woods just yet. There's a lot of damage going their way.
Definitely still in the woods on this rotation, as to try and weave their way through all the trees. And, well, as you said, Tego, incredibly hard map to play when you're in the open, and unfortunately for Gen G, they're kind of forced to stay right there.
They're kind of threading this needle, but their reward is going to be the Sonics straight ahead of them. And so, yeah, do they stop on this hill?
You kind of have to.
Try to take the fight into New Happy. Fortunately, I mean, New Happy isn't even split, but they have some space to play with.
Does New Happy opt to go up and engage this? It seems like Longscore has opted to push over the ridge line, and they know there's no one sat north of them. You still have December 12th looking towards the north to make sure there's no teams backfilling late, but they have a great vantage point from where they are, where they can see literally a kilometer and a half up the shoreline, so they are sure, at least for now, that no one is opting to engage from behind. So maybe New Happy just feel comfortable enough to saying, you know what, if you four are going to take a fight to us, we'll clear this, because if they don't now, and they have to leave that position later, it's going to be a very hard spot to try and fight against. So right now, Longsker fighting for this hilltop makes perfect sense.
Yep, and the onus really is on Gen G. What are they going to do here? How are they going to navigate? Do they try to take the fight directly to New Happy, or do they go for the compound that Sonics is currently sat in? Because they have to make a choice. They cannot split this fight. They will get sandwiched. They will get wiped.
We oftentimes see how a team in one position can just completely annihilate a compound team. All compounds, or not all, but most compounds have that Achilles heel position from where if a team is sat there, you're just weakened massively. And for New Happy, they know that hill is their Achilles heel. So going up and not only having your good compound, but also covering that Achilles heel yourself is a phenomenal idea. You can see because of it, now they force Gen G off as a circle swings towards the east.
Nothing too crazy, just a little bit of a swing. Still a lot of that Hosan City in, but Weibo actually with a good position with Hal underneath as we see E-Arena and Twisted Minds in a little bit of an entanglement.
Yeah, Gen G forced their way into the city, realize we can't really go anywhere else as they try and make their way further forward. GNL are already here. So this is the Korean downtown trying to claim full control of said city. And GNL, it seems to me like they don't want to have them anywhere nearby. They're full on pushing this.
And I like that they're setting up, trying to contain Gen G before they're able to spread out and get angles on them in the city. And so they are just stuck in these 2 apartment buildings. Gen G still, though, the fact that they made it here with 4 is pretty impressive.
I'm so worried. I mean, it just takes you back to, like, Naya or whatever, apartment buildings. Once all 4 players are in, it's so dangerous to try and make an aggressive play. And also, especially now where GNL is split in each their building, like, what does it take for you to full man aggro into a building where you know there's probably 4 shotguns waiting for you? That's a lot of nades.
They did get
Roy down.
Yeah, they need to get Roy up immediately, but they will not have the chance. He will get flushed out by a nade, nicely thrown by Tosi. And so, Gen G have just committed to this. You know what? They're on the very eastern side of this city anyways, and still towards center circle, so they can just hang out. There's no real reason for them to get too much more aggressive. Again, the fact that they made it here is impressive enough.
I love the fact that GNL came up to try and force them off, but by the time they had already gotten 4 inside the building, so I feel like that's when you go, okay, you know what, family, you can have that building, we'll leave. So then for Roy to peek solo into a 4-man kind of peek looking his way is troublesome. As I say that, though, Gen G trying to flex out, trying to take more control. They too try to push the boundaries, and this time around they get punished.
Get punished quite hard, and look at Hammer now just right above them. It's Tosi to make a huge play as they are split now, and Valley Tide looks like they want to get involved as they're parachuting in.
Into the fight they go. You have Stella on the roof with the Panzer Faust in hand. Don't think you can pop people in the parachutes like that. We'll see though what's going to happen as Valley Tide make landfall.
Valley Tide though, they do have good timings here. Fortunate to find an emergency pickup in the first place, but realizing there's a fight here, especially from up there, they're going to get prone on this roof, and they're completely covered from anyone else around them. They just have to wait this out and clean up this fight.
Yep. Hopefully they get a good timing to try and jump down, try and engage in this fight. As it continues down below, we see the glider falling to the ground, as fortunately, whoever player was in it, I believe it was Ferris from before, has been forced to jump out of it. Bapo still holding the stats. Again, I mean, stalemates always come to be in these buildings. They're simply too dangerous to push. It's like blindfolded whack-a-mole. It's so RNG whether you come out victorious or not in these buildings.
Either pushing these or, like you said, pushing the apartments and Yaz or any of those app buildings. It's very difficult and it's claustrophobic. There's really only one good way up, and you can cover it with smokes, util. So it's going to be a stalemate there for a while. Look how many teams actually have opted to go into Hosan.
And while we have seen this city fight that's been going on for a while now, and we still have them inside the circle, shout out to Kwangdong Freaks, who actually, as the last team rotating in from the far western side, were able to not only wrap all the way south around Hosan, but also force E-Arena into the city proper so that they could make space for themselves. Issue is now they have to run the gauntlet. They know they're the team outside the circle, and they're now trying to full speed send it forward, similarly to Cerberus, who are trying to make their way in from the northern side. Cerberus, though, still plenty of space to maneuver. I'm not sure Kwangdong Freaks is going to have the same.
Yeah, they do have a little bit of a dip, but they have to worry about New Happy behind them. Kwangdong just certainly sending it even further in. Now, this is a good position for now, but it's so central and open that once the teams have to rotate into them, it's going to cause problems.
But again, Kwangdong Freaks, the fact that they surpass half the server by wrapping south around the city is incredibly heads up. Very nice macro plays coming out of the young Korean team, as they have just avoided this entire urban commotion, which should most guaranteedly take out all the teams that are still there.
I think that's what allowed them to win the first game on Miramar anyways. They've actually been very, as you said, heads up, making those macro decisions, putting themselves in the best position to win, whether or not they win the fight or not. They have been really setting themselves up nicely.
Yep, sure have. E-Arena This time around, forced into the city. They're still on the outskirts of it, though, so they have a chance to disengage. They could swing out east if need be. Right now, I think they're just playing contain, wanting to make sure that no one can take their eastern position. But Na'Vi, also a team that doesn't like to play inside the city, have to play it forward. And Ming, don't forget about Ming. He already took down 2 from TSM earlier. Now he finds Sissy as well.
For a team that lost 3 players very early, 6 kills.
Salvage, man.
And still, yeah, exactly. You got to salvage those bad. You're going to have bad games in PUBG. At every level, that's just how it is. It's how you manage, salvage, maintain some form of consistency. Is Ferris and Hakatori will now get rid of Jacob and E-Arena as they push on this compound.
Like E-Arena just not in a position for where they can really trade for one another. They're split very thin. They want to get, I mean, again, the kind of the same style they're playing when they're outside the city. Want to get as much info as possible, but when they're up against an entire team in Na'Vi pushing forward, and they knew they were coming too, because there was knocks on them earlier, I feel like you want to group up at least a little bit more, so when shots do come through, you're able to trade for one another, but E-Arena just not ready positioned, so.
This is exactly what I was worried about for Cerberus, though. As I said, New Happy with just a really devastating angle onto their low ground bowl, and they've already taken out 1 member. So we switch back to the city. GNL's Nyong, the last one standing, will find a knock and flush, it looks like, on the bar post. So another point going their way.
Yeah, collateral damage for both GNL and Gen G. Opted to stick around here for too long. Didn't pay off for either 2 teams. And now still with Valentine up on the roof, they might just be the victors of this fight for literally just having waited it out.
And just existing as a 4-man.
Yeah, exactly.
The next shift will be coming
soon. Oh my
soon.
lord, everyone's going to the hilltop. I guess.
I guess everyone wants to go to the hilltop.
Why would Vipo stay in the compound when they can just go up the hill?
Look at this shift. It will, in fact, favor Weibo, but their biggest threat is just to their south, and that's going to be Twisted, who will start working out. Yeah.
You know what? I think Taker should go up and take the crates too. That's a phenomenal idea.
Yeah,
in the meantime, NH will try and make the run for it. They were told, guys, everyone's fighting for the hilltop, and now NH Esports wants a piece of that hill as well.
They had to come early, though. You'd imagine they wanted to stay as late as possible, but with Sonics in a position, they don't have to move, and they have vision over this. New Happy had to make a play as we switch back to E-Arena, just down to Lyrics. He'll find a knock on a Ferris, but only 6 HP.
Job is so far from done, though. Has to try and stay put. Finally, some help comes through as example from far off. Finds Soset. Defex, Hakatori, solo players left alive. Have lost track of Lyrics for a while, but now once again, shots coming in from behind as Lyrics finds one, but will be traded in the end. Defex able to survive despite the damage coming through from the side.
I was going to say, look at the damage, though, that Na'Vi has incurred as now Valley Tai is looking to get an angle and maybe flush out some of these kills. Meanwhile, Toasi's still in the building with an over-under, the double-barrel shotgun.
What is he hoping to get from upstairs with the shotgun? Just catch someone mid-air jumping down with a shotgun in hand?
That's actually a good
That'd
point.
Be pretty brutal. In the meantime, now over towards the east we go as Howl as 17 Gaming square off against one another. A pretty important fight because, as you can see here, they do have a bit of a ridge line to work with on their side of the street. So should this next circle swing northeast, whoever comes out victorious here, and more importantly, if Howl can do so without taking casualties, that could be a game-winning position for sure.
The reason Howl winning this fight is because of their proactivity. It was actually 17 a little slower to react. If he can just find that last shot, Marco needs to hit it as the mortars are now coming in from the Sonics. You have to imagine that's Tig.
Yeah, you get the distraction, not making things any easier for him. But Marco, you really wish you hit that shot early, because had you got him, you could flex out, you could start taking control. Now, you're going to have to live with the thorn in the heel of Show on the other side at least for a little while longer.
But they are in a good position, so as annoying as this is for Howl, they still have maintained control as the mortars are continuing to rain down. Ming
now as well. I guess
and
it's fine
Hakatori will fall.
Yep, Hakatori will be taken down. Petrichor Road out as well as Ming finally dismantled, but not before taking down a lot of players with him. And finally as well, Show eliminated. Oh, that's a nade on yourself. Don't want to have that happen to you. As Tosi goes down, 2 solos eliminated as teams are eliminated by the second.
Something interesting here. Twisted has actually opted to rotate all the way to the west instead of taking a fight just to the Weibo compound. And so they'll go right underneath the Kwangdong Freaks. As now Valley Tai have had to get off the building. They've lost 2 members. Now just Unk and Latte left. As they're looking on the shots into Cerberus if they can find one.
Why not take the fight to the team that are currently trying to hunt you down on the leaderboard? As Twisted Minds takes the fight square on with Kwangdong Freaks. It's still not an easy push forward, though, with utility being deployed. Blue zone nades and smokes galore to try and fend them off, trying to force them to go elsewhere. But Cerberus, as him as who other, finds himself a double, and that's going to be Valatai out.
Now look at all the control. The circle is shifted, and Weibo with the absolute best position, though. Purdy finds himself underneath. Twisted Minds now What is their play? They opted to go to the west side, leave Weibu's compound, and now they have to deal with the freaks.
Sure do. I feel like Sonics are waiting for the perfect knock, the perfect opportunity to try and cross forward. And right now, while they got the knock towards NH Esports, they know that's not the play to make. They want to push Howl. They know the danger of having them nearby. As now Cerberus and NH Esports fight one another. And there you see, there the knock comes through from Shrimsy. Will Sonics make a play on it, though? I'm not sure.
I think what's going to happen here is Cerberus is going to fight New Happy into that position, and then there's going to be a third party from Kwangdong, and then even from there behind Twisted. But meanwhile, Sonics on the north side know they have to get rid of Hal as quickly as possible.
Yep, got to deal with this as fast as can be so that you can flex out and take over the control of the position they had just before. The one knock was what's going to enable them to push further forward. Because now with the rich line to work with, they might have lost track of them. Quetpa, though, instantly taken down. Shrimsy spots Ruin as well.
Starting it off nicely done. A trade coming out though, but Sonics, as clean as you like, will get rid of Howl, and they should be able to get up Tiggleton.
Exactly the way you want that fight to go down, as Twisted Minds now not only fighting off Kwangdong Freaks, but they have Cerberus here as well.
And the sandwiching is just happening back and forth between these teams, as only one member left of Kwangdong will be heaven standing.
Level 3 gear, MK to his name, opts to go with the barrel though, as Tycon and him as together peeks on forward. It's gonna be Zalolti to take him down, but Cerberus able to stand strong, only taking one casualty, and all of that is incredibly impressive.
Exactly. The fact that they only lost one is still kind of mind-blowing, as they now can once again shift their focus to New Happy, just to their north side. There is no one down to the south.
Look at this as well for Sonics, able to take the position off of Howl, not losing any players either. They will have the rich line to play with, and now that the hillside is getting probably shifted out a couple of seconds from now, Sonics should be able to flex out, take more control up towards the north, and watch these teams fight one another with good control on their side.
Still New Happy, only 2 members left. Ming Ming and December 12th. They have hunkered down. Unfortunately for them, actually, the fight to their south did break off. Otherwise, New Happy was in a lot of trouble. Now, Nade's coming. Cerberus opting to maybe reposition here, and they don't have to necessarily take this fight with New Happy just yet.
Where do you go? There's a little bit of a dip further forward, but you're well within Nade range. And I was just going to say, you're also going to be in the lines of sights with Sonics. They need a lot of damage in return. Good thing for them is that H1 is going to do it for them. This team will go, bro, really? Now I'm going to have to go back and heal. And well, you know what, IGLs, they need to get some damage.
Why not? You know, just give them a little bit of reprieve there. Is Weibo now have to make a decision. They've been in this position for the longest time, but they have not been able to capitalize on many kills due to the way the circle has shifted in the teams and terrain around them, but they still will once again get the advantage.
Yep, send us up this time around. Weibo stays in as well. Now curious to see how they're going to try and fare their way further forward. Sonics would move forward eventually, but I think for now they're waiting. Cerberus, don't think it's going to matter much if they move 10 feet to the right, because this is the only rock they're going to get for cover. There's nothing else to come for even a bit further forward, and especially not with Weibo applying as much pressure as they currently are.
I think one of the best situations here for Cerberus, I was going to say, if Shen doesn't just absolutely devastate them, is just to hold that position as long as they can to get rid of New Happy and get as many points out of this as they can, but I'm not even sure Weibo is going to let that happen.
Don't do blue smoke sprints. They don't they don't work for you as well as you'd be hoping for. In the meantime, now Sonic's pushing on forward. They've seen everything they wanted. Fights happening on all fronts except for NH Esports. They can suppress them themselves, and they have now taken the circle center.
They just cannot lose anyone. Sonics have to make sure that they don't incur too many knocks here, because then that would be a big signal for Weibo to start to push out. But Purdy is still alive behind all of this as a solo.
Wait, what?
Yes, he's been there this entire time.
I did not notice his gray name tag got blended in with the map, and now NH Esports also realizing there's time to pounce, and the time is now. Ming Ming peeks on over, spots 2, doesn't get the eyes on Tiger before it's too late, but as I say that, no, not the case, finds the 3-piece, but will be taken down immediately after.
And a beautiful play from Ming Ming. It doesn't matter that they went down, that was much needed points and placement. What a play from Ming Ming!
9 players left alive. Everyone well aware, if they can do basic math, that there's at least 3 teams in the game still. Purdy sneaking on forward, doing what he can do to try and claim as many points off of this as possible.
Purdy, though, knows he has to go huge. As you said, if he can just get...
They know
it's
there's
his timing.
Someone around here. They
look
know.
At Spaceman.
Peeks on forward, taken down, but credit where credit's due. I mean,
Still
that's 5 placement points alone with the kills that he had before is very, very solid indeed. We'll see Mamu picking up a Panzerfaust, looking to see if maybe he could blow up a vehicle from a distance, but not really a favorable target in view.
No, I mean, again, Weibo have been just kind of stuck in the sky. I don't even fault them for not having many kills. They're just, the opportunity has not arisen, even if they tried to spread out.
Yeah.
But now the Sonics with 9 kills in a superior position somewhat. They are still 3 stuck behind a rock.
I mean, you know what? They're stuck behind a rock, but they're stuck behind a rock that's in the center of the circle. Weibo is going to have to come to them now. They do have plenty of util to work with, so smokes will be deployed. It will be possible for them to run on forward. Mamu with a Panzerfaust in hand. I think, you know what? Honestly, I think they just saw him swap over to the Panzerfaust, and whoever was in that car jumped out as fast as they possibly could. Because that is a very massive target and a guaranteed knock if you hit that thing. So Mamu sticking with the Panzerfaust here makes perfect sense.
So this will be a difficult cross, but at least 6 smokes just seen here on Mamu alone. And you have to imagine that I don't think Weibo really has any vehicles. Not that we want to use any, but Kickstart has to make sure he does not go down here.
Sure does. Sure does. He's in the backhand position trying to kind of play Overwatch for the rest of the team. Shen now in the meantime trying to do the same thing off of the rock that he has for cover. They're all inside the next circle, so even if they got knocked here, there will be time for them to get rest. But with just 7 smokes, I feel like this is a deploy all of them and hope for the best, like a one push thing. You can't throw a couple and then try and wait it out. You have to commit when you do commit.
Especially because Sonics don't have to do anything, really. They just sit still.
They're waiting. They're just waiting.
All the pressure and the onus is onto Weibo Gaming as Shen and the rest of the boys. Yeah, I think you're right. They just need to make a smoke wall and just start that going at some point. Not necessarily right now, but as the circle starts to close, they want to give themselves a little bit of time at least.
Sonics are out of smokes, though. I mean, I know that's lying. They have 1 smoke to work with, and I think at this point, Weibo is pretty well aware of exactly where they're. Imagine if Weibo still had a mortar. Just saying. Just saying. That'd be pretty convenient. Do they see him? Yes, they do. They see Take behind that vehicle there. Maybe that's a Panzerfaust shot in the making. Take instantly prones on down. Now the blue zone nade is going to be lopped on forward as well. As he backs off once again, there is a Panzerfaust in the hand of Mamu. As Take prones down, tries to crawl away. This is a smart play by him. They don't see him. And that's 2 blue zone nades lopped on over that will do no damage.
But the unfortunate thing is they're not going to know if he actually got moved.
There.
Look at that. Just a firing line, and only 1 blue zone actually landed on the vehicle, so there is a chance they think Tig is still there as we now hit to the last phase, and it's about time to get those smokes.
Weibo needs a knock and then make the play off of it. But how, oh how, are you going to find it when Sonics is doing nothing to allow you to get those shots in? They know at this point no one is playing Dragunovs, because if so, they would have been peeking differently. Now they know, like, 1 headshot come through, great, you go back into cover, heal, I'll take your position, I'll peek for you. They're playing a very nice whack-a-mole play. Speaking of Dragunovs, while you don't have them on the side of Weibo, Tig sure as hell has one for himself. Finds the second as well.
Oh, just like that, it's down to 1 last member. Shen, what can you do? Are you the superstar that can save the game? This is going to be so difficult if he can.
If there's a man to do it, it would be Shen, but down to low HP already. Not going to happen. H1 takes him down, and that, my friends, is a solid win for the Sonics from the fight on the northern side, taking down Howl and claiming the win in the end as well. They knew exactly what they had to do, and they brought it home.
That was beautifully played. The way that, as you said, they transitioned down their rotations, holding out New Happy, going to the center field, knowing that rock was a risk because of all them being stacked on it, but they managed to hold and maintain the off angles, and then Tig just... What do you do against that? 2 Dragunov headshots just like that.
I feel like they shot themselves kind of in the foot when they all opted to play the roof there, because they were very limited on angles they could utilize, and Tig just ain't gonna miss those. He knows how to dial them in, and he knows how to take them down.
Yeah, but even still, we had some teams get some salvage games there as TSM, but that's it for our 4th game as we once again head to the highlights and the day.
Brother, no, I'm not going to do it. We've got Sonics. Oh my days. They're actually going to push themselves into #1 with this. They are playing out of control. They're so consistent with all of the second places, third places, wins on the board as well. They look so lethal.
Yeah, and even though it's been a long time ago we had PGS 2, they could potentially have a back-to-back PGS champion situation if they continue this. Yeah, but very impressive here also, the Dragunov shots there. When it's just in that lethal range there, Tig is able to take 2 down where it's most important here. Only 3 kills for Weibo Gaming. They were in, of course, in this compound situation, but having Purdy Curdy there delayed them a lot, caused some damage, and actually set it up quite nicely for Sonics.
Yeah, and we can pull the curtain back a little bit here. Of course, we've spoken to the boys whilst been at the hotel and things like that. Tig himself feels like he's not been playing the best tournament that he's been playing in the past, right? Like, and to watch as this team, it's like, okay, Tig might feel like he's not playing the best. But it doesn't matter because it's such a star-studded lineup to be able to push this forwards here. And it looks like, well, Tig's probably going to be the MVP for this game, so he's maybe thinking he's like stepping it up a little bit now.
Yeah, he's stat-padding himself a little bit, but of course, we have to still say Shrimzy, if Tig doesn't step up, Shrimzy is putting himself in that spot. He is him. Kicks out, of course, also we know what he's capable of, what he's been able to do before at global events. But it's going to be Tig for the man of the match here. 5 kills, 772 damage. And the way that they moved around, the fights that they took, the way they positioned themselves, and the way they were aggressively pushing Howl and teams as such, very confident play, and that's a little bit scary now that Twisted has been a little bit of on a downturn some of these games here.
Yeah, no, that's true. 22 points go the way of Sonics, as you say, with the going from the compound to be able to dislodge Howl and play that northern side of the circle for as long as they did. That's effectively the winning play for them. Eventually taking down Shen, yes, technically at the Weibo as a whole is technically the winning play, but that rotation opens up an opportunity for them to move into the battleground later on, and of course identify that rock is such a linchpin in the middle of that circle later.
Yeah, exactly. Super well executed. And also, we can't deny that due to the hot drop situation in Buksansa with Faceland and Petroga Road, it left a lot of space. There's a lot of teams involved in that, also TSM third party. It makes it a lot more playable for those kind of plays that Sonics did. And now they're able to put themselves into first place, James, with 106 points.
The first proper time in the grand final that we are seeing Twisted Minds knocked off the #1 spot. That's a nice amount of kills there for Sonics as well, as they've now got themselves 106 points on the board. It's really impressive to watch. Really impressive to watch. As you said before, just to kind of finish what I wanted to say, Shrimzy has been so unbelievable this tournament.
Second player to breach 150 kills in PGS, and he just continues to put himself in this situation here. 26 points ahead of Cerberus here, and we could actually end up, if it continues like this here, with just a 2-horse race, even though it was fantastic and exciting to have this 3-4 horse race with Cerberus and New Happy, unless they of course step up and have some insane games here for the rest. We know they can do so. They have had some double-digit or even 20-kill games with wins, Cerberus has, and of course New Happy will also have some insane banger games, so they could do it. But they need to do it in each of their separate games, and now we only have 2 left.
Some fightbacks are on, though. Weibo, in these previous 2 games, go from the win to getting themselves a second place here. They had a pretty good compound to be able to lock down what was the second place here. And unfortunately for them, going up against the Sonics, who had just such a strong spot. And as you said, Tig opened up with the Dragunov, and it's important to stress, the Dragunov at that range is unbelievably lethal.
Yeah. Level 2 helmet, less than 120 some meters, you're just going to get insta-knocked here. And they were just that close, and it's just scary to peek. Like, you're looking at it and you're like, oh, guy's shooting a Dragunov. Am I going to peek? I only have 2 helmet. Yeah, I'm going to peek. Knocked. Tig again. Knocked. And yeah, it's good to see him stop up here. We know he's a superstar, but it has been the Shrimzy show so far. Shrimzy so far.
The Shrimzy show so far. All right.
Yeah, exactly. That's the one.
All right, it's time for a break. When we return, we have 2 more matches on the way. We'll be going to Miramar. See you soon.
A brand new win streak challenge, a zippy new travel tool for Rondo, and a nostalgic trip back to an old classic. All this and more as we dive into the Update 29.2 patch report. Been a while since I said that. First up, we're taking a trip back to a fan favorite time. That's right, we're going home. Go Classic will feature an earlier version of the map, with a few modern tweaks for convenience. We've reduced recoil, added the starting island and bench weapons back in, randomized vehicle locations, threw some clothes on the ground, and even turned back the clock on the UI. This isn't a one-to-one original, but we hope it'll capture the fun and feel of those early PUBG days. Erangel Classic will be around for 2 weeks, from May 14th to 28th on PC, and May 23rd to June 6th on console. Check out the patch notes for full details on all the throwbacks. Next up, the Win Streak Showdown is a new way to challenge yourself against other pre-made teams. Battle for new objectives and track your score while trying to rack up back-to-back chicken dinners. It's a brand new way to push yourself to the limit while earning great rewards. If that wasn't enough, we've also got a brand new tool to help you navigate Rondo. The dynamic new zipline gun lets you deploy a cable to desired locations and zip across. This changes map navigation in a big way, and we know you're going to get creative, so we're looking forward to seeing what you do with it. There's also a brand new Survivor Pass, updates to Team Deathmatch, bug fixes, performance improvements, and more. So be sure to check out the patch notes for full details. Update 29.2 is here, so rack up that win streak, grab the new tool, and zipline back to the past. Because we're going home. We'll see you on the battlegrounds. Nostalgia.
You gotta do something. Here is Sonic's
Blue is on them.
Wait to try to see. Now you might deny. Okay, they're not gonna deny anything.
And even Daytrade, they at least have some sort of a position in the circle. Sonic's still searching for that, and even Daytrade has a set of crates to plays.
Yeah.
Guangdong is just trying to get rid of Heaven.
Blink and you miss it. How demolished.
The only two up here for Twisted Minds. Ike's left making sure that those two knocks get flushed out. The Molotovs come through as they are just pressuring once again. One knock, two knocks, Petrichor Road, and Ike's left is the last one alive. Past 4 a.m., but they're going to run right into phase. Zepion going to spot long skirt, and Bex is just in perfect position. We'll find one, and we'll one-shot the one-tap dirt nap on to December 12th. Goodbye, New Happy.
Down to a 3v1. Himaz, can he do something special
he
here?
Yes, he can. He's proven it time and time and time.
So
looking the other direction, but the first one takes down, kicks down in this game now, swaps on over to the MK Peaks on board, can't connect it, but he wins it in the end. Himaz reigns supreme.
so a man's gon' floss. Got my way up in my view real posh. You a frisbee man, so that mean you get tossed. Bought a new crib, studio in the back. Numbers ran up, had to spit it with the chaps. Realest in the city, in my record, a fact. But your man's only chat when he do it in the raps like Strike go lost and don't really care what it cost them. You don't wanna cost them. My lifestyle awesome, couldn't decide if my gal wanted to, so I bought them. Don't run track, but I run up a check. Run, do it real big, gotta one up the next. Point to the sky with the one up, I'm blessed. I'm young, rich and black, so you know I'm a threat.
Welcome back, everyone, to Miramar's Left to Play before we head into the final day tomorrow. I'm Toby, joined by Mr. Godspeed himself, as we head on over to Miramar. But before that, let's take a look again at these boys who came out in a very, very great fashion to bring home a win in that previous game of Taken.
Exactly, and as we head to the best map, Miramar, of course. This is the first time that we've actually had Twisted finally be supplanted in their first place spot by 6 points. The Sonics have taken first place.
Now, I don't want to remind them of how things usually go in grand finals of tournaments where they come ahead. I mean, yeah, I said I wouldn't remind them, but we all know,
it seems like you're reminding them.
We all know the story of how Twisted Minds get oh so close but then fall apart. But I feel like this is a different Twisted Minds. Let alone the fact that they have Example up here to play alongside them. There is enough firepower, enough skill in that team to reclaim that trophy. And going over to Miramar, this is, if not the map they're getting most points on, usually the map they seem the most comfortable on.
Yes, and this is the most dangerous for all the rest of the lobby because Twisted Minds also will generally start a little slower in a grand finals. They're not ones to usually hit out the gates, always build that very quick lead. This time they did, and so as you said, this is a very different, a very motivated, and a very dangerous Twisted Minds.
Definitely is. We take to the sky with 2 more games left to play as Chumacera added more rocks and tree covers.
Chumacera. Love it. Absolutely love it. And yes, there's, I guess, more rocks in... I don't see the trees, but I'll believe it.
I believe it too. I believe it too. Let's we head on over to Miramar. Very eastern playing path this time around. Should be able to go pretty much wherever you want, though. Even if you're a Gen G wanting to go all the way to Montenuevo, it should be well within reach.
You gotta imagine, if you're one of the teams, if you are a FaZe clan, if you are a 17, if you are a Gen G, I mean, you have to... First of all, you need to end the day strong, but what do you do adjustment-wise? I mean, it seems like everything that FaZe has tried has just backfired in their face.
I have one suggestion for the likes of TSM, FaZe, and 17. Get placement points. And I know it sounds a lot easier when I say it like that than it is to execute in the game. But the fact that they have been losing players in early games, pretty much every single game outside of Select 1 or 2, is the story to me. They need to be able to keep all 4 alive through the early game and especially through those chaotic mid-games as well. Because coming into chaotic mid-games where you're forced to take a fight you weren't prepared for, if you're coming into those fights every time one guy outnumbered, you're just more likely to lose out, especially up against these caliber teams. And we see it time and time again. FaZe losing 1 on rotation, TSM losing 1 on rotation. Now, well, this circle pretty much exact repeat of what we saw yesterday. This is a great chance for them to try and turn that around.
Nothing too exciting, but to your point, at the very least, TSM with Kurt did manage to get a top 4. And by the way, I'm still jamming. I don't know about you.
We were sat here spitting bars in the break with the music. I feel like, is this where we start rap casting? I'm not sure. That's definitely something we could be looking into. Some high ground points there from where you can look over the open as, oh, well, it said 17 to keep players alive, and this is what they do.
Great. Well, I mean, good for Gen G, though. I mean, both of these teams are struggling on the bottom of the leaderboard with less than 30 points, and so a point goes the way, I guess, of Gen G. So you take those if you're Gen G.
Definitely do. Also for Gen G, importantly, able to shut this down early on is crucial. Because we saw yesterday Gen G getting pulled up on in this exact position. Yes, they survived and 17 died, but they took a lot of casualties off of that. So being able to force off 17 in this exact position with Rex flexing out a bit to the east is a very, very good start to the game for Gen G.
Yeah, they just need to, at this point, decide where they want to play, consolidate, at least at a 2-2, because they are very widely split. You would imagine that right now they're safe. Most of the teams around them, like Petrichor, like Twisted, aren't going to make a rush to that area, but at some point they will have to defend, and so you don't want all your members scattered out so much as Na'Vi all the way on the east side as well. We'll have to make some rotational decisions here, but They could always wrap down to the south, and it's still very early. So most of the teams fairly comfortable just looting. We already see Valley Tide making a move in, though, and I like that from them.
Yeah,
being a little more proactive, but they're going to run right into Sonics potentially.
Well, I mean, they're making these rotations off of obviously knowing, having seen teams jump out of the plane, but also seeing the plane path. They know that if they aggress early towards the west, it should be theirs for the take.
Yes.
But as you're seeing, Sonic seemingly have very similar plans. They don't want to get caught up on Power Grid Plateau. They want to be out on the western side early on. They know that if you claim Montenuevo, in the very early big stages of this match, that could be a winning position for you. So it makes perfect sense that both these teams, with minimal loot, are trying to claim good real estate early on.
Sonics, as you just saw there, with some nice highlights from Tig and the Dragunov, hitting some very important and very accurate shots there, helping them to win the game. And so, yeah, and they're feeling good right now, getting that win, finally passing up Twisted on the leaderboards. As you said, rotating very early to the west side as we head to our own west side man, Shrimzy, with an interview.
Welcome back to the post-match interviews. Up on the PGS 3 stage next to me, we have Sonics' Shrimzy. Congratulations on your 150 PGS kills. Yeah, already conquer that. And, you know, you're the defending champion of the PUBG Global Series. I'm wondering, how is the PGS 3 finals different from PGS 2 finals?
Every tournament's basically the same. You just have to take it one game at a time, and you know, if you're getting killed, you gotta stay hot, and if you're having bad games, you just have to reset.
Yeah, you're killing it. So good luck to you for the rest of the day.
Thank you. Thank you.
We'll be back with match 5.
Seeing a fight happen here that we saw yesterday as well. Yesterday I kind of threw it off as this wouldn't have happened if they hadn't both been, you know, smarter about it. This time around, though, happening twice in a row now, I'm a little worried. The only thing is, again, it's the same thing to me that triggers it. Both these teams coming in from the further north side see 17 in the kill feed.
Right.
That's what I said yesterday when I saw them fighting. Great, they're going to try and make a move early because 17 is out. The thing is, this time around, 17 wasn't really out. It was just one player flexing further southwest to start looting. So the fact that they're running into one another twice now, and also losing Tycon in doing so, is it's not exactly the way that Cerberus, I think, should be starting this game.
No, definitely not. Imagine that's actually a timing issue then if they didn't go back and watch why they ran into each other so early. Yes, that makes sense, right? Oh, 17's fighting. Let's go third party.
Yeah.
But no, this actually seems to be more of a timing thing. Is Heaven is going to get re-knocked by that blue zone.
Yeah, committing to it.
Second
might as
bleed.
well.
Oh my goodness, that's actually going to be fast.
It's going to hurt quite a bit. Should be able to commit to the rest, though, as I would imagine no one else is going to come around and peek. It's Salolsi, though, will find Salute. It's a big name to be taken down early on in this engagement.
Even though Cerberus loses members early, the fact that they're still in third, they're able to salvage and get a good amount of kills is just so impressive. It speaks to their volumes of the resilience in these games, and as they're now taking the push. But look at that, Guman will find a knock on Hamas.
Versalolsi, the enabler, has to come out and defend his team captain, try and see if he can keep him up on his feet. At least for now, he's isolated the angle. He's got in front of him, but ring around the road, he continues as Salolsi can't quite find him on the other side of the building.
This is dangerous, though. He could have turned around and gone for a flush, but no. So look at this. They're just looking for each other. They can't find it. Salolsi's like, please, just fight me. Do it.
Honestly, I mean, for what you're doing with your Guman right now, he's playing it exactly the way it should be. He waits for his teammates to come to him, but they don't. His teammates are nowhere near. Finally, now they get the memo. Now they realize, guys, I've been stalling this man for 30 seconds. Where the hell are you? Finally, they come around, but it might just be too late to get the res up.
Oh, I don't think they're going to get that res. No, Guman will go down, and Salolsi! How about that?
The hip fire Dragunov headshot, and he gets to res Hamas.
That has got to feel good. They managed to keep 3 alive, and you take 1 for 4 all day long, on top of the fact that they now have taken that position. What a play from Salolsi.
There were so many worlds in which Kwangdong Freaks were supposed to come out alive. Massive respect in the chat here for your main man Guman, who was sprinting around that building like he was being chased by a wild 3-headed dog, and indeed he was. Salolsi was on his tail, but he did it so well. He stayed alive for so long. His team just could not get to him in time.
Just the way that he danced around Guman for so long in that little one story is just it's just wild.
Wow.
We now see Na'Vi here on the south side. Have some eyes here onto the team in Chuma. That's going to be E Arenas. They rotate in. Plenty of room, plenty of time. No rush.
Nope. Story of the enablers as Sololsi comes down, becomes the main man, finally gets his highlight moment, and off of that also gets Himas back on his feet. FaZe Clan have opted to push up behind Twisted Minds. They've been here before. They know these whereabouts pretty well. I think for Twisted Minds, no reason to stick around for much longer. They will stay up on the hillside further south area we saw marked on the map just earlier in the game, on the southern side of the Power Grid Plateau, because where there is mountains, there is Batulins.
That is true. The mountain goat himself of PUBG is really one of the first players to not abuse, but use it often, and quite often, especially on Miramar, and so that is their spot. Everyone knows, especially because they loot the grid, is Valley Tai is getting actually very close to them as well. TSM, meanwhile, this is going to be on the south side of the circle, kind of next to the Weibo split, 2-2, and this is actually an interesting split from Weibo. What do you make of this, Toby?
Did Purdy just try up to go 180? Did you see this post? Did then go back down the hill again? I'm not quite sure if I'm maybe just coming up to make sure they were timing the rotation right.
Either that or Luke is still looking for a vehicle. He's still back there.
Could be. So it just looked kind of cool that he came up 180 and just straight up drove away again. But of course, when Purdy is driving the minivan, they do want to be going together because that thing don't exactly pack the same speed as the rest of the vehicles.
No, not quite as quick as you'd like, but we now look at how the Quetpa now a little close to Shrimsy. I'm not sure.
Shrimsy is M4 in hand, peeking the window. They know they're somewhere nearby. But as I say, that Kick is stood scoping far away with his mini. So maybe they don't know the same things. Nope, now over to the M4. He goes instantly with an 8 in hand. They're well aware now that Howl is nearby.
Yeah, but does he know how far back Quet really is? He can actually angle all the way back.
Sonics is trying to grow over this as well. Takelson and H, we're not trying to come back up towards this compound. Howl, if they realize this is a split, this is your chance to pounce. This is your chance to take the fight while you're still in a 4v2. Hearing these cars now pulling up at the compound, either you go or you're leaving.
Yeah, they're losing that window of opportunity, and this is a very strong position in the current circle. We'll see if it remains so, as that shift will now go toward these. Not so much, so now this is smart. Howl will disengage. It's not worth the fight. And so
not at all.
That was good timing, actually, on Howl to wait for that. They didn't need to commit just yet, and yeah, that's a road.
We see the road line here separating the southwest side. You can see them in a lot of difficult entry points to this circle for a lot of these teams as they're going to be making their way on in. Gen G still split. Easy compounds to be taken towards the east as well, but again, with all the teams right now coming in from the hard western side, how do you get over to the east to take a compound? That's, again, the thing where oftentimes... Oh, he actually hit it on the fadeaway. That's pretty impressive.
It's kind of gross, and we see this ring around Rosie that lasted 4 ages. So they lost track of Sololsi, and then he just got the hip fire headshot. That is... it's got to feel terrible if you're on the receiving end of that.
Yep, sure does. Sure does. Shot to the dome, and down you go. And Sololsi now with 4 kills looks to rotate further forward. They are one of the teams, of course, to be able to rev out towards the east. The compound that we were shown just before is going to be taken by Weibo. So they're going to try and maintain their 2-2 split. But Cerberus, again, I mean, even though they've lost one, if they read there's a 2-2 split going on, they might just want to jump on it.
Valley Tai actually in a good position to take this little mini compound here. As they are rotating past the middle, they actually skirted this without taking too much damage from Petrichor as well, and they will. Nice rotation there early. Oh no, but Kiss!
In the middle of the open too, trying to make their run through the middle. Not going to happen. Kiss seen, should be taken down. 1 or 2 more bullets here from Petrichor as they finally get themselves something going in the early game that isn't them losing players.
That is true. Petrichor currently sitting in 11th place with 42 points. Definitely had better tournament starts, but getting a kill there is going to be helpful. Yeah, they need to kind of turn this up, and they're in a position to do so. They have a nice split here. They could potentially put more pressure onto Valley Tai, but they also have to worry about their north. Twisted is coming that way, and Cerberus now making their way on the west side, right in between Weibo as well as TSM.
Nice disengage there from Haisagi. Had the car nearby. Heard not only the vehicle that stopped right next to him, but also more vehicles approaching, and realized, you know what, there's more to play for in trying to get Circle Center in this one. A great hill now from where they can scout forward. Even if the circle doesn't come to them, they will get a good read of what's happening down towards the west into the open fields.
Na'Vi, meanwhile, again, just taking their time as they should. They can rotate into this. They have a good foothold into the circle, I should say. They can easily hit the west or east side. I imagine they'd probably lean more towards the east, as we still see quite a few teams actually opting to center up here, which is not surprising. E-Arena, meanwhile, in the church, as they did loot Chuma, will have a lot of vision into the circle.
Definitely will. And again, I mean, when you're coming into these edge positions, whether you're TSM, whether you're Cerberus or Na'Vi, as long as you're in a spot from where you can have eyes on your next position, as long as you can always look for the center, you are going to be all right. Not so all right, though, is Haisaka. He does have a Panzerfaust lying around in case someone opts to pull up on him, which is always nice to be able to swap over to. Drop the DMR, pick up the big bazooka, and you'll be fine. That being, of course, if you hit your shot and don't stay right next to a wall. But for everyone else, it's a waiting game as we take 10 more seconds. Is it going to loot on the roof?
It is.
Oh, does it go all the way down? No, they're going to have to climb for it.
That's fine. They'll still get it. But I do kind of worry a little bit about Weibo here. They're still split. If they can't consolidate quick enough, look at Na'Vi now starting to realize this as well. And that circle shift is very good for Gen G as well as Twisted. But everyone else, especially on the southeast side, will have to start to make their move in an MG3 for Cold.
I'm looking at Gen G, and I'm not seeing any of these two in cars yet. A very, very brave split they're maintaining as Twisted Minds and a wide four-way split there as well. Batulins, I mean, again, the only reason they can maintain this is because Batulins up in north is staying on that mountain. Gustav now falls as Weibo tries to reposition. And now we see them trying to group up. Na'Vi instantly, as they see Valatai leave the compound, immediately takes the spot from them. Where's Valatai going on this? They're pulling up in the split?
Yeah, are they just going straight onto Gen G's position or driving past?
Are they going all the way across to the gas station?
They're actually just sending it. Just full on sending it, and it's going to work. They take gas station before Sonics can get there.
Yep, Sonic's now caught out in the middle of the open. Kickstarter Tick has to get out of the vehicles. Nades being deployed, but trying to get to cover. But again, Batulin's up on the hillside. It's going to do so much damage to them from afar. Twisted Minds down. Tickleson down to just 1 HP as well, as he's forced to prone down and heal.
And it is disgusting that Twisted is able to just hold this much control of the northwest side. Meanwhile, TSM will spit out as Weibo taking shots in their direction, stuck on the road ridge. This is a terrible spot for TSM.
Such a hard area to maneuver with your vehicles. So little takes it for the vehicles to start flipping like crazy. We saw it with two players now, as now Twisted Minds taken apart there by the pull-up from the remaining two players of Sonics. Nothing they could do to help out on the other side, so they say, great, if we can't commit to that compound, at least we'll try and fight you, who we now realize too are in a split.
Yeah, that, like I said, I'm surprised they were able to maintain that for so long, finally get crashed, and so Sonics, at least with the duo, should be able to salvage this game decently. But look at E-Arena, they had that pickup locked and loaded the whole time.
Oh, James, you're going up on a mountain. You've just seen Batulins in the kill feed. You should be aware that the mountain goat is still up here lingering. Batulins down to 19 bullets. Is probably very happy that James just came and gave him a little drop of his own.
A little bit of a delivery there, as now E-Arena has dropped right onto the position that Perfectus held, and now the duo of Sonics is. And this is going to be, again, just such a... taking their time and playing the game, utilizing the tools that they have, knowing they had that emergency pickup to take a compound. And fortunately for them, it was not occupied.
And they saw this fight happening too. They were sat on church. They knew where this was going on. Yep. So the timing could not be any better, as they now claim real estate for themselves without... I mean, they just flipped the entire circle and like rotated across the entire circle and didn't lose a single player.
I've just really, we said it earlier, but I've just been so impressed with the arena. They've been playing so well, and it's been a pleasure to watch them level up as we progress throughout these global events.
Sure has. Cerberus, not so lucky when it came to try and find an entry point to this circle. Him and Sololsi will try and make a run for it. Not sure where they're going to end up going, as the circle will go up to the mountains. This is not something anyone had on their bingo cards. Unplayable terrain on Batulins and Fex up north, and that's exactly where we're going.
This actually helps out Cerberus as well. All they have to do is just wrap there to the north now, but all the teams on the south who bet that it would not hard shift that far up, Petrichor, Hal, New Happy, Na'Vi, Weibo, TSM, all of these teams now have to rotate up into the circle.
Gen G just grouped up. I don't think anyone called it. GNL was on rotation while it was happening, and Petrichor is not in a position from where they could really properly see it. So this compound could potentially be left open for a while, as we see some highlights of the previous circle as teams were rotating on forward. Howl, full speed sending it north, realizing that, well, we want to get off this southern side as fast as we can. And now finally, Batulins is dealt with as Corexi peeks on over.
We saw the other duo of Twisted desperately trying to get there in time, but they will not make it. So as you said, Batulin will fall. And now the duo of FaZe. at least at the top side, have to realize that Twisted is somewhere around as they are looking for the other two members in Example and Lou.
Yep, Twisted Minds and FaZe would really want to get this fight done with as fast as can be, because once one of these two teams are eliminated, the victors can just peek on over and have a ton of kills come their way. They can, like, they won't have to risk a whole lot of anything at all. Can just sit and take out knocked players down in the fields below. But it requires, of course, that you know that you're alone in this position first.
The crazy thing is that the four most northern teams are all duos, as we now see Weibo taking shots at TSM. Remember, they did strand them out here as Xiao Bei will find Purdy, and that is it. TSM is wiped out by both Weibo and 17.
Weibo flexing out, Weibo playing with more control. PUBG, as we said earlier, we like to see it. This is how they got good initially, and they're continuing their stride as Na'Vi tries to pull up, but they're completely torn apart as they approach.
Just like that, Na'Vi and FaZe have both fallen. Hao, meanwhile, who tried to make this rotation work, will now be at the mercy of Utility as they will also go down.
All of EMEA getting eliminated by the second here, as we have a couple of players left from Hao, and FaZe and Na'Vi both eliminated back-to-back.
Meanwhile, Valley Tai, Petrichor, as well as Genji, quite comfortable. Hao now okay, stabilizing for now, not great, but they should be able to weather the storm as everyone but Weibo is set up in the circle now, Toby.
Yeah.
Look, they're rotating very far on the south side.
Again, I mean, the fact that the entire barn compound is left completely vacated is so absurd, but we all know the reason why. No one had eyes on Genji moving up, but you'd feel like at some point they go, wait, no one's been shooting here for this entire circle shift. It's gotta be free, and I feel like it's on Petrichor.
It is,
to be
100%.
the team to realize this, because they're sat right next door. They haven't heard a single shot from there. They should realize that if there's someone, there's probably a solo or two, as Tozy finds two from Weibo, will get the third as well, as there's just Mamu now left alive.
Especially off that shift, Petrichor now realized that they're starting to make that move. Meanwhile, Genji, with a bit of control, now have to deal with the rest of Weibo, but 17 as well coming in on that north side. Mamu the last one alive, and Petrichor will make it into this position, realizing they've got an amazing foothold now.
Not taking anything for granted, of course. They will fight their way on forward, make double sure that there's not a shotgun-wielding solo set anywhere inside the building. They couldn't flick your mouse any faster if your Ike's left to try and secure this. I'm curious now to see, as we saw marked on the map just before, how New Happy opts to play this as well. They have two options: either wrap down below and try and infiltrate, or go as fast as you can and clear the entire north to then play in from the north, potentially even northeast. And you can see this is kind of what they're doing right now. They want to force Twisted Minds off. They want the hill control to be able to push in off of that.
They're going to hear Lou. Oh, no, they're going to see Lou fall straight down. Super unfortunate as he tries to get down on the bike. But yes, free vehicle now for New Happy. That may give them a few more options as we see Longsker smoking it.
They pushed up on foot. It honestly, as a gift from the heavens, a bike fell down with a point on top of it. Doesn't get any better than that. Example now realizing there's a full team pulling up behind him. He's going to take shots, but in all fairness, I don't think there's a world he can get off for this cliff, and it's not going to be the case either. New Happy able to take this position, but they still have the remaining two Cerberus players to deal with too.
As you said, they do have that bike, but they have a few ridges they can play in between the Sonics. It's still not going to be great. They're going to have to worry about Cerberus, but Cerberus has their own problems getting absolutely shredded by 17. Meanwhile, Valley Tai, with that very ballsy rotation, still reaping the benefits of it, as they are going to have to move after this shift.
Yeah, we'll see him as Encelolsi, the duo of Cerberus, trying to contain New Happy, trying to force them to go back the other way. But I feel like at this point, if you're New Happy, you've committed too hard to this rotation already. You have to try and make the play. That's to try and run on forward, use all the smokes to their disposal. See him as spraying on forward with the MK and hits this. What? December 12th with a flick of the mouse finds him mid-smoke.
Just too many targets, but still manages to put so much damage out to all the members there of New Happy as they're just trying to make it down. Can he find another one? No, he won't, but so much damage has gone through.
This is a complete firing squad, and it's done by just two players. New Happy can't do anything. They can't get any shots off in return to try and deal with him. Himas makes that MK sound like a full auto scarf, all I care. This is insane. The fact that there are two men able to hold them off in this position.
Another knock hit, Masswolf. What is that spray? A 3x Groza from that distance is disgusting.
Sure is. Longsker still left alive, but look at how fast this blow is taking him down. Him as lobbing more nades on over. The last one he's going to have available. That nade is going to go close, and of course, Himas is going to stay alive.
Just give them all three. Solozzi and Himas dismantle New Happy as they come down the hill, and the reward is an even harder shift, but they have done enough just to even salvage this game, Toby, as now the fight on the east side will happen.
Yeah.
Gen G and 17 to take control of this hill right below Hal.
In my opinion, Gen G stays exactly where they are. They wait to see what 17 does, because it's on 17 to try and make a play happen. And 17, you can see here on the map as well, are looking to go south. They know there's a fight that has to be taken against Gen G on their side of the circle. Pushing north would be a death sentence, as you'd be exposed to 3, maybe even 4 teams. In the meantime now, Sonics H-Win lobbing a little mortar shot on over towards Howl. It's jumping for info. You can see they have it kind of lined up over there on the other side, but the shack keeps them safe.
The problem now, though, for Sonics is they need to make their way in. They need to get into E-Arena, and that's going to have to start with a knock. And you know Hwin and Shrimzy realize that, and so cautiously looking down. And if they can at least make it to that wall, there is a chance, but it's going to be a big if.
I'm seeing 17 start splitting. I don't like the looks of that. And now they are committing to the north, but they still have Himas up north of them. Stay where you are for now, boys. Wait for Himas to make a play and take him out. In the meantime, now Howl under fire. Molly's lopped on forward. Blue Zone nades lopped on forward as they try to take him out. Xiao Wu will find the second. Now this is a double. Blue Zone nade as well. Should get the better of Matt as well as he finally starts tanking damage.
Oh, and he's got to start that heal. Oh, he didn't start the heal in time. He will fall, and all of a sudden, 17 with a nice foothold there right into the edge of the circle.
Important times for 17 to start to get things going. A team that's always in the race for PGS championships. A winner, a victor of PGS already in the first one in Malaysia last year. They want to get back up there, but if they want to have any chance of doing so, it has to happen right now.
At the very least, Shrimzy now has gotten another point for the Sonics, eliminating a team and getting a couple more placement points there as they've taken care of Cerberus and Himas. But they still have to move into E-Arena, and at this point, it's going to have to be by force, Toby.
It sure is. Sure is. Gen G able to keep 4 alive through all of this. Of course, the team that looted here to begin with. There hasn't been a whole lot to shoot at through the mid-game. Keep in mind, Rex got the first kill of the game very, very early on. As now, trade a piece as Sissy falls, but so does H-Win. And Shrimzy, as much as he wants to get his teammate back up, it just ain't going to be possible. Take up with the double, able to take out Sonics as E-Arena yet again make their way into top 5.
With just the best timed and best positioned emergency pickup, especially because, as you said, on the church position, they were able to see that. They watched that fight happen. They realized there was a split. Just beautifully timed. I mean, I really love what this team has been able to do, especially in the group stage, but now in the grand finals, starting to separate themselves in the top 5 now, and they could very well hit 4th. Win this game, they'll even take top 3.
Coming into this match, E-Arena has had 2 games outside, the 3, outside of placement points. That is incredibly impressive. Always able to get there, regardless of how brutal the circles are this time around. I mean, also in all fairness, one of the only teams in this tournament in particular that has really been kind of heavy weighing on the E-pickups, and it's been working out for them greatly. E-Arena potentially looking to wrap West here, but also, of course, knowing that they have 17 to deal with. It's going to be on Gen G, I think, to make the first move here. Do you take the fight down to Petric, or do you try and force your way up towards 17? Because just kind of sneaking into the circle, I don't think that's going to be possible. It's going to be a ring around the rosy of effects here, as everyone's going to try and avoid each other.
The problem here is both options for Gen G really aren't that great. If you take the fight to the north, you're at risk of getting shot in the back by Petrichor and GNL. But if you take the fight down to the south, more than likely to run into a position where Petrichor is in a much stronger area to fight, but at least you don't get third-partied. So I think south is probably the best play for Gen G.
Really could be. We'll see if that's what they're going to commit to or not. Rex has flexed further up towards the north, trying to see if he can catch any of the 17 players sleeping, but they have a dedicated guy too, looking down in this direction. Rex does manage to connect the shot with the bolt in hand, but again, that's just a stalling situation. E-Arena has to cross on over now. The smokes are deployed now. They have to make the run.
They will make indeed, and so 17 right now is distracted. Gen G with an opportunity to maybe take a few shots, get a few knocks, but E-Arena
slowing things down. I mean, they're using their smoke to the fullest. I like the fact that, I mean, obviously we all know that the smokes do bloom for quite a while, so take your time, get healed on up, and then get ready to continue running. I feel like oftentimes teams get stressed and feel like they have to sprint instantly.
They rush.
Not necessarily the case. No one's within nade range. Just stop, heal, continue through to your next smoke. Also keep the other teams guessing a bit, because as you saw there, 3 of the 17 players were already shooting 3-4 smokes ahead, because they were just going, well, this is the speed at which they're running. They're going to continuously run, so we're going to get them doing so. In this case, though, not quite to be.
Slowing that down significantly helped them. In fact, all 4 have made it across and onto the position of GNL, and this is now a bad position for GNL. As the nades will come through, Rex and Adder will find one apiece. Xiaowu and Shou will fall as Jacob will steal.
Xiaopei, what can you do here? Single player left alive on the side of 17 Gaming. The answer is nothing, as he falls as well. Taker now peeking on over into the entirety of GNL with Petrichor over on the other side too.
That was perfect timing by Gen G as Larix will fall to the blue. Still a few members left up for E-Arena. They at least have 2 to make something work here, as GNL have done or had to do almost nothing, but Petrichor now is starting to realize their position and is making the push towards the west side.
Look at the util. E-Arena, no smokes to work with. Gen G 14. They have still yet to really aggro push over the hillsides. A lot of the action has come to them. They've been able to use the grounds for cover, and wisely so, been able to keep their smokes in their backs, because they knew when we need them, we're going to need all of them.
Yeah.
So 14, I mean, while it sounds like a lot, might not even be enough for them. That's now E-Arena in danger. Taker had a nade in hand, fell down with it. He's going to go down, and that's going to be E-Arena down to just 1.
It's just down to Jacob, but even still, this has been a solid game for them. Sitting in 4th place now, 81 points.
Gen G, 14 smokes.
Wait, where's the smokes?
14 of them, guys. Throw them before you go.
This is a massive misplay.
At least just lob 1 on over to make sure that at least you get some speed in the car before... Oh, guys, that
was a lost member of Gen G for free. And now a vehicle with only 2 tires.
Where are the smokes, guys?
Is about to make the same play.
11 smokes left, guys. Come on.
I'm very confused.
I, too, am a little bit surprised about what we're seeing here. But here they come, Miles out in the open. 1 player falls. 2 players maybe about to go down as well as Jacob. Solo player left alive, will push forward, but will fall in doing so. Barpo, though, taken down on what looked to be a pretty straightforward Gen G rotation. Sure, shots were going to be fired, but a doable one at that. It's now Gen G down to 2.
And now GNL starting to poke out a little bit as they can. See Petrichor have completely reconsolidated toward the east side. As nades are coming through, Rex might go down here, but now they're using their smokes a little bit late.
Not a little bit late, it's way too late. Like the nades are doing all the damage they need to. GNL can just sit back and wait as that one gets right on point. Rex gonna fall down. Adder trying to prone forward, use the enemy smokes to their advantage. But in the meantime, the response from GNL to force someone to follow them.
And they get a nice little wrap here on the backside of Petrichor here, Rory. Such a big opportunity, such a star for this team. As Ixleft and Petrichor are still just trying to get rid of Gen G. The duo is being so difficult to get out of that position.
They need to clear these guys as fast as can be. Finally, Ixleft spots Rex through the smoke. You still have Adder in the smoke on the other side, though he has to keep fighting this team. He has to stay on Gen G duty and hope that the rest of the team can fend off against GNL.
Adder throwing as many flashes as he can. He actually threw off Ixlev very briefly, but once again repositions in the backside of this. Ming will find Stella, and so Petrichor taking the fight on 2 fronts and winning.
Adder's being a massive thorn in the heel here for Petrichor. They want to get him done with. They want to focus the other way, and now finally, with the kill coming through, he can turn his attention towards the south.
Just a few members left.
He's back.
As he's back,
and there you go.
And Petrichor will close that one out. And what a game from them. What a game that they needed to have.
Definitely needed. Definitely needed. Coming into this match, Petrichor was sat at 6 placement points. Finally, the boys in blue turn things around and come out with a phenomenal performance here in Miramar.
Not only did they win and get those 10 placement points, they had a good amount of kills. At least 7, 8, 9 kills. I'm still just, I don't know what to say about Gen G. What is the point of looting all those smokes if you're not going to use them?
We talk about it oftenly. We talk about how when you're giving it, like you're only going to get, especially over 18 games like this, so many chances to come out victorious. And it's on you to be able to bring games home like that. There are teams that will bring home games that are even harder than what Gen G had to do here. But Gen G, they fumbled.
Yeah, I mean, they also had a vehicle with only 2 tires. Why not just smoke your way in?
It's the stage, man. It's the stage.
I don't know what it is.
A lot of pressure on these players to perform as best as they can, and sometimes mistakes are made. But now, with Petrichor winning this match, let's hop over to a break and then back to the desk before we go into the final game of the day.
Well, it's match 11, and welcome to the stage, Petrichor Road. You've got yourself a banging game there here. Ike's left looking like he owned the stage as he did in the previous years, and being able to take down Miramar.
Yeah, for sure. And again, in the situation here with how the circle went out, a lot of teams didn't look like they expected that fourth circle was going to go north, and they capitalized off that quite well. There are some missed opportunities with some lack of usage of smokes and some other chances that could have been different, but they did frag out. He did play it extremely well and executed, and then, of course, on a good amount of kills to boot.
Let's take a look at the numbers then, breaking down Petrichor. We've got 4 for Ike's left, as he was able to go on the hunt towards the end.
He did,
so actually, to be honest, everybody really contributing to this victory. I think slow and steady won the game for games like this. But I will say it was very fortunate for Petrichor Road that once they realized that the warehouse ahead of them was open, they really had a better and easier time crossing the road than I thought that they should have done in a lobby like this. So that definitely aided them to the victory.
Yeah, I agree here. And of course, Ike's is going to be man match for this case here. 20 points coming their way. They only had 41 before that, though, James. And again, sure, our mid pack is big, and there's a lot of space to move in, and there could be a good chunk of PGS points and even prize pool that could be a bit different here. But unless they figured it out, it's not going to be a top 4 contender at this point here. And I'm a little bit sad because I was hoping for a lot more. And we've been talking about this a lot, of course, in terms of the Chinese team scheme, like with the home turf advantage. Like they live just around the corner, kind of. They're used to playing here at this stage. They just played PCL. And I was hoping for a little bit more to come in to fruition besides what we've seen from today, of course, Weibo and New Happy we saw yesterday.
Yep, they are getting wins on the board, right? Like that is for sure, but it's just the consistency lacks a little bit. It does make me wonder because, as you say, we came in, we're like, I genuinely thought one of the Chinese team is winning PGS 3 at least, and then maybe people gain traction for PGS 4. But it seems like it makes me question the power level of where China's at right now, right? Compared to your very consistent rosters. You got Twisted Minds up there. Sonics is now at 110 points. This will bump Petrichor Road, though, up onto the left side of the leaderboard with 61. So now they're looking to try and challenge, but they're still quite a lot of points behind those top spots.
Yeah, the mid pack is also growing, right? It's everything is extremely tight from Howl on 48 all the way up to, say, Weibo or even KDF on 70. It's just one decent game and you're actually jumping 5 spots or something like that, right? So it's extremely tight. At the bottom, though, it's also tight. From phase 32 and up to Valitai on 39 here, 5 teams are fighting within 7 points of themselves right now. And that could also be a huge difference in terms of how many points they're able to gather and how much prize pool they're able to get.
Definitely so. As for some of these teams, like GNL, for example, had a really good start yesterday.
They did,
and now finding themselves in 10th place. It's been a bit of a fall from grace.
Yeah, slumping a little bit, but also they are a Miramar team. So are we going to see them pop off once we get to more of Miramar also tomorrow? And I 55 points right now, half of what we have Sonics on. Not a championship contender at this point here for GNL, but definitely a mid-pack contender and could push themselves into top 8 quite nicely.
Yeah, there's going to need to be more gyration, more squatting going on from the team to try and find themselves the right spot that they need. We see all the teams and players getting back to their seats here for the final game of the day. Anybody in particular you have your eyes on for this final game?
Not particularly for I mean, of course, the top teams we're going to continue to watch them, but I'm hoping for more servers. It feels disconstructed a little bit right now. It doesn't feel like as conjoined. What we talked about yesterday is definitely how well they're able to play this kind of 2-2 punch where you have Solalta Haisaki supporting Taika, supporting him as. Right now it feels a little bit of a disconnect. And the 2-2 duo punch doesn't work as much here as we've seen on some of the other matches.
Do we want to talk about this unplayable curveball that seems to exist?
With 40 seconds before his game starts, I don't think so. I think it's a longer conversation maybe to be had elsewhere.
It's an interesting one, but we had that Monte Nuevo circle yesterday. We have this one.
There's some tendencies on this patch here that could be different here, but there's a lot more to it. And I don't think all the teams have full info yet. Yeah. So let's not give any advantage away.
Well, yeah, it's an interesting one that teams have to clearly identify if we're going to get circles like these, because these phase 4 shifts have been spicy on Miramar if you're paying attention. But let's get to it now. It's the final game of the day. Let's head over to the commentators.
The final match of the day is taking us to Miramar once more to get all the action going here. And as tough as the playing paths have been today, as eastern as the previous one, as southern is this one gonna be. If you're a San Martin looting team, you might want to reconsider, because even getting there is going to be a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, and for a lot of these teams who have had struggles just in rotations in general, I would say alt drops are probably going to be fairly popular at this point, especially it's the last game of the day, Toby. You want to make sure that you at least end with some momentum going into the final day tomorrow.
Definitely. And if we look at some of these teams who are continuing off of their performances yesterday to dish out damage here on day 2, if you haven't been able to do so today, well, you're gonna have to step up tomorrow if you want to claim that trophy and $100,000. Not even to forget the 300 PGC points.
The PGC points, arguably, I mean, don't get me wrong, $100,000 is really nice. But PGC for these players is really what it's all about. It's always the goal, it's the dream. It's the reason that they compete and they grind so hard.
Yeah.
So yes, getting 300 PGC points is not a guarantee, but it's damn well almost a ticket being punched to the big show at the end of the year.
Twisted Minds popping the parachutes early, wanting to be able to make their way all the way up to Power Grid. But as we said, as you can see with the playing path, it was going to be a stretch. You can see how they're all looking to the ground right now, trying to make sure that no one is going to be able to shoot at them from 17 Gaming. Circle, very similar to the one we've had previously. Rotations should be somewhat similar too. I'm looking up towards the northeast and how TSM, even Valatai as well, potentially opting to wrap all the way north around this one. And coming in from the west side of Montenuevo, it's going to take time, but for teams that aren't in a hurry anyway, it's going to be worthwhile. And especially here, as you see as well, those shorelines on the southern side are definitely going to be used for rotations too.
Yeah, southern rotations, very popular here. You know what I actually am curious about is something you talked about in the last game, and then you mentioned in the first day. Do you think Cerberus and Freaks are going to get in the fight in that compound again?
You know what? The fact that it happened in the previous game already annoyed me enough. I will give them this. It was entertaining to see Zalolsi and Jumin run in circles. We had a good laugh. I got to sing a little song. But outside of that, no, please don't. If you're Cerberus here, wrap west. There is nothing to come for in trying to take Picardo in this stage of the game, especially not now that you've seen Quantum Freaks wanting the same things. And while Cerberus might think of themselves as a superior teams in terms of four-man, like, up-close fighting.
Power, sure.
Now they have had 2 Miramar games hindered by this run-in, and it's just not worthwhile, especially not when we see the likes of Sonic, see the likes of Twisted Minds continue to have phenomenal performances. You have to play for the championship trophy, and crashing into that compound for a 3rd game in a row, well, that would be worth it.
Looks like Roy is like the bane of every team. I swear, like especially early, late game doesn't really make a difference, but this is from the last game. As we hear the comms there, very excited. Petrichor elated to get that W. That puts them in the top 8. Is going back to your Cerberus point, I mean, E-Arena is right there on their tails, as is New Happy, so they really cannot afford, as you said, to kind of not throw away, but be hindered early in these games on Miramar.
Also, if we look back to the rankle we had earlier today where Petrichor took out Gen G, they just took them out again in this match too. Gen G is sat right down in front of Petrichor Roach. Believe you me, when Ixlev yells at the top of his lungs, the guys down below can hear it. So again, it adds another kind of 3rd dimension, or 4th dimension, I guess you could say, to the pressure that these guys are playing under. That the guy that took you out isn't just some random guy online. No, he's sat right behind you and he's smiling all over his face.
That's why LAN is and always will be the superior form of competition, although it's not.
I mean, you know, while it's a while back, I still want to have the ability to go dive into this. You have LAN experience as a professional player. How?
Once upon a time.
I mean, but still, it's very relevant in these kind of situations. How much would you say it like whether you had a bad spray? Like how faster could you tilt or get like in a bad spiral when you were on LAN compared to online?
I feel like I tilted online much more, only because I was more comfortable on LAN because I knew it was an even playing field, and I was always kind of the mental reset for my team. If anything bad ever happened, plus I just always felt, I don't know, I felt more comfortable in the presence. You can kind of look at other players in the eyes, you know.
So if not
feel that energy.
So if not you, did you ever? Not to throw any.
I have tilted on LAN though. Don't get me wrong.
No, I just wanted to see this. So maybe not you, but not to throw any of your former team members under the bus here, but were there ever teammates that you had who would, like you feel, would get more frustrated easily on LAN than online? Or was it more the other way around?
That's
Again, you don't have to
really,
mention any names.
No. I will mention names. I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to think. Honestly, all my teammates for the most part had really
good mental
for the for the most part, right? Like I've tilted on LAN, Micro, even all the way back to the beginning. Like my Noble teammates, fairly good. EDAC was probably my favorite teammates, most tilt-proof individual, but. No, I don't really think we had those issues. We
so I don't know why I asked you. I should have asked someone else because
yes,
they would have made my point much better.
I ruined that completely. But yes, a long time ago, we were fairly decent and fairly tilt-proof. I mean, there really was too many. I can't go back and think of an instance where we just got so tilted that it ruined our tournament. So
well, I mean, while it hasn't happened for you, fortunately,
yes.
I feel like it's clear as day to see it on other teams. You see it very often.
You do.
You can just seeing the players leave the stage after a day of games, they'll be frustrated.
To your point, we have seen other teams tilt, and we take advantage of that by either pushing them or camping a rotation. And yes, so that is again another aspect of LAN
getting into their
that
heads.
You can abuse. Yes,
yeah,
and that is something it was actually one of my favorite things was getting in the heads of other players. But back to the game, we have Roarin now finding Haisaki from Cerberus.
I'm sure he would want to take those bullets back and try again. And now, fortunately, he gets a chance to. Sprays on through. Only one bullet connects. The nade will do a bit of damage too, as he's forced to chill down for a second. Good thing is he has Himas on an off angle, able to do damage in return. As much as Cerberus didn't end up fighting Quantum Freaks this time around, instead they run into Howl. You know what's amazing? One thing is I love the game itself, but I also love the social media manager banter that tends to happen between some of these teams. And Cerberus already today tweeted, "Why is it always these guys?" and made a full-on video with Howl just staring at them. So the fact that we're now seeing a three-headed dog against the Turkish wolf is absolutely amazing to me.
Watching. Oh, the Mad Wolf fighting Tycon. That is a big knock to have as well. And so another game, like you said, Miramar has not been kind to Cerberus.
I would like to say sorry to Cerberus' manager as well, because he said that I should wear my red shirt for Cerberus colors today.
Wow.
I opted to go with the green one. And, well, while green is definitely their in-game team color, I feel like Cerberus today has not been anywhere near the Cerberus of yesterday.
No, I mean, it's really been the struggle on Miramar as well. They still have managed to get some good games that they have salvaged, but overall, yes, this is not...
It's just not been the same dominant performance.
The dominance,
But again,
exactly.
I mean, and the thing is, when you have a Cerberus that goes out with a 19-kill game, 20-kill wins, you put them at such a high standard that, wait, they didn't even get double-digit kills this game? Not every game is going to end up like that. Unfortunately for Cerberus, it's been a string of less than optimal games that's come out today. But it's the fact that they then have those games to back up their performances. Right. Yes, they have a couple of bad games today, but they're still set in third place because their good game are just that much better.
They've just gotten better and better as well at not only salvaging the games, but finding their footing in a grand finals. And so as I say that, of course, Himas goes down, but it's just down to Solalzi. Yes, I still very much stand behind Cerberus.
Yep, as we should. Let's see if Solalzi can get something done here against Howl, who have lost a single player, but nothing more than that. In the meantime, while this is not really much of a fight anymore, it's more just a slow-paced death to Solalzi, I would imagine. Let's see. I mean, we did see him pull off magic in the previous games. Maybe he'll do so here again. While that's been going on, I will go back to the talking point we talked about coming into it with the very hard eastern playing path. Actually, both TSM and Valentine have managed to make those far northern wraps we mentioned just before. Yep. TSM has gotten all the way down towards Brickyard. Now getting closer to GNL, and Valentine, well, as we know them to do, will take their time and play slowly in from their side of the circle. In the meantime, now Solalzi, again, forced to admit defeat, just getting off the hillside. Now we go over to GNL, who are about to have fights on multiple hands, I feel like.
Yeah, they are very much sandwiched between Genji. You even see TSM off to their west side, and fortunately, Perfect is actually not even paying attention to this, but yeah, the main fight here is going to be between Adder and the rest of GNL. Still taking some shots, but fortunately for Genji, nothing quite lands, as they'll be able to get away for the most part unscathed.
A little bit of a aww on his face there as he whiffed that last bullet. It's going to allow for Gen G to group up once more. And GNL, sorry, they had themselves a phenomenal game out of this exact position yesterday. So hopefully for them, they'll be able to maintain control of it as we get ever so much closer to seeing where Phase 2 will take us.
The problem with these Chuma circles as well is, regardless of the shift, they can be very difficult to navigate. They're very hillless and mountainous. A lot of the vehicles slow to kind of rotate up there, as we see E-Arena actually with a very wide split. And fortunately, Jacob all alone on the south side, but that could change very quickly as this is going to shift as far towards Picado.
Oh, wow.
And
if you're
that
Howl
central
right
road.
now, I mean, getting all those kills that just got off of that fight and now getting this circle shift, if you just pedal to the metal down that road, you might have yourself a very good chance of getting something going here. There's still plenty of positions to come for up towards that northern side, but if you look at where every team except for Howl are currently coming in from, that's down from the south. It's through Chumacera. It's all the way up over Monte. It's going to be very hard to try and transition into this next circle if you're coming in from the south-southwest.
And we even see, Sonic's holding a nice little dip there in the little compound that they can hold and kind of dictate some of the rotations that would be coming down. But actually, if you notice, Toby, most of the teams are actually coming from the north or the west anyways.
Yeah, they're trying to wrap around the back. They're trying to get up into the other side of the circle as FaZe spots Purdy mid-rotation, takes him down as well. This time around, finally, it's not FaZe on the losing end of players early on. As I say that, though, while they found Purdy and took him out, the remaining players of TSM are here ready and waiting.
And they've realized that there's going to be other members of TSM here, and so Vex has gone into the side. James will be found by Alo, though, and that's going to be a flush and a knock now, and the jumping shot!
Oh!
Can he actually get another? Trying to beat each other up over the brick wall.
The kangaroo battle, and Sparking will be the one to fall as Vex has just been squatting that much harder over the last couple of days coming into this. Alo now left to fend for himself, as he's already now taking damage to FaZe, well aware of his position.
Vex does have some very nice quads, and so I'm not surprised at all he won that battle. Now just down, though, to Alo currently in this position. The other member of TSM is not even close. That's going to be Luke all the way down in Brickyard.
I mean, this sandstorm coming through the center of the map has just enabled 3 different
A lot of rotations, yeah.
Na'Vi is currently driving around in the open. Had Weibo been able to see them, there's a good chance, maybe not being taken out, but those cars would have not been at full health anymore. You can see the tires already for Soset, both of them. 1 bullet from being taken apart. But because of the sandstorm, they're able to make their way back down towards the south and into the valley.
Sonics now also trying to make their way into a much safer position here to rotate out of. And something else I've noticed is Twisted actually have opted not to go as wide as they did last time, and they're just keeping the 2-2, which, makes sense. Kickstart now taking some shots over at Spaceman. Weibo again, and another 2-2 split. This is actually pretty much where they played in the last game as well, on the east side, taking control.
Again, though, interesting to see how it's so region-dependent how wide these teams up to split. Petrichor, arguably right now in a wider split that they were initially wanting to set up, and it's just kind of, they've been forced to leave Ixleft and Chewy down towards the crossroads because E-Arena came in and filled in between them. NH Esports all four on top of each other. The Mad in the meantime falls down as the Howl tries to
I did that last game, it's okay.
Into
I did the same thing.
The circle center. They get the south side of Picado, they get to look from here, but will lose 1 more player in doing so.
So Na'Vi now you have to continuing to get Na'Vi split, even if you want to talk about it. I mean, that's kind of greedy as well, but it's not bad in the sense that there's no one else on the east side. So, although it looks sketchy,
but that's the reward you get to reap when you spend the extra time on that edge clearing out your area. When you say, great guys, we're now set 3 kilometers apart, we haven't aggroed on anyone, but we've also, sometimes not seeing anyone is better than seeing a lot of players. And for their split in particular, they know full well that there's no one coming in from the east towards him. Circle, once again towards the north, this time around though doable, as it's only phase 3. I would be surprised if we keep going up there, but there are players that have been talking about the fact that something is up with these circles these days, so maybe they know something we don't.
And this is almost an identical circle to what we saw in the last game, and even where these teams are currently set up is pretty much the same.
I will say one big difference, though, is Picado is still in.
Right,
Picado was out by with the red marker exactly where that previous game ended, and right now, for good reason, no one is opting to go there, but we have a lot of teams down in the south still that has to make their way in, and as we've seen before as well, not that many teams opting to go up towards the north once more.
Valley Tide now trying to rotate, maybe get a better position, though. Very close to FaZe as Vex will fall. Megvalos will find that first knock, as now Gustav and Corexi are the ones that are left to respond. And a nice knock from Corexi. Good trade in a second.
Able to find one more correction now, all on his own though. Wants to commit the flush, or wants to commit to the flush. Wants to secure the point as they start falling. It's just him left alive. Latte is knocked up. Close kisses there to lob Nate Sanova, but UNQ not quite in the position to help out just yet.
Correxy, what can he do? He still has time to save both of his team members, but he has to get rid of Kiss. And so a reposition. Fortunately, Vex will fall, and now just Gustav left to save, but Valitai is still with 2 members up.
Valitai is pushing on this. They want to get their teammate up and alive. Now UNQ is in a position from where he can fend off, where he can force Corexy to look the other way, commit to his res as well, where they can reset properly.
Nice, he will pick up Gustav and escort him to a safer spot, and this is good. Reset here, at least get them up, and even if it is Valitai that recovers, it'll be a 2-on-2 or 2-on-3 rather than a 1-on-3, and so he will get Gustav up.
And it's again facing early game commotion here. Wow, okay,
Yeah,
phase 3, not early game, but at least early mid game. What got them so good over the last, I want to say, half year in EMEA, what made them just skyrocket back up the leaderboard after a bit of a slumber period as well, was that they started playing this more careful play style. They started really focusing on, let's keep all 4 alive through the early game. And of course, it's easy to, quote-unquote, just focus on that. It's a lot easier to execute, and seems like FaZe just haven't been able to get out of those kind of early game roller coasters of teams doing things they just weren't ready for. Also very clutch that vehicle didn't end up upside down, because they only have 1.
Sonic's driving on the wrong side of the vehicle as they were sliding down the hill, but yeah, that Murata will readjust. Corexy now. If he gets a knock here on Kiss, that would be a big boon, and so far it starts it off.
Oh, goes for the spray long distance, can't quite connect with the ace. As Gustav still fighting UNQ up in the compound proper, sees him down below. Fortunately for him, despite not having a west, UNQ can't find the knock initially.
Nice reposition there for UNQ, realizing that angle was found, but Corexy doing so much work for FaZe in this game, and just give him all 3. He'll clean it up. That's a big, big team wipe for FaZe.
And now we can talk repeat circles, because phase 4 takes us to the mountain once again. What used to be land ratio, no thank you, is now, land ratio you say? Yeah, let's just full speed send it towards these areas that we should not be going to.
So yeah, Hal may opt to just take that topside hill. Maybe even Sonics will rotate towards that way, but Kwangdong Freaks making sure that rotation will be hell, as so many teams on the south side still have to contend with the rotations here, and Kwangdong with a nice split. I do worry though one of them may get crashed.
Definitely, definitely will be, as we can already see now. Guman on his own trying to fend off against the entirety of 17 Gaming. If you can smoke off, you can see that's what Heaven is trying to do here. Smoke off, isolate, allow for Guman to get back towards you. I'm not sure if that smoke is placed well enough though, as he makes a run for it. Xiao Wu does not see him in time, just exactly able to get away.
By the skin of his teeth, and a nice smoke laid down by his teammate, he will get out, but still they are split.
Yeah.
So it's not over yet. Luke will find one as he now has to defend from Ming Ming, prone right in front of the door, and he's actually going to be helped out as Corexy finding yet another kill.
Thanks, boys. Guess I didn't have to do anything to get that one, while Elo is outside going, let me in, Luke, let me in. Everything is happening out here. Open the door. But Luke, well, he's going to chill inside the building at least for a little while longer. Also love the fact that they play one inside, one outside, so that in case a nade gets thrown on in, you don't get instantly taken out.
The problem is a Molotov and nade, if you're both stacked in that building, in that little shack, it's pretty much curtains. Is now E-Arena once again find themselves on the west side of this one, more towards the north this time. In position to rotate or even take control of this hill, but they have to be careful of FaZe just above them, as Weibo as well. Falling on some rough times as they're in a nice little battle here with Na'Vi.
Yeah, they want to take out Hagatori, wants to look forward, because even if they win this fight, there's still a very tough rotation to make. Spaceman swapping over to the SLR. Has eyes on Hagatori, can't quite get the shutdown. As I say that, instantly the headshot comes to follow. That's Na'Vi out in 14th, and now Weibo again with a tough rotation to make.
They have 2 options. They can even try to backfill here in 17 and play that slope as slow as possible, or they just go all the way wide on the east side. It looks like they are going to opt for that. Try to hit the north side. Probably going to be, as they imagine, one of the least contested sides of the circle, but man, they're going to have to make it there first.
Yep, 17, a little bit of help coming through from them as Weibo trying to make the run up towards that northern side. As now going uphill in this broken Bronco ain't going to be easy, but they're making the most of it, and if lucky enough, they might just get there in time. Cole, though, will be taken down on the rotation. Spaceman, only player to safely make his way up there.
At least they make it with 1. It's better than nothing.
True.
Weibo is find themselves in 7th place. They've actually done a decent job in games like this to salvage those points, and we talk about it all the time. So that circle, though, will shift right back down.
I feel like I've seen this circle.
This time, though,
remind me, when did we see this circle?
I can't quite remember, but look at Twisted. This time they are in a 2-2 in the strongest position in this current circle now, and they can hold out everyone in the north.
Yep, sure can. Quantum Freaks, 4 players up and alive in the northern side. Sitting up, waiting out as they're trying to figure out where to go. Again, Marcus down on where the last game ended, as there really is not a whole lot to play, if anything at all, down towards that center of the map.
GNL as well. They just take their time here as Roy is just set up, and they don't have to do anything but wait for, as you said, Gen.G and Petrichor now have to make a move eventually. They are currently in the circles. 17, though, what is their play?
I was just going to say, if they realize that Quantum Freaks pushes north around, them backfilling, that would be a heads-up play. I think they now figure, with the shots being fired, that they have left the compound. If they can backfill that, that could be a win in the making. Issue is they have to be so fast, because once the fights in the north come to an end, they're going to be completely exposed to them.
Yep, and they're going to be straight in the open, and this, again, looks familiar. How this last time was in this shack. And now it's going to be TSM with 17 with the opportunity to potentially push behind, and Sonics as well, taking shots and taking damage from the Freaks.
Ooh, Guman spots Tickleson below the vehicle, can't quite take him out though. Xiaobei now peeking on over again, caught them mid-transition. Quantum Freaks now stuck in the open.
Gen.G now as well, trying to get some shots in there, realizing that clearing out 17 would give them so much more control, especially on the east side, and they hear the shots from Petrichor as well. They have to be mindful as that, but GNL still sitting in that gas station, don't really have to do much, but also help gatekeep Petrichor. So Petrichor, really, they need to make a move.
Yeah.
They need to get a knock, whether it's on the gas station on the south side, Gen.G, which might be the safer play. They need to get it done quick.
I think for Petrichor right now, I mean, as long as you keep seeing 3-4 teams active in the kill feed, you just wait this one out, say, you know what, let's just grind the placement point, secure a spot. We can always take the committed YOLO pull up to a compound when we have to. Right now, we're inside the circle, so as long as the hilltop up high keeps shooting at one another, we should be all right.
FaZe Clan, meanwhile, Correxy with 5 kills. Has to make his push and his way down into the Sonics. Gustav as well. At this point, I was going to say it's best to, you try to split up, try to get some placements, but not even a chance. Correxy now going to get taken out as well, but a hell of a game from him to try to save FaZe.
Oh yeah, down to 1 HP. Will fall just shy of placement points as FaZe go out in 10th. Quantum Freaks now have been able to fully force 17 off to the southern side. That's exactly what they wanted, because now they can turn their attention fully to TSM.
Just with 12 now, and the amount of utility, no one could have survived that, so they'll take over this position. 36 rounds left, and I'm sure they'll take that P90, I believe it was, off that as well. And so Sonic still have found themselves a nice, I say nice, but a decent little spot here for the time being. That circle does kind of help them out a little bit, as they should be able to farm a lot of the teams on the south side now.
Yeah, well, I mean, they better get shooting, because 50 seconds from now they need to come off this hillside, and they have 1 car with which they can try and execute that play. Where do you go? Do you pull up on Twisted Minds, knowing full well they have their eyes on you? I mean, there's going to be arguably 12 to 16 people shooting at Sonics when they come off that hillside. Everyone has their eyes to the north. E-Arena needs to figure out what they want to do, and so does Sonics. In the meantime, down towards the south, Gen.G 17, Quantum Freaks also have to make plays, but I think neither of them are going to actively try and take circle positions before the hills have been cleared out.
This is the one thing I worried about Petrichor, though. Without any damage, though, they have to make just a desperate play, and so they at least make it on the back of the gas station. Hold on a second.
What is this?
This should not have happened this way, but sure enough, Petrichor will take control of the gas station.
Had that nade been a little bit closer,
Look
it
at
could have
E-Arena.
been dead for Petrichor. Now here comes E-Arena, full speed pull up, nades in hands. If they realize where Petrichor are currently positioned, that could be a lot of Chinese players going down. Ming lops a nade on over, can't find anything initially as this fight unfolds.
Icelift as well, throwing nades back and forth. GNL realize they're in a difficult position. Young, though, still holding it down. Icelift, nade in, that actually doesn't land. And he backs up very wisely. 2 members now left just for E-Arena, while the rest of Petrichor is stuck in the bathrooms.
I think we can shout out Lyrics as being the first player to ever be taken down by a gas station explosion, as he should be confirmed in this one. Take also now taking damage as Sonics are starting to make their moves, but back here with Petrichor, still a fight that's far from over. Jacob trying to hold an angle, Taker trying to get the rest in the middle of the gas station, successful in doing so as well.
The fact that Petrichor managed to keep 3 up in that chaos is impressive. Now they're starting to take advantage of this. E-Arena has lost quite a few members now. Just Tigger left to stand up. And he's going to get knocked as well. And so Nyong, though, from GNL has been able to survive for so long in the back of this gas station.
Playing the back room for as long as he can. Jacob now spotted over on the other side. Ike's left, 2 shots left! Flakes around, but it's going to be Ming with the headshot to take him down.
Still, they have one member left, and GNL, they cannot lose track of him. They do, and Ming almost going down, but the trade is there. Chewy will save his teammate.
The 360 spins from Ming to try and not get flushed, and it works out for him. As just said, incredibly impressive that Petrichor keeps 4 alive, or 3 alive.
This
Sorry,
clown car. Look at this. 17 starting to make their way. At least they don't have to go far, but the spray comes through, and 2 will go down immediately to Genji.
Absolute chaos unfolds before our eyes as these teams are forced to maneuver out into the open. Twisted Minds still chilling up on the northern side of this circle, wanting to take out Sonics. They're fully focused on where Kickstart is because they know that they're ahead of them on the leaderboards.
Absolutely, you are correct. Why not just get rid of the team that is currently above you? The only team really that's threatening you right now is going to be Sonics. And so Kick has to move, but look at this shift. They now have all the control in the world as Genji continues to take their fight over to 17. They've wiped it, but now Petrichor realizing this goes for the third party.
We should remind the game that Twisted Minds don't need circles to win games. They've shown us that enough times. Now they get to catch 9. But that's the thing, right? That's the thing. Twisted Minds know how to convert games that they have no right of winning into wins, so that when they get circles like these, like, oh god, this is unfair, Twisted Minds got circles. Well, everyone has games where they get circles. The thing is, Twisted Minds can win games without them.
Look, I'd rather have circle than not have it, so that argument doesn't matter.
True.
You take those circles all day long, and if you're the team that gets them, everyone else can be envious, and that's on them.
Let's see Chewy now making a run forward. Kickstart from the only player left with a little bit of elevation here, trying to see if he can farm some points for the team before eventually going down. As now Chewy peeks on forward, finds one. That's Tosi gone down. Yet another fight between Genji and Petrichor. They've been on one another all day long, but this time around, finally, it seems like Genji is coming out on top.
And how huge can Chewy go? He's been so good for the team this game so far, but finally, as you said, Genji getting their footing, 8 kills, and they will be able to recover Tosi.
Kickstart out as well, down to just 3 teams, as being prone behind the vehicle in the open has managed to weather the storm. Still alive, still in it, but I'm not sure for how much longer.
And even still Twisted, even though they've been gifted a lot of those circles, they still managed to find 6 kills.
Yeah.
Most teams in that position may not have been able to find those, and so you have to imagine they know that this game is very much in their favor, as they're the only ones currently in the circle, and that vehicle has how many tires?
You know what? Genji has no smokes. I respect this rotation. Last game, we gave him a hard time. This time around,
this time you gotta
roll it off the hill. Get out, guys. Get out. That car ain't going anywhere. Do you deny at this point? I think Genji might just add a try to get in, and oh no! Tosi run over, and that's going to be Genji down and out.
Quite possibly the most anticlimactic
4v1.
finish here. It's a 4v1, but Bean has a P90.
I like that you give him the credit.
I try.
He has a P90, boys and girls. Watch out, here it comes.
What if he does, though? The absolute legend of a play to make. If he can just...
It should be pistols only. Come on, guys. Give him a chance.
No, there's no chance here. Twisted Minds are in the driver's seat. They know that they are going to win the game, and they surely do, taking back the lead that was only briefly taken from them by the Sonics.
Didn't have to do much to come out victorious in the end there, but did so in the end regardless. Again, as I said before, sometimes you will have games that will come your way, like we saw with Genji in the previous game, but oftentimes those teams that get everything going their way still can't claim the wins. Here, Twisted Minds able to do so.
I don't think I've ever seen Twisted Minds really throw a game, and so as you said, they'll take that lead, and we really have a battle now between our top 2, but even 3rd place, 4th place are there for the fight, and we have seen Twisted as well as Sonics both have some 0-point games.
Definitely
or
have.
low-point games.
Definitely have. It's all gonna come down to the 6 matches we have left tomorrow. A hell of a day awaits us, but to round off today's matches, let's hop back to the desk to let them break it all down.
In the unlikely event of a repeat circle in a location, you get to see the opportunity for all of these teams to try and have a re-go at it, have a re-approach to how they're going to take a look at that circle, and we saw that in kind here. Twisted Minds took this 2-2 split very swiftly, and the circle kind of helped them out, and they were able to...
Yeah, it was a we go again angle here.
Sure.
Of course, on the other side, but still, it is a very repeat. And it's always interesting when you have back-to-back games where you have very, very similar circuits, how teams approach it differently, right? And how they kind of reinforce some of the positions that they found out the previous game was strong based on the knowledge that they got or that they were there playing it, but also how it kind of ramps up a little bit differently here. Of course, Twisted Minds, they're able to lock this down. They were not on the high ground. They came out a little bit earlier. And yeah, of course, in the situation where it actually went north and they didn't have to cross the road like we had in the previous game, then it's a very easy game for them to win here.
No, for sure. I mean, if you extract from that,
right?
If you look from game to game and think about how, for example, Petrichor Road was able to so easily get across the road, like we mentioned on our previous desk, but this time around, nowhere near as easy. Constant collateral damage having to be taken as they hit the gas station. That's the I can English.
What is there another one? The gas refill place?
Gas station. The
gas tank.
I don't think there's anything other than that. Why am I so
but interesting
stupid?
one with the
petrol station in English.
The petrol.
There you go. That's why I was flubbed.
No knocks for 3 kills, for example, 500 damage. 700 though for Petulus. He could steal away the MVP with that. I gotta say though, I was impressed with Correxis here. I think he got 6 kills in that one. He was able to have some clutch moments here, some 1v1s, 1v2s, and was able to close it out for FaZe. But still, rough games for them, considering how close they were to the initial circle, the kind of forced fight that they had to take, and it ended up only being him and Gustav there in a late position to push in. It's going to be example though with the 3 and the 500 that's taking the man of the match away. And overall, Twisted Minds and Sonics have been the impressive teams to kind of follow today. Cerberus, unfortunately, New Happy, unfortunately, has fell a little bit behind, even though we saw the return of the bean here for Quantum Freaks. He was able to also get 5 kills. Very impressive for him, but it's not what we saw from them yesterday. Still, for the performance they had today, they ended on 50+ points yesterday, and it's not going to be the same today.
Yeah, someone like Bean wasn't a name that we were truly like.
Not on a global stage.
Yeah,
it wasn't synonymous with global performance.
Exactly. But he seems to have, done very, very well the past couple of days for Guangdong
multiple times. Yeah.
So let's take a look at the overall numbers coming in from the 2 days so far. Sonics passes Twisted Minds when it comes to the kills, and as we've seen already, that reflects with good old Shrimzy.
Oh, but E-Arena here on the very top of the average survival time, very impressive. They managed to keep 4 guys alive for very often. They utilize, as we talked about, you and I, utilize the E pickup quite well, and they managed to actually get 3 or 4 into those compounds, take over them, and they've been quite impressive today here for me overall.
E-Arena, 2 times in later, I would say later mid-game stages, using emergency pickups when other teams are not.
Just before it closes.
Yeah, exactly. And yes, we have seen New Happy try to install that in their play as well throughout the day, but it's not been as successful as E-Arena, who is being able to clearly scout out locations very quickly on the drop when they come down from that E pickup.
Or just straight up identify and say, there's a chance this might be a 2-2 split. We can actually forward to this team and take this compound away from them here. But Twisted Minds on 19, Gen G 13, and Quantum Freaks, it's a lot of Korean representation here at the very top. Our total, though, 124 and 117. Not of a big difference, but there's a quite big gap down to 3rd place here, James.
If it wasn't for Sonics, I think a lot of people would be writing it off right now, right? Looking at Twisted Minds, if they were ahead by the 34 points against Cerberus, we'd have been like, oh no, this is a bad time for everyone else involved. But Sonics is keeping themselves in it. That's not to say, though, that it's insurmountable. A team like Cerberus, for example, could quite easily have that HIMAS pop-off day once again to be able to push them and challenge for this top spot.
120+ kill game with a win again, and they're actually bagging it if they do it in the first match, which tomorrow is going to be on Miramar, and then we're going to go take over Kenya and end things on Erangel for our final 6 games. We're going to be ending on 18 total, and with how it's looking so far, it's going to be looking like a record-breaking PGS in terms of total points.
My question to you then is, I mean, at the end of yesterday, I posed the question of, is it time for Twisted Minds?
Is it time?
But is it time for the 2-time here for Sonics? Because they look so unbelievably strong as well.
Extremely consistent here, an insane amount of second places, but still we have been able to identify some situations where it's like, okay, there's nothing Twisted Minds can do here. They cannot squeeze any more points out of a game like this when you have double harshes away from you, or you clash with another team here. But they are winning the games they're supposed to win. They're winning and putting a little bit of extra kills on top of it. And if we have, Sonics coming in tomorrow and they're converting all the games that they're supposed to win, we had to have a lot of second places from them. 1 or 2 maybe could have been 1 from them, and they could have been in first at this point.
It's a big tussle. The West is giving Asia an extreme run for its money when it comes to Twisted Minds and Sonics, both representing from their respective regions. And again, I genuinely thought China was going to be able to smash PGS3. I was totally wrong about that so far, because that's not been the case.
No, it has not. Honestly, 17 should have been the team to come in here and completely destroy everything. I was happy to see New Heavy being able to step up to the level that they've been to. But in what we've seen from them today, they fell a little bit too far behind. And they have to step up to a whole new level tomorrow if they're able to if they're going to be able to catch anything in the top 2.
Well, other entities that have stepped up here for PGS3 are, of course, everybody bringing you the show live right now. Thank you to Crafton for PUBG and every facet of what's going on over there. Thank you to VSPO as well for making this tournament possible. We also have Andersey, who is supporting us here at the desk and supporting the players to make sure that they can become potentially the champion of PGS3. And finally, we have Zowie with the 2546X gaming monitor, making sure that all of these players can see crystal clear vision as they try and battle it out on the battlegrounds. Any final thoughts?
Overall, very interesting day. It looks like a 2-horse race for tomorrow.
Does look scary. Does look scary. I'm hoping that maybe Cerberus is able to join them. We'll see it. But for now, that does it for day number 2. Let's head over to the stage with Bella, who's ready to talk to some of our players.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the main stage interviews with your host Bella. Up on the stage we have Sonics' Tiggleton here with us. GG Tig.
Thank you.
Alright, during Taego you took out your 2 key opponents with your 2 shots of the Dragunov, and you secured your team's win. Any tips on how to use the Dragunov for your fans?
I'm not really a Dragunov main. I just kind of picked it up and clicked on them. That's all I really got.
That's the tip. Just click on him. All right. And previously on Media Day, you guys, visited some Shanghai attractions. What was the place that interested you the most?
I don't know the name, but the marriage market area. There was like a very communal feeling. I liked there was a bunch of old people, grandmas, grandpas, and they would just sing together, and I thought that was really sweet.
Oh, all right. Make sure to check out the marriage market, I guess. And Sonics, you guys made a strong comeback on today, and even made the top of the list just before the last match. And as the defending champion, what would you like to say to the fans, or do you have anything on your mind just before going into the finals day?
I think this run out might be a little similar to PGS 2, where we take the title. Twisted Minds are obviously very formidable, and they're always top of the leaderboard until the last day usually. So just wishing them luck. I think they're very talented. With the addition of XMPL, hopefully they can take their first international win.
Oh, okay. Good message to Twisted Mind. All right. Thank you for the interview, Tig. All right. And for our next interview of the day, we're going to have Petrico Road's Ace Left on the stage. All right, congratulations, Axelift, on securing your first PGS3 Finals Chicken and Dinner. What are your thoughts on your overall performance today?
那首先恭喜在这个 PGS 3决赛中拿到了第1击，然后对于今天的整个表现有没有什么想说的？
就总体来说打得比昨天好嘛，然后心情也会好一点吧。
So overall, the overall performance is better than yesterday, and the overall mood is better than yesterday.
Yeah, slow but steady climbing up on the leaderboard. And you have early fights with FaZe Clan on Taego with mixed results. So since tomorrow is the final day, if this happens again, how are you going to handle this?
那其实在这个泰戈地图中，其实经常我们会发现跟 FaZe 有一些 roll 点的情况。那如果说明天的比赛中再碰到这种情况，有没有什么一些应对方式呢？
就我们要回去研究一下，因为感觉就是他们的打法也特别的有意思，特别的多变嘛。就反正就想办法干他吧，明天。
So they're gonna like look into the specific strategy maybe later after they go back, and because they think that the FaZe strategy is also very interesting, so they would like to see how to like really compete with them in the further competition.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how that plays out. And you know, it seems that playing on the home turf has put a bit of a pressure on your team. Any words to the fans that are supporting you?
那也知道，其实比赛到这个阶段也会有一些压力。那么有没有什么想跟粉丝朋友们说的呢？
就第一天没有打好，然后就有点就是对不起大家的期盼吧。然后我们也会就是尽全力的去调整的，请大家继续相信我们。
So and maybe some of the previous matches we're not doing like out in our best mood and state, but we're gonna try our best in the future matches, and please like trust in us in our future matches. Thank you.
All right, thank you for the interview and good luck to you for the rest of the tournament. All right. And day 2 here at the Grand Finals, PGS 3 held in Shanghai, China, is now over. We only have a day left to meet our PGS 3 champions, and the 16 teams have a day until to claim the PGS 3 trophy and the winner's share of the $300,000 and of course the 300 PGS points. Make sure to come back at the same time, 6 p.m. Chinese Standard Time tomorrow, to witness the birth of our PGS 3 champions. This is Bella, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
the